at this very critical and challenging time, not only for international relations, but for the whole planet, I think. As a sign of his great commitment to the human rights and as a sign of his personal respect to each of the participants of today's very important forum, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan, His Excellency Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, has sent the welcoming remarks. And with your permission, I will read it in Uzbek. İnson huquqlari bo'yicha 4-chi an'anaviy Samarkand forumi ishtirokchilariga. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, xonimlar va janoblar. Avvalambor, ekologik tahdidlar o'zgarayotgan dunyoda inson huquqlarining istiqboli va barqaror yechimlarini izlash mavzusidagi inson huquqlari bo'yicha 4-chi an'anaviy Samarkand forumining barcha ishtirokchilari va mehmonlarini samimiy qutlayman. Yurtimizda ilk bor 2018-yilda o'tkazilgan inson huquqlari bo'yicha Osiyo forumi jahon amaliyotida o'ziga xos Samarkand ruhini olib kirdi desak, hech mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. Shu tariqa inson huquqlari sohasidagi eng dolzarb muammolarga bag'ishlangan Samarkand forumlarini o'tkazish yaxshi an'ana tusini oldi. Bugungi anjumanda Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti va uning ixtisoslashgan tuzilmalari, Yevropada Xavfsizlik va Hamkorlik Tashkiloti, Yevropa Ittifoqi, Islom hamkorlik tashkiloti, Shanxay hamkorlik tashkiloti, Mustaqil davlatlar hamdo'stligi, Iqtisodiy hamkorlik tashkiloti, Osiyoda hamkorlik va ishonch choralari bo'yicha kengash, Turkiy davlatlar parlament assambleyasi, shuningdek taniqli xorijiy davlat va jamoat arboblari, inson huquqlari sohasidagi yetakchi ekspertlar ishtirok etayotgani ayniqsa ahamiyatlidir. Hurmatli anjuman ishtirokchilari, yaxshi ma'lumki, global iqlim o'zgarishi oqibatida sayyoramizda keskin ekologik vaziyat yuzaga keldi. Ichimlik suvi taqchilligi, atrof muhit ifloslanishi, tuproq yemirilishi, kuchli chang va qum bo'ronlari, bioxilma-xillikning yo'qolishi, qishloq xo'jaligi hosildorligining pasayishi kabi muammolar tobora avj olmoqda. Barcha qit'alarda va mamlakatlarda bu jarayonlarning salbiy ta'siri yanada kuchayib bormoqda. Ayniqsa, havo haroratining oshishi jahondagi o'rtacha ko'rsatkichdan 2 barobar ko'p bo'lgan va Orol fojiasini boshidan kechirayotgan Markaziy Osiyo mintaqasida buning oqibatlari yaqqol sezilmoqda. Ekologik inqiroz barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlariga erishish yo'lidagi eng asosiy to'siq va tahdidga aylandi. Global miqyosda qashshoqlik bilan bog'liq muammolar ko'paymoqda. Insonning sog'lik, toza suv, oziq-ovqat va uy-joyga bo'lgan huquqlarini ta'minlash xavf ostida qolmoqda. Bundan avvalo ijtimoiy himoyaga muhtoj qatlam, xususan nogironligi bo'lgan shaxslar, keksalar, ayollar va bolalar jiddiy aziyat chekmoqda. Albatta, iqlim o'zgarishi oqibatida inson huquqlariga yetkaziladigan zararni keskin kamaytirish uchun jahon mamlakatlari birgalikda samarali choralar ko'rishi kerak. Kelajak avlodlar taqdiri uchun barchamiz ulkan mas'uliyatni o'z zimmamizga oladigan vaqt keldi. Parij bitimida ta'kidlaganidek, iqlim o'zgarishiga qarshi choralar ko'rilayotganida davlatlar inson huquqlarini hurmat qilishi, rag'batlantirishi va himoya qilishi, asosiy diqqat e'tiborini mazkur sohadagi majburiyatlarini bajarishga qaratishlari lozim. Hurmatli mehmonlar, yangi O'zbekistonda iqlim o'zgarishi muammolari bilan kurashish barqaror rivojlanishni ta'minlashning eng muhim omiliga aylandi. Biz imkon qadar bunday jarayonlarning oldini olish va ularning salbiy ta'sirini yumshatish bo'yicha zarur choralarni ko'rmoqdamiz. Yangi tahrirda qabul qilingan konstitutsiyamizda insonning qulay atrof muhitga ega bo'lgan huquqi alohida bobda mustahkamlangan. Davlatning atrof muhitni yaxshilash, tiklash va muhofaza qilish, ekologik muvozanatni saqlash bo'yicha vazifalarni amalga oshirish majburiyatlari belgilab qo'yilgan. Shuningdek, Orolbo'yi mintaqasining ekologik tizimini muhofaza qilish va tiklash, mintaqani ijtimoiy va iqtisodiy jihatdan rivojlantirish, mamlakatimizda yashil iqtisodiyotga va uglerod neytralligiga o'tish masalalariga alohida e'tibor qaratilmoqda. Jumladan 2030-yilga borib mamlakatimiz energetika balansida qayta tiklanuvchi energiya quvvatini 40% ga yetkazishni rejalashtirganmiz. Yashil makon umummilliy loyihasi doirasida O'zbekistonda 1 milliard tub ko'chat ekilmoqda. Orol dengizining qurigan tubida 2 million gektar maydonda o'rmonzorlar barpo etdik. Shuni alohida ta'kidlashni istardimki, bizning sa'y harakatlarimizni jahon hamjamiyati keng qo'llab-quvvatlamoqda. Xususan, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti Bosh Assambleyasi tomonidan Orol bo'yi mintaqasini ekologik innovatsiyalar va texnologiyalar hududiga aylantirish, Markaziy Osiyo ekologik muammolar qarshisida barqaror rivojlanish va farovonlik yo'lida mintaqaviy birdamlikni mustahkamlash kabi muhim rezolyutsiyalar bir ovozdan qabul qilindi. Hech shubhasiz, to'qnash kelayotgan iqlim bilan bog'liq keskin muammolar oqibatlarini yumshatish inson huquqlari sohasidagi xalqaro hamkorlikni ustuvor yo'nalishlaridan biri bo'lib qoladi. Shu fursatdan foydalanib, hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, barchangizda ushbu forumda omad tilab qolaman va O'zbekistonga yana bir bor xush kelibsizlar deyman. Katta rahmat. O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti Shavkat Miromonovich Mirziyoyev.
Kattakon rahmat Sherzod aka, muhtaram anjuman ishtirokchilari, mana shu bizni 4-Samarkand forumiga bunchalik katta e'tibor va murojaat qilganlari uchun O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti Shavkat Miromonovich Mirziyoyevga samimiy minnatdorchilik va tashakkur etishga ruxsat berasizlar. Sherzod aka, sizga ham kattakon rahmat, kichkina muxtasar kirish so'zi va O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidentini qutlov murojaatlarini o'qib berganingiz uchun sizga ham muvaffaqiyat, omadlar tilaymiz. Endi assalomu alaykum, bugungi 4-inson huquqlari bo'yicha Samarkand forumining ishtirokchilari. Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli xalqaro tashkilotlar vakillari, rahbarlari, hurmatli inson huquqlari bo'yicha xalqaro, mintaqaviy va milliy institutlar vakillari, hurmatli parlament a'zolari, deputatlar va senatorlar, muhtaram vazirlar, fuqarolik jamiyati institutlarining faollari, vakillari, xonimlar va janoblar. Barchangizni ekologik tahdidlar, o'zgarayotgan dunyoda inson huquqlarining istiqboli, barqaror yechimlarni izlash mavzuiga bag'ishlangan 4-an'anaviy Samarkand forumining rasmiy ochilishi bilan samimiy qutlayman. Mana hozir bizni bugun anjumanimizga nihoyatda ruh bag'ishlashga qaratilgan, ruh bag'ishlab bergan prezidentimizning murojaatlarini tingladik. Ular haqiqatan ham bu global muammolarning ichida muhimlaridan muhimi bu atrof iqlimning o'zgarishi va uning bevosita inson huquqlariga qanchalik katta tahdid qilishi, ta'sir etishi to'g'risida prezidentimiz alohida ta'kidlab o'tdilar. Men o'ylaymanki, meni ishonchim komilki, mana shu 4-forum ishtirokchilari mana shu ko'tarilgan masalalar to'g'risida o'z fikrlarini, o'z tajribalarini, o'z takliflarini beradilar deb umid qilaman. Chunki bitta narsaga e'tibor berishingizni qilaman, hamma tashkilotchilar uchun tarqatilgan materiallarda mana shu forumimiz yakunlarida qabul qiladigan Samarkand deklaratsiyasining loyihasi tarqatilgan sizlarga. Men o'ylaymanki, mana shu loyihani biz 2 kunlik ishimizda maromiga yetkazib qabul qilamiz deb umid qilaman. Shu sababdan hammalardan bitta narsani iltimos qilardim. Har bir ishtirokchi agar o'zining taklifi, mulohazalari bo'lsa, matnni o'ziga qilib bersak, biz albatta tashkilotchilar mana bunga prezidentimizning murojaatlarida qo'yilgan masalalarni ham singdiramiz, albatta ularni hisobga olamiz. Endi protokol nuqtai nazaridan men yana bir ikkita narsani ta'kidlashim kerak. Samarkand forumining barcha ishtirokchilarini birinchidan milliy tashkilotchilar nomidan qutlayman. Bu forumning milliy tashkilotchilari bu O'zbekiston Respublikasi hukumat nomidan Inson huquqlari bo'yicha milliy markaz, Adliya vazirligi hamda bizning nodavlat notijorat hamkorimiz taraqqiyot strategiyasi markazi nomidan qutlayman. Endi shu forumimizning xalqaro hamkorlari, men bularning hammasini sanab o'tishga sizlardan ijozat bilaman. Bizning xalqaro hamkorlar jumlasiga birinchidan Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining inson huquqlari bo'yicha Oliy komissari boshqarmasi, inson huquqlari bo'yicha Oliy komissarining Markaziy Osiyo bo'yicha mintaqaviy byurosi, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining O'zbekistondagi ko'p sonli jamoasi yoki Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti oilasi, Yevropada Xavfsizlik va hamkorlik tashkilotining Demokratik institutlar va inson huquqlari bo'yicha byurosi, Yevropada Xavfsizlik hamkorlik tashkilotining O'zbekistondagi loyihalar koordinatori, Islom hamkorlik tashkiloti, Shanxay hamkorlik tashkiloti, Mustaqil davlatlar hamdo'stligi, Yevropa ittifoqi, Iqtisodiy hamkorlik tashkiloti, Osiyoda hamkorlik va ishonch choralari bo'yicha kengash, Turkiy tilli davlatlar parlament assambleyasi, Friedrich Eber jamg'armasi, Konrad Adenauer jamg'armasi nomidan, mana shu xalqaro tashkilotchilarimiz nomidan yana bir marta samimiy qutlashga ijozat bergaysizlar. Xonimlar va janoblar, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti muhtaram Shavkat Mirziyoyev janobi oliylari inson huquqlari bo'yicha 4-chi Samarkand forumidagi murojaatlarini aytdik. Umuman aytishim kerakki, mana shu Samarkand forumlarining g'oyasini bergan asosiy tashkilotchisi va ilhomlantiruvchisi bu Prezidentimiz Shavkat Mirziyoyev bo'lib qoladi. Bu forumning birinchi forumimiz 2018-yil mana shu Samarqandda bo'lib o'tgan edi. Unda biz forumni Osiyo inson huquqlari bo'yicha Osiyo forumi degan edik. Lekin o'sha forum ishtirokchilari bu forumni an'anaviy doimiy ravishda 2 yilda bir marta o'tkazish taklifi qabul qilingan edi. Va o'shanda ham Samarqand deklaratsiyasi qabul qilib, har yilda ikkinchi forumni biz 20-yilda o'tkazib yoshlar huquqlariga bag'ishladik. 22-yilda 3-chi forumni esa biz inson huquqlari ta'limi muammosiga bag'ishladik. Mana bugun biz sizlar bilan 4-chi forumda ishtirok etyapmiz. Shuning uchun bu forumlarning natijasi Prezidentimizning doimo diqqat e'tiborlarida bo'lib turibdilar. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, Samarqand forumi mana bugungi mavzuimiz juda ham dolzarb. Shuning uchun men o'ylaymanki, iqlim o'zgarishi masalalari umuman birinchi marotaba o'tgan yili O'zbekiston xalqi referendumi bilan qabul qilingan yangi tahrirdagi O'zbekiston konstitutsiyasida ekologik huquqlar to'g'risida alohida bob kiritildi. Biz hozirgi kunda Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining inson huquqlari bilida ko'rsatilgan huquqlardan kengroq huquqlarni kiritdik. U yerda faqatgina 5 turdagi huquqlar ko'rsatilgan, ya'ni shaxsiy fuqarolik, siyosiy, iqtisodiy, ijtimoiy va madaniy huquqlar. O'zbekiston konstitutsiyasi bularga qo'shimcha ravishda ekologik huquqlarni ham kiritishdi. Mana bu ham bu O'zbekistonning bu sohadagi know-how deb aytsak bo'ladi. Shuning uchun men hozir sizlarning e'tiboringizga mana shu 4-chi Samarqand forumining o'ziga xos xususiyatlari nimalardan iborat degan savolga javob berib, e'tiborlaringizni quyidagilarga qaratmoqchiman. Birinchidan, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining 2030-yilgacha mo'ljallangan barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlari kun tartibini ro'yobga chiqarish bo'yicha sa'y harakatlar butun jahonda davom etyapti. Ikkinchidan, Samarqand forumida Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti va uning turli tuzilmalari hamda boshqa xalqaro tashkilotlardan nufuzli vakillar ishtirok etmoqda. Uchinchidan, forumda iqlim o'zgarishining inson huquqlariga salbiy ta'sir ko'rsatishini yumshatish bo'yicha turli tamoyillar va yondashuvlar, shuningdek bu sohada xalqaro hamjamiyatning turli mamlakatlardagi ilg'or tajribalari va amaliyotlar bilan o'zaro almashinish hamda aniq tavsiya va yechimlar ishlab chiqishga e'tibor qaratish hamda global hamkorlik muhimligini e'tirof etilmoqda. va nihoyat aytmoqchimanki, mana shu ishtirokchilar jiografiyasiga e'tiboringlarni qaratmoqchiman. Samarqand forumining bu yerda biz ishchi tillarini belgiladik. Bu albatta o'zbek tilida. Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining 3 ta rasmiy tiliga ham tarjima ta'minlanadi. Bu arab, ingliz va rus tillarida ham tarjima beriladi. Forumimizda 200 dan ortiq xalqaro, mintaqaviy, xorijiy va milliy tashkilot vakillari offline va online formatda ishtirok etishmoqda. Xususan Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining inson huquqlari bo'yicha Oliy komissari VOLKER TÜRK, BMTning bitta maxsus ma'ruzachisi, insonning toza, sog'lom va bartaraf atrof muhitga bo'lgan huquqi bo'yicha maxsus ma'ruzachisi Astrid Puentes-Riano, shuningdek Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining 2 ta shartnomaviy qo'mitasi raislari, BMTning bola huquqlari bo'yicha qo'mita raisi Anne-Marie Skelton, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining iqtisodiy, ijtimoiy va madaniy huquqlar qo'mitasi raisi Laura Maria Krachuen-Tatu, 7 ta xalqaro tashkilot vakillari, bu yerda Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining BMTning turizm bo'yicha ijrochi direktori Zoritsa Urasevich, BMTning Yevropa iqtisodiy komissiyasining atrof muhit bo'yicha yordamchi maslahatchisi Kseniya Nechunchayeva, BMTning cho'llanishga qarshi kurash to'g'risidagi konvensiyasi ishchi organi vakili, Xalqaro mehnat tashkiloti, BMTning qochoqlar ishlari bo'yicha Oliy komissari boshqarmasi, BMTning O'zbekistondagi Orolbo'yi mintaqasi uchun inson xavfsizligi bo'yicha ko'p sheriklik trust fondi, 8 ta mintaqaviy tashkilot, Yevropa ittifoqining inson huquqlari bo'yicha maxsus vakili, Yevropada xavfsizlik hamkorlik tashkiloti, Yevropa kengashi, Mustaqil davlatlar hamdo'stligi, Shanxay hamkorlik tashkiloti, Osiyoda hamkorlik va ishonch choralari bo'yicha kengash, Turkiy davlatlar parlament assambleyasi, Islom hamkorlik tashkilotining inson huquqlari bo'yicha mustaqil doimiy komissiyasi vakillari, 14 ta xorijiy davlatlar, Turkiya, Ozarbayjon, Xitoy, Daniya, Vengriya, Hindiston, Qozog'iston, Malayziya, Moldova, Mo'g'uliston, Pokiston, Qatar, Ummon, Rossiya Federatsiyasining inson huquqlari bo'yicha milliy institutlari 30 nafardan ortiq inson huquqlari va iqlim masalalari bo'yicha yetakchi milliy hamda xorijiy ekspertlar, tadqiqot markazlari, fuqarolik jamiyati va ommaviy axborot vositalari, biznes doiralari ishtirok etmoqda. Bundan tashqari 7 ta davlatning ilmiy tadqiqot muassasalari vakillari Indoneziya, Yaponiya, Kuvayt, Polsha, Rossiya, Shvetsariya va Buyuk Britaniya vakillari ham ishtirok etmoqda. Shu bilan birga bugungi forumimizda O'zbekistonda faoliyat yuritgan 20 ga yaqin diplomatik korpus vakillari ham ishtirok etmoqda. Bular jumlasidan Finlandiya, Fransiya, Yevropa ittifoqi, Hindiston, Indoneziya, Kuvayt, Qatar, Latviya, Ruminiya, Shvetsiya, Turkiya davlatlarining vakillari. Forumda 60 dan ortiq davlat organi xodimlari, shu jumladan Oliy Majlis Qonunchilik palatasi deputatlari, Senat a'zolari, O'zbekiston Respublikasi vazirliklarining rahbarlari, oliy ta'lim muassasalari va fuqarolik jamiyati institutlari vakillari ishtirok etmoqda. Shuningdek, forum davomida 40 ga yaqin ekspertlar tomonidan atrof muhit muammolari va global iqlim o'zgarishining ijtimoiy va iqtisodiy huquqlarga ta'siri borasida ma'ruzalar rejalashtirilgan. Umuman bizning ro'yxatda salkam 70 ga yaqin ishtirokchi o'zlarining axborotlari, ma'ruzalar bilan chiqishga aytgan. Endi men o'ylaymanki, moderator sifatida men hali imkoniyatim ko'p. Yana bitta narsa aytay. Forum ommaviy axborot vositalari va ijtimoiy tarmoqlarda keng yoritilmoqda, jumladan YouTube kanali orqali jonli efirga uzatilmoqda. Bitta narsani aytmoqchimanki, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining ma'lumotlariga ko'ra, inson farovonligi va salomatligining 30-40% atrof muhitga bog'liq ekan. Bundan 1000 yil oldin buyuk ajdodimiz Abu Ali ibn Sino Yevropada Avicenna deb aytishadi, shunday degan ekan: agar havoda chang va tutun bo'lmasa edi, kishi 1000 yil yashagan bo'lardi. Shuning uchun insonni yashashi va uning huquqlarini amalga oshirish uchun toza muhit, toza ekologiya kerak bo'lishi ekan. Shuning uchun men o'ylaymanki, mana shu yerda bitta narsa, biz bu yerda Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining 2030-yilgacha barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlarining kun tartibidagi hech kimni ortda qoldirmaslik shioriga muvofiq zarur imkoniyatlarimizni ishga solishimiz kerak va atrof muhitni, inson huquqlariga salbiy oqibatlarini kamaytirishga intilishimiz kerak. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, biz BMT va uning inson huquqlari bo'yicha tuzilmalari bilan samarali va yaqin hamkorlik o'rnatganmiz. Samarkand forumining doimiy hamkori bo'lmish Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining inson huquqlari bo'yicha oliy komissari VOLKER TÜRK janoblarini hozir video murojaatini eshitamiz. Marhamat, ular bersanglar.
Assalamu alaikum. Good day, everyone. Thank you to the National Human Rights Center of Uzbekistan and all the organizing partners for the invitation to this important conference. I regret I cannot join you in person. The triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution affects every single person on this planet. And this is a crisis not just for our planet, but for human rights. The rights to health, to food, to water, and sanitation are directly impacted. So too is the right to life. The Central Asian region knows very well the disastrous consequences of climate change. This is a region warming faster than the global average. Extreme weather events such as heat waves, droughts, and heavy rainfall are becoming more commonplace, more severe. The World Bank Group and the Asian Development Bank have projected temperature increases of up to 5.7 degrees Celsius in the Fergana Valley and 5.6 degrees in the Arakum Desert by 2090, which will render human life unlivable. Across the whole region, the changing climate is already driving many to leave their homes in search of employment, with the lands they rely on for their livelihoods degrading at pace because of drought and desertification. In Uzbekistan alone, 3 out of 10 people in rural areas do not have access to safe drinking water. And perhaps nowhere has environmental degradation been so visible as in the Aral Sea. I could witness this myself when I visited Uzbekistan last year. Once one of the world's largest lakes, it has now almost disappeared. This has devastated the fishing industry, leading to food insecurity and loss of livelihoods. The remaining water is heavily polluted. The exposed seabed is releasing toxic dust, causing respiratory issues and other health problems. And many of the communities dependent on the sea are among the poorest in the country, a sobering reminder that environmental degradation disproportionately affects the most vulnerable and marginalized. This example demonstrates that the triple planetary crisis is not just a catastrophe for the environment and a catastrophe for human rights. It is also a catastrophe for our economies. In Central Asia, climate-related disasters drove a loss of $3 billion last year alone. We need a fundamental shift on several fronts. This includes a shift in the way we approach our economies to look beyond profit, the short term, and the interests of the few. A human rights economy does just that, by addressing the root causes of inequalities and by prioritizing social spending, sustainable development, and climate action over debt servicing. Its premise is that all business models and all economic policies must further the enjoyment of and be guided by human rights. The human rights economy can put in place guardrails to tackle unsustainable consumption and production practices, and it can ensure a diverse range of voices inform climate policy, particularly those who have been most affected by environmental harm. A key opportunity for Central Asia over the coming years will be green development. Renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and conservation are crucial for the planet, but they're also crucial for economic growth, for jobs, and human rights. And green development also means correcting the course to ensure that future generations will be able fully to enjoy their human rights. We can and must be encouraged by concrete progress achieved to combat the climate crisis, progress that has often been driven by individuals and social movements. In 2022, the UN General Assembly adopted a landmark resolution recognizing that people everywhere have the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This means that clean air, safe water, enough food, and a stable climate are guaranteed rights belonging to each and every one of us. And that governments and other actors, including the private sector, are accountable for ensuring that we are able to enjoy this right fully. Already some 83% of UN member states, including Uzbekistan, have now formally recognized the right to a healthy environment in their domestic law. And as I mentioned, I visited Uzbekistan in March last year and was impressed by the determination of people to address the human rights issues affecting the country, including with respect to the environment. Uzbekistan also has made strong commitments to address the human rights crisis stemming from climate change. I welcome, for example, its recent accession to the UN's Europe Protocol on Water and Health, the first country in Central Asia to do so. At last year's UN General Assembly, Uzbekistan committed to a regional initiative collectively to address issues such as desertification and water security. And at last year's UN Climate Change Conference, Uzbekistan also undertook to address climate-related migration and displacement, as well as to advance the participation of young people in environmental issues. I welcome Uzbekistan's engagement with the Universal Periodic Review process, which has led to a number of recommendations to enhance human rights protections in the country. I encourage Uzbekistan to take the necessary steps to ratify the Aarhus Convention, as well as the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, two of the international legal instruments key in advancing accountability, justice, public participation, and access to information. I also urge all states in the region to support right-based approaches in the upcoming international environmental negotiations, including the annual UN Climate Change Conference, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee on Plastic Pollution, as well as, more broadly, the Summit of the Future. As you know, the catastrophic consequences of environmental degradation will continue to unravel at lightning speed unless we act with resolve, and we act now. Action guided by the human rights framework, rooted in equality, justice, and human dignity, can provide us with solutions so urgently needed. I wish you all a productive discussion. Kata Rahmat.
Muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari, biz Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining inson huquqlari bo'yicha bosh komissari VOLKER TÜRK janob oliylariga minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Ular yana bir marta mana shu inson huquqlari va iqlim o'zgarishlari qanchalik muhim ahamiyatga ega ekanligiga yana bitta ta'kidlab o'tdilar va men bu yerda mana shu forum ishtirokchilarining minnatdorchiligini Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti inson huquqlari bosh komissarining Markaziy Osiyo bo'yicha ofisining rahbari MATILDA BOGNER ishtirok etyaptilar. Sizlarga rahmat va VOLKER janoblariga bizni minnatdorchiligimizni yetkazib qo'yishingizni iltimos qilamiz. Rahmat kattakon. Muhtaram 4-forum ishtirokchilari, endi navbatdagi so'zni men bizning anjumanning asosiy yana bitta milliy tashkilotchilardan biri bu Adliya vazirligi bo'lib hisoblanadi. Ming afsuski, Adliya vazirligi hozir yo'lda xorijiy safardan qaytib kelyaptilar va o'zlari albatta qatnashaman deb imkon bo'lmadi. Shuning uchun O'zbekiston Respublikasi Adliya vaziri AKBAR Jo'raboyevich Toshkulovni murojaatlarini vazir o'rinbosari Muzrof Muborakxodjayevich Ikromov o'qib eshittiradi. Marhamat Muzrof aka.
Avvalambor assalomu alaykum. Huquqni Samarqandda xush kelibsizlar. Ekologik muammolar yo'nalishida hammalarni sog' salomat, omon-eson ko'rishimizda juda xursandmiz. Hurmatli forum ishtirokchilari, ekologik muammolarni salbiy oqibatlari uni ochuvchi etish kerak. Markaziy Osiyoda ham, ayniqsa bizda ham jiddiy sezilmoqda. Bu hozir aytgandek, sovuq havo oqimi kamayishi, havo harorati oshishi, muzlik maydonlari 3dan 1 qismi yo'qolishi, yerlarni cho'llanishi, O'zbekiston mana cho'llanishi 54% oxiri 100 yilga to'g'ri keladi. Tuproq yemilishi salbiy ta'sir ko'rsatmoqda. Kuchli chang va qum bo'ronlari odatiy holatga aylandi. Bu global xavflar jarayonida inson huquqlarini himoya qilish, fuqarolarning ekologik huquqlarini ta'minlash yangi O'zbekistonning ustuvor strategik vazifalaridan biridir. Hozir aytganlaridek, bizning konstitutsiyamizda ham qulay atrof muhit, uning holatiga ishonchli axborotga ega bo'lish, fuqarolarning ekologik huquqlarini ta'minlash va atrof muhitini zararli ta'sirdan ko'rsatilishiga yo'l qo'ymaslik kafolatlangan. Bular doirasida O'zbekiston tomonidan bir qator ishlar amalga oshirilib kelmoqda. Birinchidan, 2030-yilgacha O'zbekiston Respublikasining atrof muhitini muhofaza qilish konsepsiyasi tasdiqlandi. 2030-yilgacha yashil iqtisodiyotga o'tish strategiyasi qabul qilindi. Ikkinchidan, O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti tashabbusi bilan BINT Bosh Assambleyaning 2 maxsus rezolyutsiyasi qabul qilindi. Uchinchidan, so'nggi yillarda yurtimizda muqobil energiya ulushi 2 barobarga ko'paydi. To'rtinchidan, davlatimiz rahbarining tashabbuslari bilan yashil makon doirasida mamlakatimizda 1 milliard tup ko'chat ekilmoqda. Hududlarni ekologik reytingi joriy etish, korxona, sement zavodlarida chang va gaz tozalash uskunalari o'rnatish, poytaxt atrofidagi yashil belbog'ni yaratish belgilandi. Shu bilan birga erishilgan yutuqlar bilan cheklanib qolmasdan, biz ichki resurslarni yanada samarali safarbar etish, yashil investitsiyalarni jalb etish, shuningdek global hamkorlikni kengaytirish va mustahkamlashga tarafdormiz. E'tibor uchun kattakon rahmat.
Muzdrob aka, kattakon rahmat va vazirlikni mana shu tashkiliy masalalardagi faol ishtiroki uchun ham minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari, yana bitta bizni xalqaro hamkorimiz Yevropada xavfsizlik va hamkorlik tashkilotidir va murojaat uchun so'zni ushbu tashkilotning Demokratik institutlar va inson huquqlari byurosi direktori MATTEO MECACCI janoblariga beraman. Marhamat, ular bersangiz. Rahmat.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to join you today, although unfortunately not in person in the beautiful city of Samarkand, to speak about the pressing issue of environment and human rights. Our environment and the challenges it's facing have become part of our daily lives, and we must be clear that global warming will and is already having an impact on our human rights. The outcome of this discussion, therefore, in Samarkand will be crucial, not just in our OSCE region today, but far beyond, and should continue and translate into action. Our environment is intrinsic to the human rights protection framework, and most OSCE states recognize the right to a healthy environment in their constitutions. The degradation of our environment can have a negative impact on a host of other human rights, including the right to the highest attainable standard of health, the right to food, to education, to housing, and even the most basic important rights, the right to life itself. At the same time, respecting and protecting rights such as the right to participation in public affairs or freedom of association and of peaceful assembly can contribute to a healthy environment by allowing advocacy on these critical issues to take place and then to foster democratic debate. Severe heat waves, drought and desertification, or on the other side of the spectrum, abnormal rainfall and flooding can have profoundly harmful consequences. In destroying agricultural land and infrastructure, they often affect the most vulnerable and impoverished members of the population. Extreme weather events are already causing or contributing to the migration and displacement of millions of people who are seeking safe places to live, work, and study, often far away from their homes. It is therefore essential that responses to such life-changing challenges also respect the human rights and needs of all. In this context, I would like to underline the important role that environmental human rights defenders play in our societies. All OSCE states have recognized the right to exercise and defend human rights, and they have emphasized the vital role of human rights defenders in ensuring respect of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Of course, these commitments also hold for human rights defenders and civil society organizations monitoring the situation of human rights and the environment. These are individuals and organizations providing information on these issues and advocating both nationally and internationally for action. A growing number of peaceful assemblies is taking place in numerous OSCE states, and these are often led by young adults and even by children who feel strongly about the need to voice their concerns about the impact of climate change on their lives and futures. Such gatherings are at the core of democracy and fundamental human rights, including children's rights. They should be encouraged and facilitated, and we should all appreciate the invaluable contribution that they make to the global discussion about the impact of environmental change on human rights. Regrettably, we see that protection of human rights defenders working on these issues is sometimes lacking, with activists intimidated and threatened, legally harassed, subject to disparaging remarks from high-level officials and businesses, or prevented and restricted in their attempts to gather peacefully. Indeed, globally, those working on environmental rights are one of the groups of human rights defenders most exposed to enforced disappearances and killings. Ladies and gentlemen, working together, we can address this global challenge and reverse the negative trends we are seeing. We can do more to safeguard both the right to a healthy environment and to freedom of peaceful assembly. In this way, Central Asia and the entire OSCE area can become an example, a region where the work of human rights defenders is respected and protected, and concerns about the environment are heard. I wish you all fruitful discussions over the next 2 days and success in the search for sustainable solutions that will help advance respect for human rights in our region. Thank you very much.
Muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari, men sizlarning nominglardan Yevropada xavfsizlik va hamkorlik tashkilotining demokratik institutlar va inson huquqlari bo'yicha byurosining direktori MATTEO MECACCI janoblariga katta minnatdorchilik bildiraman va bu yerda Yevropada xavfsizlik hamkorlik tashkilotining O'zbekistondagi loyihalar koordinati Ante Kartinin elchi janoblari o'tirishibdi. Sizga ham rahmat va Matteoga bizni minnatdorchiligimizni aytib qo'yasiz. Juda ham katta rahmat. Muhtaram anjuman ishtirokchilari, bizni O'zbekistondagi xalqaro tadbirlarimizni doimiy ravishda Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining O'zbekistondagi oilasi, UN Family jamoasi doimo qo'llab-quvvatlaydi va men hozir tabrik so'zini Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining O'zbekistondagi doimiy koordinatori yoki Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti bosh kotibining Antoniy Guterrishning O'zbekistondagi vakili SABINE MACHL xonimga bermoqchiman. SABINEni men yaqindagina O'zbekistonda faoliyat boshladilar. 10 kun ham bo'lgani yo'q. Lekin mana shu birinchi katta tadbirlarga bizani qo'llab Samarqandga kelgani uchun yana bir marta rahmat demoqchiman va mamnuniyat bilan so'zni sizga beraman. Marhamat Sabina.
Assalamu alaikum, esteemed guests, the national and international partners, participants of this 4th Samarkand Human Rights Forum. As was just mentioned by Professor SAIDOV, I just arrived in Uzbekistan very recently, and it is really a true honor to being here with all of you in Samarkand, in this renowned heart of the Great Silk Road. This city has been at the crossroads of cultures, of trade, of science, of education for over 2,500 years. And today, Samarkand, true to its historical legacy, once again connects all of us, all the people here across the globe, as evidenced in our forum, and uniting all of us here in this room on a very important topic on the human rights and environment. All people have the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. As human rights and the environment are interdependent, a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is necessary for the full enjoyment of a wide range of human rights, such as the rights to life, health, food, water, and sanitation, as was also just mentioned by the High Commission on Human Rights. We have also heard about the landmark resolution, which was adopted in July of 2022, which was recognizing the human rights to a healthy environment. And this resolution on the right to healthy environment was the result of the state's commitment on environmental issues, many years of advocacy, of collaboration by national human rights institutions, by civil society organizations, indigenous people, children, young people, and business actors, among others. And all of them, many of you have also been involved in this, have also been supported by different UN entities. Putting the rights at the center of addressing the triple planetary crisis, the climate change, the biodiversity loss, and pollution is more important now than ever. And it is imperative if we want to reach the 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals. This year in September, there will be the Summit of the Future at the UN headquarters in New York. And it will bring together world leaders, policymakers, and stakeholders to address the emerging challenges and opportunities. And this summit should chart a path for inclusive and sustainable recovery and strengthen multilateralism for the future. It will provide a platform for generating new ideas, mobilizing political will, and also forging partnerships to address global issues collectively. We have seen this in recent years. This has been demonstrated, the importance of multilateral cooperation and global solidarity. And we are delighted to acknowledge Uzbekistan's commitment to the principles of multilateralism and active engagement as a UN member state promoting this multilateralism. Uzbekistan plays an active role in furthering the global and regional initiatives to strengthen regional international cooperation and to promote sustainable green development. Also promoting environmental security of the region, strengthen inter-ethnic harmony and interfaith tolerance, tackling climate change and making the ALRSHOUD region as a zone of environmental innovations and technologies. On the 20th of December of last year, a resolution on Central Asia facing environmental challenges was adopted, and it advances the key issues for addressing environmental challenges, including promotion of glacier preservation, combating land degradation, and promoting sustainable water use and energy efficiency. Also, the UN General Assembly adopted the resolution declaring the ALRSHOUD region a zone of ecological innovations and technologies, as was also mentioned by Mr. Asadov already earlier. As many of you know, the situation in the ALRSHOUD serves as a stark warning about the consequences of unsustainable water management practices exacerbated by climate change. And here I would like to underline the access to water is recognized by the United Nations as a basic human right, fundamental to everyone's health, dignity, and prosperity. The story of the ALRSHOUD serves as a cautionary story about the interconnectedness of our actions, human actions, and environmental health. It highlights the importance of understanding the delicate balance between ecosystems and the need for sustainable practices to prevent similar tragedies in the face of ongoing climate change. The Multi-Partner Human Security Trust Fund for the ALRSHOUD was established under the auspices of the United Nations in 2018, and it provides an integrated platform for national and international cooperation to address the ecological and socioeconomic needs of communities that are living in the ALRSHOUD region. And it also accelerates the efforts to achieve the SDGs. Over the last 5 years, there have been 7 joint programs carried out, and they've reached over 300,000 people, or this is about 15% of the population of Karakalpakstan, Pakistan. Our approach is grounded in the principles of a people-centered development. We put on a human security lens, ensuring that no one is left behind and that the population is able to exercise their basic human rights. We aim to address the most urgent insecurities, develop solutions to complex climate change challenges, and support community leadership in the projects. As we say, the ALRSHOUD has gone, but people have not. Dear participants of this forum, youth engagement is also crucial for sustainable development. Young and energetic demographic is a powerful force for positive change across all facets of Uzbek society, including addressing climate change related issues. And based on a recent youth poll that results by the U report, In May of 2024, so just last month, environmental concerns are significant for young people in Uzbekistan. Many are worried about the state of the environment, with key issues being air pollution, waste collection and sorting problems, and a lack of green spaces. Nearly half of them wish to participate in eco-initiatives, so they are currently not involved, and 25% of them are already active. These findings underscore the need for education, effective policies, and community engagement to address environmental challenges. The United Nations plays a crucial role in supporting environmental human rights defenders and raising awareness of the role they play in realizing the right to a healthy environment, including women environmental rights defenders, media professionals, and youth activists. As the United Nations resident coordinator, I would like to emphasize that the UN country team here in Uzbekistan is very much looking forward to continuing our collaborative efforts towards a more peaceful, more prosperous, and a sustainable future for all in Uzbekistan. Kata rahmat.
Muhtaram anjuman ishtirokchilari, men Sabina xonni o'zbekcha murojaat qilishga o'rgatyapman. Shuning uchun salomdan boshladilar. Men ham endi o'zbekcha Sabina MACHL demasdan Sabina xonim deyapman. Shuning uchun bu mana bu yaqinligimizni belgisi. Siz bitta Samarqand to'g'risida juda ham chiroyli aytdingiz. O'zi umuman mana Shanxay hamkorlik tashkiloti yo'nalishida Samarqand ruhi degan tushuncha paydo bo'lgan. Siz aytgan hamma Samarqandning xislatlariga, xususiyatlariga Samarqand endi inson huquqlari bo'yicha Samarqand an'analarini shakllantiryapti, davom ettiryapti. Shuning uchun mana bu yerdagi 4-forum ishtirokchilari ham mana shu inson huquqlari bo'yicha Samarqand an'analarini shakllantirishdagi bevosita ishtirokchisizlar. Shuning uchun mana bu ishda sizlarga muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Muhtaram anjuman ishtirokchilari, mana shu biz ochilish marosimiga mo'ljallangan asosiy murojaatlarni eshitdik. Men mana shu fursatdan foydalanib, avval mana shu bizni anjumanga juda ham katta e'tibor berib, o'zlarini tabrik so'zlarini jo'natgan O'zbekiston Respublikasi Prezidenti Shavkat Mirziyoyev janob oliylariga, ularni matbuot kotiblariga, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining inson huquqlari bo'yicha bosh kotib VOLKER TÜRK janoblariga, Adliya vazirimizga, Yevropada xavfsizlik hamkorlik tashkilotining demokratik institutlar va inson huquqlari bo'yicha direktori MATTEO MECACCI janobiga hamda SABINE xonimga alohida minnatdor bildiraman. Bitta chapachali beringlar. Endi ochilish marosimini tugatishdan oldin ikkita gap aytmoqchiman. Birinchisi, men yana bir marta qaytaraman. Bizni ishimizni yakuni shu Samarqand deklaratsiyasini qabul qilish bo'ladi. Shu matn sizlarga tarqatilgan. Undan tashqari bu matnni bizni veb-saytimizga ham joylashtirilgan. Ya'ni Samarqand forum veb-saytida. Men o'ylaymanki, chunki YouTube'dan ko'rayotgan ishtirokchilar yoki onlayn ishtirok etayotgan ishtirokchilar ham mana shu nafaqat bosma matn, balki elektron matn ham bor. Ularni olib, o'zingizlarning fikringizni bersanglar, biz mana shu deklaratsiyani qabul qilishni rejalashtirganmiz. Mana bu birinchisi. Ikkinchisi, endi mana shu birinchi sessiyaga o'tishdan oldin yana bitta e'lon bor edi. Biz vaqtni tejash nuqtasidan men aytayapmanki, hozir ro'yxatda 70 dan ortiq xorijiy ishtirokchilar so'z bilan chiqishni iltimos qilishgan. 70 dan ortiq. Shuning uchun har bir minutimiz hisobda. Shuning uchun men taklif qilardim, mana shu oilaviy rasmga olishi, family photo bo'lishi uchun mana shu birinchi qatordagilar hamma o'tiradi. Birinchi xorijiy ishtirokchilar kelsa, shuna orqadan turishadi. Mana shu madida fonimizda xorijiy ishtirokchilar, mehmonlarimiz. Ularni rasmga olgandan keyin milliy ishtirokchilarimiz kelishsa. Chunki hammani sig'dirish juda ham qiyin bo'lyapti, biz hisobga oldik. Shuning uchun men hozir barcha mehmonlarimizni, xorijiy ishtirokchilarimizni mana shu orqadan turib turishlaringizga taklif etaman. Keyin milliy ishtirokchilar. Undan keyin men nima demoqchiman? Coffee breakni joyida o'tirib qilaversak. Kim coffee break bo'lsa, biz mayda tayyorlab qo'yilgan. xohlagan inson borib kofeni, choyini olib kelib davom ettiradi. Biz ishimizni davom. Bu endi Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti shunaqa, o'tda tushligan bo'lmaydi, boshqa ham bo'lmaydi. Hamma o'zini ishini qilaveradi, ish davom etaveradi. Endi bu biz hamkorimiz Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti bo'lgancha ularni diplomatik an'analarini ham O'zbekistonga joriy qilyapmiz. Marhamat, xorijiy mehmonlarni kollektiv oilaviy rasmga tushishga taklif qilaman. Marhamat. Anjuma muhtaram 4-chi Samarkand forumi ishtirokchilari, mana biz forumni ochilish marosimini ko'rdik va yaxshi start oldik. Endi biz davomimizni 3 ta sessiyada 3 ta mavzu bo'yicha olib boramiz. Birinchi sessiyani plenar majlisni moderatorlari etib Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining inson huquqlari bo'yicha bosh komissarining Markaziy Osiyo bo'yicha ofisi rahbari MATILDA BOGNER xonim mana yonimda o'tiribdilar va men birgalikda olib boramiz. Mana hozir ikkita ayollar o'rtasida, ikkita chiroyli ayollar o'rtasida o'tirib, hamma o'zimni orzularimni o'ylashim mumkin. Shuning uchun bizda bitta iltimos bo'ladi. Ayniqsa biz tashkilotchilar imkoniyat qadar hamma xorijiy mehmonlarga so'z berishga harakat qilamiz. Lekin biz hammani xohishini bajarish uchun sizlardan ham biroz bizga yordam kerak. Bu ham bo'lsa o'sha belgilangan reglamentga rioya qilish. O'sha buyuk rus shoiri Anton Pavlovich Chexov aytgan Kratk sistra talanta. Mana shu nima deydi, bir salohiyatning katta kuchi insonning qisqa gapirilishligida. Agar siz bir-birimizni hurmat qilib, imkon qadar o'sha reglament doirasida gapirsak, hammaga ulguramiz. Men mana shu hozir birinchi notiqqa so'z berishdan oldin, men sag'al boshimdan chiqdi, men uzr so'rayman. Bizni yana bitta eng asosiy hamkorlarimiz o'sha Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti tizimidagi Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining taraqqiyot dasturi hisoblanadi. UNDP deyishadi, PROON deyishadi. Mana bu hamkorimiz ham bizga juda ham kattadan katta yordam berishdi. Men bu yerda shu UNDPni, PROONni, taraqqiyot dasturini faollariga minnatdorchilik bildiraman yana bir marta. Endi ishimizga qaytib turib, men birinchi bo'lib so'zni bizni yaqin hamkorimiz Islom hamkorlik tashkilotining mustaqil doimiy inson huquqlari komissiyasining direktori BINT ZAID AL-RSHOUD xonimlariga beraman. Chunki bu komissiyani men yaxshi bilaman. Men Coviddan oldin 3 yil shu komissiyada a'zo bo'lganman. O'rinbosar, rais vazifasida bu yerda mana yana bitta do'stim bor. Mana doktor Balushi ham mana shu komissiyada biz birgalikda harakat qilganmiz. Mana so'nggi yillarda Islom hamkorlik tashkiloti va mana shuning mustaqil komissiyasi inson huquqlari to'g'risida katta ish olib borishyapti. Bitta narsani aytishim kerakki, o'sha biz a'zo bo'lgan vaqtda Islom hamkorlik tashkilotining inson huquqlari bo'yicha deklaratsiyasi qabul qilingan edi. Mana shu komissiyaning eng katta xizmatlaridan biri. Endi men mamnunlik bilan so'zni professor xonim NOURA BINT ZAID AL-RSHOUDga marhamat.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الرئيس، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. على حد تعبير الشاعر جيمس بليكر الذي قال ذات مرة مستلهما العقول وعبقرية الحروف رغبة منا في استكشاف ومعرفة ما لا ينبغي أن نعرف أو ما لا ينبغي أن نعرف، فإننا نسلك الطريق المرصع بالذهب ليقودنا إلى سمرقند. يسعدني وأتشرف أصالة عن ذاتي ونيابة عن أمانة الهيئة الدائمة المستقلة لحقوق الإنسان لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي، فقد سلكت هذا الطريق المضاء بجواهر الذهب للمجيء إلى هذه المدينة التاريخية سمرقند. ليست مدينة الصالحين وياقوتة الإسلام فحسب، بل هي بوتقة صهار حضاري بمزيج رائع من القيم العريقة التي سقيت على مر التاريخ من دمع البخاري وفكر الخوارزمي وفلسفة ابن سينا. في البداية أود أن أتوجه بأسمى آيات الشكر والعرفان والتقدير لسعادة البروفيسور أكمل سعيدوف وفريقه المفعم بالحيوية والإيجابية على الاستقبال الحار وكرم الضيافة والترتيبات الممتازة لجمع هذا العدد الكبير من الخبراء والمهتمين لمناقشة واحدة من أكثر القضايا إلحاحاً في عصرنا. واليوم كأول امرأة تتولى منصب المدير التنفيذي للهيئة الدائمة المستقلة لحقوق الإنسان، أفتخر كل الفخر بتمثيل هذه الآلية الإقليمية لحقوق الإنسان. إن إنشاء الهيئة الدائمة المستقلة لحقوق الإنسان يعد إنجازاً ومصدر فخر ومعلماً بارزاً في تاريخ منظمة التعاون الإسلامي الممتد ل5 عقود من التميز، وهو الجهاز الرئيسي لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي، إذ تعد ثاني أكبر منظمة بعد الأمم المتحدة، وتعكس تطلعات نحو 2 مليار شخص من مختلف الأديان، معظمهم من المسلمين ومن ثقافات متنوعة يعيشون في 57 دولة. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، وفيما يتعلق بموضوع مناقشتنا، فإن تغير المناخ هو أحد أكبر التحديات التي تواجه حقوق الإنسان، ولا بد أن يتخذ هذا الجيل إجراءات تصحيحية عاجلة لإنقاذ ما تبقى لأجيالنا القادمة. ووصف السيد ديفيد كينغ كبير المستشارين العلميين لحكومة المملكة المتحدة تغير المناخ بأنه تهديد أكبر بكثير للعالم من الإرهاب الدولي. وكما قال الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة أن هناك حاجة إلى مخرج من الطريق السريع المؤدي إلى الجحيم المناخي، كما أن تأثيرنا كبشر أكبر بكثير مما سببه النيزك على هذه الأرض. ولا شك أن إهمال هذه الأزمة المشتعلة أمر غير مقبول، وسأساهم في هذه المناقشة بتسليط الضوء على النهج القائم على حقوق الإنسان للتعامل مع شبح تغير المناخ. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، الإسلام بطبيعته محافظ على البيئة، لقد خلق الله الكون وموارده المختلفة لنفع البشرية ورفاهيتها، فجعل الله كل واحد منا خليفة على الأرض بما فيها من وفرة الموارد وبمحدوديتها، وهي موارد تكفي لتلبية احتياجات الجميع. ومن أجل الحفاظ على توازنها الدقيق الذي يشار إليه بالميزان، يجب على البشرية ألا تتسبب في الاستغلال المفرط، وقد كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم مثالا نبيلا يحتذى به في المحافظة على جميع الموارد، بما في ذلك عدم الإسراف في الماء في الوضوء ولو على نهر جاري. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، تتنبأ النماذج المناخية الحالية بتفاقم الظروف البيئية والمناخية، مما يشكل عواقب اجتماعية واقتصادية خطيرة، خاصة على الفئات المحرومة والفقيرة. وتشكل كل هذه التحديات تهديداً خطيراً سيؤثر على القدرات الوطنية والدولية للتعامل مع الهجرة البشرية الناجمة عن تغير المناخ. يحدث تغير المناخ عدداً من العواقب بتأثيراتها السلبية على التمتع الكامل والفعال لحقوق الإنسان، مثل الحق في الحياة والصحة والغذاء والماء والسكن والمستويات المعيشية الملائمة. إن الحق في بيئة صحية بموجب القانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان معترف به بغية التعامل مع التدهور البيئي والتلوث، ويربط العهد الدولي الخاص بالحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية صراحة الحق في الصحة المادة 12 بالظروف البيئية، مع الاعتراف بتحسين جميع جوانب النظافة البيئية والصناعية كجزء من هذا الحق. وفي يوليو 2022 أصدرت الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة قراراً يعترف بالحق في بيئة نظيفة وصحية ومستدامة كحق من حقوق الإنسان. أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، إن تغير المناخ يشكل تحدياً عالمياً لا يمكن التصدي له إلا من خلال التضامن العالمي، من خلال الدعم المالي والتكنولوجي ودعم بناء القدرات لتحقيق استراتيجيات تنمية مستدامة منخفضة الكربون وقادرة على التكيف مع تغير المناخ. وأثناء القيام بذلك من الضروري دمج حقوق الإنسان في التكيف مع تغير المناخ أو الإجراءات المتعلقة بالتخفيف من آثاره من خلال تطبيق نهج قائم على الحقوق. كما من الأهمية بمكان دمج حقوق الإنسان وحماية البيئة والتنمية الاقتصادية في التحرك نحو الاقتصاد الأخضر. ثانياً، لا بد على الدول أن تنظر إلى ما هو أبعد من حدودها ورعاياها لرؤية الصورة الأكبر واعتماد مفهوم العدالة المناخية، مما يتطلب بذل جهود للتخفيف من آثار تغير المناخ والتكيف معها لصالح الأشخاص الذين ساهموا بأقل قدر في التسبب في أضرار بيئية، مثل أولئك الذين يعيشون في البلدان النامية والأشخاص الذين يعيشون في أوضاع هشة، والأهم من ذلك أجيالنا المستقبلية المشتركة. أخيراً، سيكون من المهم أيضاً تعزيز قدرة المؤسسات الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان والشباب والنساء ومنظمات المجتمع المدني ووسائل الإعلام على تبادل التجارب والخبرات وأفضل الممارسات بشأن حماية البيئة في إطار أهداف التنمية المستدامة لعام 2030. نحن بحاجة إلى توظيف استراتيجيات فعالة لتعليم حقوق الإنسان لإيصال رسالة للحفاظ على البيئة وحمايتها إلى أعماق قلوب وعقول أطفالنا بطريقة تؤدي إلى تغيير نمط الحياة بما يتوافق مع التعاليم الإسلامية. بهذا أود أن أنهي ملاحظاتي متمنية لكم جميعاً مناقشة محفزة ونتائج تؤتي أكلها يانعة في مواسمها. أجدد شكري وتقديري لكم جميعاً، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Professor Nura nihoyatda mazmunli ma'ruza juda rahmat. 3 ta narsani aytmoqchi edim. Birinchisi, Samarqandga Sabina xonimga qo'shiq qilib, Samarqand bu bag'ri kenglik shahri deb juda ham to'g'ri taklif etdi. Chunki Samarqandda tarixan har doim ko'p millat vakillari, ko'p din vakillari, ko'p tilli gaplashish, ko'p madaniyat xodimlari doimo bo'lgan. Bu juda ham Samarqandga berilgan yana bitta chiroyli ta'rif bo'ldi. Ikkinchisi, Hazrat Muhammad sallallohu alayhi vasallamni juda ham mana shu hatto shu suvga bo'lgan munosabatlari o'rnak bo'ladigan. Biz tabiatdan foydalanishda suv va xuddi shunday tejamkorlik bilan qilishimiz kerak. Va uchinchisi, nihoyatda men birinchi marta eshitishim, ekologiyadan keladigan xavf bu terrorizmnikidan ham xavfliroq deb aytamiz. Haqiqatan ham terrorizm ma'lum bir hududda, ma'lum bir shaxsga nisbatan qilinsa, ekologiyani tahdidi butun insoniyatni yo'qotishi mumkin. Juda ham katta rahmat.
So thank you, and thank you very much, Professor, for that very interesting presentation, and obviously very important, representing the whole of the OIC region, as you said, which is such a large region and population of the world. Moving on to the next speaker, who will be online, is Ambassador Bakit Jusupov. He's the coordinator of the OSCE Economic and Environmental Activities. As you know, OSCE is one of the co-organizers of this event. We also already heard from ODIHR in the opening sessions. So it will be very interesting to hear from the ambassador from Kyrgyzstan to the OSCE, his views on environmental issues. Thank you very much.
tashkilotchilar ulab berishlarini so'rayman. Baxit Jusupovni onlayn bo'yicha ishtirok etishlari ko'zda tutilgan va keyingi bu video murojaat undan keyingi onlayn bo'ladi. Shuning uchun texnik xodimlarimizdan mana shunday muammolar bo'lmasligi uchun hozir Baxit Jusupovni video murojaatini qo'ysanglar.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, participants of the Samarkand Forum, greetings from the OSCE Secretariat in Vienna. I wish to thank the National Center of the Republic of Uzbekistan for Human Rights for organizing this event and kind invitation. It's indeed great pleasure for me to be with you today, even in a virtual format. I am grateful to all national and international partners who supported this initiative. Let me also thank the government of Uzbekistan for putting the nexus between human rights and environmental challenges into today's focus. It's a high time that we have a real discussion on this increasingly important issue that affects the security of individuals and entire communities. Within our comparatively short lifespans, we have all witnessed concerning developments in our environment, whether it's the rapid rise of global temperatures or extreme weather events, deforestation and loss of habitat, desertification or floodings, increased pollution and irregularities in water availability, to mention just a few. We have all witnessed the negative impact of environmental degradation on people's rights, be it the right to an adequate quality of life, to safe housing, to food, to health, to water and sanitation, or simply the right of individuals to go on with their lives in a secure and dignified manner. And we know for a fact that the impact of these challenges will hit vulnerable groups of society most: the poor, the disabled, the elderly, or youth. Considering the complexity of these challenges, solutions should necessarily be comprehensive and holistic. This is to say that they must be grounded in science-based analysis, take a human rights-centered approach, and rely on political will to implement effective measures for redress. States have been binding human rights obligations under international law, and judicial developments across the globe increasingly demonstrate the dire consequences of environmental-related human rights violations. We all know examples of frequent conflicts of uses, such as people losing their habitat to hydropower plants, grazing and agricultural land lost to infrastructure developments, water diverted with the little consideration for downstream users. These examples illustrate the importance of effective environmental governance as a useful instrument to avoid human rights violations. This is why the OSCE, the world's largest regional security organizations, work across the three dimensions of security: the political military one, the economic and environmental one, which I have the honor to represent, and the human dimension. At the OSCE, we strive to adopt and develop exactly this holistic approach. On the practical level, we develop and implement initiatives together with our OSCE field operations to address potential security risks stemming from climate change. Our climate and security project, for example, is designed to address climate vulnerabilities and promote cooperation through the joint climate adaptation actions. In the framework of this project, for example, in Central Asia, high mountains have been identified as a priority area for cooperation. Our goal is to improve livelihood security, address the implications of glacial melting, and to tackle climate-related human mobility. In parallel, we are also working to mitigating the impacts of climate change to the energy sector and increase the resilience of communities regarding natural resource management. But we are doing much more in other areas like water security, good environmental governance, and disaster risk reduction. Let me underscore as well that my office is particularly attentive to the integration of a gender and youth perspective in our activities. Women and youth are most likely to experience poverty and climate-induced disasters such as floods and droughts, which plunge entire families into deeper financial hardship. But at the same time, they are indispensable actors of change in supporting adaptation and transition pathways to a more sustainable and resilient development. This is why our projects promote women's participation in decision-making at many levels. And I'm glad to mention here the Women and Energy Network, the Women and Water Network, and the gendered activities in climate change and security. Finally, I would like to highlight the work of our project coordinator in Uzbekistan, with whom my office works very closely. Presently, the project coordinator in Uzbekistan is mapping the existing climate-related data in Uzbekistan so that the government can develop informed policies that meet the needs of the population, including vulnerable groups. And such projects are also being implemented jointly with other field missions across all of the OSCE region. These projects will have direct effects on communities and help safeguard their rights by ensuring sustainable living conditions and enabling policy frameworks. We look forward to fruitful discussions today to explore examples of sustainable practices, strengthen legislative measures to protect environment and safeguard human rights. I thank you.
Bakit Yusuf janoblariga katta rahmat deymiz. Navbatdagi so'zni texnik xodimlarga ulanishlarni onlayn ulab berishlarini so'rayman. Navbatdagi so'z Yevropa Ittifoqining inson huquqlari bo'yicha maxsus vakili OLAF janoblariga. Bular yaqindagina Yevropa Ittifoqini mana shu inson huquqlari bo'yicha maxsus vakili lavozimiga tayinlandilar. Biz fursatdan foydalanib yana bir marta OLAF janobni mana shu yangi mansab bilan tabriklaymiz va so'z sizga. Marhamat.
Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to address the Samarkand Forum on Human Rights, focusing on the pressing issue of environmental challenges and their impact on human rights. Having recently started my functions as the EU Special Representative for Human Rights, it is indeed of great importance to join you on this occasion and address these matters of universal relevance. I want to extend my high appreciations to our host from Uzbekistan for organizing this timely discussion. I would also like to wish productive deliberation and all the success to another important event that is currently ongoing in Tajikistan, the third Dushanbe Water Action Decade Conference. Colleagues, in this difficult juncture in human history with multiplying international conflicts and tensions, we find ourselves also facing accelerating and mutually reinforcing triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. It's by now an established fact that these crises not only pose an existential threat, but have substantial negative effects on the effective and full enjoyment of human rights, including the rights to life, food, health, and water, affecting security, inequality, violence, and discrimination within and between nations and generations. All these interconnected and self-accelerating challenges demand comprehensive, integrated solutions through enhanced multilateralism and both global and regional action. Extreme weather events such as heat waves, floods, and droughts increasingly claim lives and disrupt agricultural production, food security, and water resources. Especially worrying is the disproportionate impact that these triple planetary crises has on the most vulnerable. Small-scale farmers face threats to their livelihoods, and the health of children and the elderly is particularly at risk. In many regions, women and girls bear an increased burden. The European Union strongly believes that addressing these triple crises is essential for better human rights enjoyment. But there are two sides to every coin. Since the societies respecting and upholding human rights are more resilient and better prepared to respond to these new trials of our time, which alongside environmental and climate crisis include risks emerging from digital technologies and artificial intelligence. A commitment to inclusion, democracy, checks and balances, independent justice systems, equality standards, health and education, all form the bedrock of a healthy society, societies that are equipped with the appropriate tools to better cope with these issues. The EU strongly endorses the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, which were recognized by the UN Human Rights Council and General Assemblies as a human right, understanding its significance in safeguarding human well-being and dignity. As we further develop this concept, it's crucial to establish a solid legal basis that allows individuals to hold governments accountable for environmental and human rights protection. And in this context, it cannot be stressed enough the significant role of the national human rights institutions, a vibrant civil society, and daring environmental human rights defenders, who are creating bridges between the people and the state, and who are the main link between international standards and domestic policies. We are committed to promoting a human rights-based and gender-responsive approach to climate action. Through our Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy, we support measures to mitigate environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, and water scarcities, high risk on human rights. Our approach prioritizes labor rights, human rights, and environmental protection, closely working with and supporting local civil society organizations and environmental human rights defenders to ensure that the green transition is not only sustainable, but also just. The EU and its member states are global leaders on climate financing, with 28.5 billion euros from public sources and an additional 11.9 billion mobilized from private finance in 2022 to support developing countries. Since the EU Central Asia Connectivity Conference for Sustainable Development held here in Samarkand in 2022, we have launched 2 EU Global Gateway flagship initiatives on water, energy and climate, and on digital connectivity. Both have the potential to further contribute to Central Asia's just green transition. A concrete successful example of our joint work and cooperation with Central Asia countries comes from the Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan's membership in the EU Generalized Scheme of Preferences Plus, GSP Plus, which provides special incentive to pursue sustainable development and good governance by allowing them to trade with no tariffs on 2/3 of all products, while at the same time encouraging them to effectively implement 27 international conventions on human rights, labor rights, environment and climate, and good governance, as well as to better cooperate with UN monitoring bodies and with the EU's monitoring activities. The EU is eager to continue its well-established cooperation with Central Asia countries on these crucial issues, both bilaterally and within the multilateral fora. We see great potential in strengthening our cooperation with the UN, the Council of Europe, and the OSCE for achieving further advancement on human rights and the environmental agenda in the Central Asia region. A good example is the Spring School on Human Rights and the Environment for law students from the Central Asia region, organized within the framework of the Action Help in Central Asia within the Central Asia Rule of Law program, a joint initiative co-funded by the European Union and the Council of Europe. Another joint initiative with the Council of Europe in this regard was launched back in 2020, the Central Asia Rule of Law program, aimed at improving the lives of citizens of Central Asian countries by reinforcing human rights, rule of law, and democracy in accordance with European and other international standards. We are steadfast in our commitment to promoting a human rights-based approach to climate action. This includes procedural environmental rights, such as access to information, public participation in decision-making, and legal remedies. In this context, we continue to encourage the adoption and accession to regional agreements like the Aarhus Convention and the Escazú Agreement to ensure these rights are upheld globally. The interdependence between human rights and environmental health is clear. The challenge we face in this regard may be daunting, but they are not insurmountable. Through solidarity, cooperation, and unwavering determination, we must work together and move forward to address these crises in a comprehensive and integrated and a just way, leaving no one behind. We look forward to continuing the discussion on these crucial issues during our upcoming human rights dialogues with Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan in the following weeks. Thank you for attention, and I wish you a productive deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we've heard from a number of regions, from the OIC, from the OSCE region, now from the European Union. Next, we move to the group of Turkic states, which is an important area, particularly for much of Central Asia. So it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Mehmet Süreyya, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly of Turkic States. Thank you.
Hürmetli reis, hürmetli ombudsmanlar, hanımlar ve cenaplar, evvelenbar Özbekistan Respublikası Ali Meclisi Kanunçilik Palatası Reisinin 1. Orunbasarı, İnsan Hukukları Boyunca Özbekistan Respublikası Milli Merkezi'nin direktörü Profesör AKMAL SAIDOV'ga ushbu nüfuzli tedbirge teklif etkenleri için çukur minnettarlık bildiremen. 4. Samarkand forumunda iştirak etişten memnunluğunu izhar etip, barça iştirakçılarını Çin dilden kutlayman. İnsan hukukları, ırkı, cinsi, tili ve diniden kat'i nazar, her bir şahs tuğuluşidan ege bolgan esasi hukuklardır. Barça adamlarının tengliği ve ten hukukluğu bu atamanın mahiyetidir. İnsan hukukları universal, ajralmaz, özara bağlılık ve ayrılmaz bulup, ularını himaye kılış her bir insanın hem manevi hem kanuni hukukidir. Ekolojik muammalar, etraf muhitke, insan feravanlığı ve selametliğe, umumen her bir memleketke selbi tesir gösterici mühim meselelerden biri bulup, şu manada keyingi yıllarda halkara teşkilatlarının gün tertibinden cay algan. Ekolojik muammalar köpünçe transçegerevi bulup ken kamravge ege boladı. Şu noktayı nazardan Türkbaga aza devletler bu sahadaki say hareketlerini birleştirgen devletler sıfatı da Türkba dairesindeki hemkarlık cereyanı da hem ekolojik muammalarını hal etiş meselelerine ken orun bereyatkenini tekitleş orunlu bolardı. İnsan hukukları ve etraf muhit birbiri bilen uzvi bağlıktır. Ademler öz hukuklarını amelge aşırışı için hafsız, taze, sağlam ve berkarar muhit mühim amillerdir. İflaslangen, haflı ve başka nasağlam muhit insan hukuklarını buzadır. Etraf muhitini muhafaza kılış ve onun tabii resurslarından maksatlı faydalanış zamanevi devrinin global muammalardan biridir. Bu muammanı hal kılıştan barça devletler menfaattar boluşu gerek. Ekolojik hukuklar, insanın malum bir sıfattaki etraf muhit şeraitlerine bolgan hukukinin beyanatıdır. Bu iki düşünce birbirine yakın. Bugünkü günde 100'den artık memleketler sağlam etraf muhitke bolgan konstitüsiyavi hukuklarını özüde birleştiredi. Etraf muhit hukukları bozulgan takdirde bu akıbetlerden adamlar ve bütün seyyare zarar göredi. Türkba dairesi de etraf muhit, tabii resurslar ve selametlikni muhafaza kılış komisyası dairesi de etraf muhit sahasındaki hemkarlık amelge aşırıladı. BMT'nin berkarar terakkiyat maksatlarını esas sıfatı da körgen komisya gün tertibi de Türkiye devletler ve mıntıka etrafındaki dolzart meseleler öz aksine apgen. Mezkur meselelerinin ayrımlarına toxtalar eken ben şunu ayteşini isterdim ki komisya biyolojik muhafaza kılış, etraf muhitinin ifsatlanışı, iklim özgürüşü, tıbbi çıkıntılar gibi muayyen ekolojik sahalarga müracaat kıldı. Türkba ushbu sohadagi maqsadlarini samarali amalga oshirish yo'nalishida umumiy maqsadlarga ega xalqaro tashkilotlar bilan yaqindan hamkorlik qiladi. Türkiye Devletler Parlament Asambleyasiga a'zo davlatlarning har biri demokratik ve hukuki devlet qurilishiga katta ahamiyat bermoqda. Şüphesiz inson hukuk ve erkinliklerini teminlemesinden turib ushbu jarayonning rivojlanishini, jamiyat taraqqiyotini tasavvur bo'lmaydi. Shu o'rinda parlamentlarning rolini alohida ta'kidlamoqchiman. Qonunchilik, vekillik ve nazorat mandati ega bo'lgan parlamentlar memleketning oliy qonun chiqaruvchi organi sifatida inson huquqlarini himoya qilishga muhim hissa qo'shishga intilmoqda. Qonunchilik ve hukuki bazani takomillashtirib, bu boradagi xalqaro shartnomalarini ratifikatsiya qilib, qonun loyihalarini tayyorlab ve ushbu loyihalarning inson huquqlari bo'yicha xalqaro standartlarga muvofiqligini, ayniqsa aholining ijtimoiy himoyaga muhtoj qatlamlari manfaatlarini hisobga olishini ta'minlash orqali parlamentlar inson huquqlarini himoya qilish sohasidagi asosiy manfaatdor tomonlardan biridir. Shu bilan birga inson huquqlarini himoya qilish haqida gapirar ekanmiz, shu zahotiyoq milliy miqyosda ushbu sohaga ixtisoslashgan institutlar bo'lgan ombudsman institutlari yodga tushadi. Ombudsman institutlari mustaqil ravishda faoliyat yuritadigan ve moslashuvchan mexanizm sifatida bugünkü kunda devletlerinin institusyonal esaslarının ajralmaz kısmı sifatida fuqarolar huquqlarini himoya qilishda muhim ahamiyat kasb etmoqda. Shunday qilib, ushbu institutlar demokratik qadriyatlar ve qonun ustuvorligiga katta hissa qo'shmoqda. Shunu ta'kidlashni isterdim ki, 2022 yılda Türk tomonidan Türk a'zo davlatlarda inson huquqlarini himoya qilish mavzusida encümel teşkil etkileyen, Türkiye devletlerinin parlament a'zolari ve ombudsmanları iştirakida o'tkazilgan ushbu encümende parlament ve ombudsman institutlarının insan hukuklarını himoya qilishda o'rni, ular o'rtasidagi hamkorlikning ve tegishli qonunchilik bazasini takomillashtirishning ahamiyati kabi meselelerinin muhokama qilinishiga asosiy e'tibor qaratildi. Hurmatli qatnashchilar, inson huquqlarini himoya qilish etraf muhitni muhofaza qilishga yordam beradi. İnsanlar ularga ta'sir ko'rsatadigan qarorlar haqida ma'lumotga ega bo'lganda ve ularning amalga oshirilishida ishtirok eta olganlarida ushbu qarorlar ularning barqaror etraf muhitga bo'lgan ehtiyojlarini hurmat qilishining ta'minlanishiga yordam berishlari mumkin. Shuni alohida ta'kidlashni isterdim ki, biz Türk sifatida öz faaliyetimizde insan hukukları, kanun üstüvarligiga hürmet, demokratik saylovlar ve institutlar hem de insani ölçev bilen bağlılık barcha meselelerge daima alohida e'tibor qaratib kelganmiz. Ve bundan keyin hem ushbu meselede alohida g'amxo'rlik qilamiz. Sağlam muhitsiz biz arzularımızı amalga oshira olmaymiz ve minimal standartlarda yaşay olmaymiz. Sözüm yakunida tedbirini teşkil etishga hissa qo'shgan barchaga yana bir bar öz minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman ve forum ishiga muvaffaqiyatlar tilayman. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Elchi janoblari, juda ham katta rahmat. Ikkita narsaga e'tibor qaratdingiz. Birinchisi, mana shu dunyoning ko'pgina mamlakatlarida shu ekologik huquqlarning mustahkamlanishi va ikkinchisi ekologiya va inson huquqlari muammosini hal qilishda parlamentlarning roli. Mana parlament a'zolarimiz o'tiribdi. Haqiqatan ham bizni parlamentimiz kun tartibida ham bu masalalar har doim ustuvor o'rin egallagan. Juda ham katta rahmat. Muhtaram anjuman ishtirokchilari, navbatdagi so'zni men Mustaqil Davlatlar hamdo'stligi bosh kotibi o'rinbosari Nurlan Seytimov janoblariga beraman. Ular onlayn orqali bog'lanadilar. Marhamat, texnik xizmatchilar.
Спасибо. Уважаемый председатель, уважаемые участники форума, от имени исполнительного комитета Содружества независимых государств сердечно приветствую участников и организаторов 4-го Самаркандского форума по правам человека. Экологические вызовы, будущее прав человека в изменяющемся мире. Поиск устойчивых решений. Вне всякого сомнения, вопросы, внесенные на рассмотрение настоящего мероприятия, являются не только актуальными, но и поистине жизненными. Снижение негативного воздействия на окружающую среду, поиск баланса между развитием ноосферы и природно-климатической устойчивостью становятся главными условиями благополучия человечества, залогом нашего выживания. Поскольку изменение климата неразрывно связано с устойчивым развитием человечества, оно затрагивает право на здоровье, доступ к воде и пище, а также право на жизнь в безопасной, чистой и здоровой окружающей среде. Очень важно, что сегодня весь цивилизованный мир пришел к осознанию масштабов тех катастрофических изменений в экологии, которые последуют в случае нашего бездействия. Климатический скептицизм все больше становится идеологическим атовизмом, маргинальной теорией, не вписывающейся в общечеловеческую ценностную повестку. Страны по всему миру, включая членов Содружества, принимают долгосрочные стратегические программы, направленные на смягчение последствий изменения климата, учитывая при этом потребности и права уязвимых групп населения, наиболее подверженных риску. Очевидно, что проблема не может быть решена в рамках одного государства. Только объединив усилия, можно рассчитывать на реальные успехи в создании благоприятных условий жизни человека, предупредить негативные изменения климата, обеспечить устойчивое развитие наших стран. Поэтому уже в соглашении о создании СНГ сотрудничество в области охраны окружающей среды, участие в формировании всеобъемлющей международной системы экологической безопасности были отнесены к сфере совместной деятельности государств Содружества, реализуемой на равноправной основе через общие координирующие институты. Таким координирующим органом является Межгосударственный экологический совет государств СНГ. По инициативе его членов в Содружестве принят ряд документов, направленных на совершенствование использования и охраны окружающей среды. Они касаются законодательства в природоохранной сфере, формирования экологической культуры, стимулирования перехода к зеленой экономике и других вопросов климатической повестки. Уважаемые коллеги, странам СНГ, как и мировому сообществу в целом, предстоит и далее эффективно снижать негативное воздействие на окружающую среду, а также заниматься восстановлением природных комплексов, сохранять биологическое и ландшафтное разнообразие, минимизировать воздействие на климат. В этой связи считаю важным отметить плановый системный характер взаимодействия государств СНГ в экологической сфере. В частности, принятая в 2020 году обновленная концепция дальнейшего развития сотрудничества нацеливает на активизацию сотрудничества в экологической области и совместной деятельности государств-участников по предупреждению природных и техногенных катастроф. Плана мероприятий по реализации стратегии экономического развития СНГ на период до 2030 года предусматривается ряд мер по повышению эффективности использования природных ресурсов. Уважаемые коллеги, проблемы, связанные с климатическими изменениями, невозможно решить без изменения отношения к ним населения. Поэтому воспитание экологически сознательной личности – одно из важнейших условий сохранения жизни на планете. Включение экологической составляющей в образовательные и культурные программы, интегрирование накопленного опыта с современными научными знаниями позволит сформировать в обществе систему ценностей, мотивирующих людей к сохранению природных систем и биоразнообразия, к умению и желанию жить в гармонии с природой. Поэтому в Содружестве пристальное внимание уделяется экологическому воспитанию населения и особенно молодежи. Устойчивое развитие государств-участников СНГ, высокое качество жизни и здоровья населения могут быть обеспечены только при условии оздоровления окружающей среды. На наш взгляд, основные усилия мирового сообщества, как и государств-участников СНГ в данной области, должны быть направлены на совершенствование и гармонизацию природоохранного законодательства, внедрение международных и национальных руководящих принципов, обеспечивающих, чтобы все меры по борьбе с изменениями климата и его последствиями учитывали права человека и особенно наиболее уязвимых групп населения. Уважаемые друзья, наша общая задача – защитить и сохранить природную среду для будущих поколений. И я убежден, что рассматриваемые на Конгрессе вопросы позволят объединить накопленный опыт в области нормативно-правового регулирования охраны окружающей среды, комплексного управления водными ресурсами, обеспечения экологической безопасности при освоении месторождений полезных ископаемых, смягчение последствий техногенных экологических катастроф и стихийных бедствий. Желаю всем участникам успешной работы, плодотворного сотрудничества и всего самого доброго. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you very much, and very important to hear about regional cooperation on environmental rights. We move now to the broader Asia region, and I'm very pleased to introduce Ms. Zhang Ling, who's a professional diplomat who's been seconded by the People's Republic of China as the Deputy Secretary General of the Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia. Please, thank you very much.
Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to
It's open.
Is open. It is a pleasure to participate in today's Samarkand Forum. To begin, let me congratulate the Republic of Uzbekistan, the National Center for Human Rights, and especially the Director, Mr. AKMAL ZAID, with the election to the United Nations Human Rights Committee for 2025 and 2028. This achievement reflects international recognition of Uzbekistan's democratic reform and commitment to human rights. I'm honored to represent the SICA, Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measure in Asia, the multilateral platform dedicated to fostering peace, security, and cooperation throughout Asia. SICA brings together 28 member states and representing half of the global population. With its extensive agenda and diverse membership, SICA promotes unity and harmony, positioning itself as a key player in global decision-making process. As a multilateral platform, SICA offers equal opportunity for all its members, regardless of their various political, economic, and social cultural backgrounds, to exchange ideas, share knowledge and best practices, and collaborate on beneficial initiatives. These efforts lens 5 broad dimensions: military, political, new challenges and threats, economic, human, and environmental. The SICA member states are actively addressing various challenges under the SICA environmental and human dimensions, focusing on priority areas. According to the updated SICA catalog, member states prioritize cooperation in the human dimension by promoting dialogue among civilizations, cultures, and religions, enhancing tolerance and understanding, advancing people-to-people contacts, lastly, promoting respect for fundamental rights and freedom remains a key focus. And Uzbekistan, as a coordinator of a SICA human dimension, played an active role in expanding the SICA catalog of a confidence-building measure. Dear participants, as we witness the rapid transformation in our environment, it becomes increasingly evident that the health of our planet and the rights of its inhabitants are deeply tangled. Environmental challenges such as climate change, deforestation, pollution, and biodiversity loss pose significant threats not only to our ecosystems, but also to fundamental human rights. Climate change, arguably the most pressing environmental challenge, is causing rising sea levels, extreme weather events, climate migrations, and shifting weather patterns. Pollution, another significant challenge, affects air quality, water resources, and soil health. Industrial emissions, plastic waste, and toxic chemicals contaminate the environment and pose serious health risks. Deforestation and diversity laws also have extensive impacts on human rights. Faced with these challenges, it is imperative that we find a sustainable solution to protect both the environment and human rights, such as strengthen environmental policies, support sustainable agriculture, empower communities, invest in education and innovation. The Sikha region has an extensive geography with the member states facing many different environmental and climatic challenges, such as drought, desertification, sand and dust storms, extreme heat, etc. From 2020, Republic of Kazakhstan has been assuming the chairmanship in Sikha. As the 6th Sikha Summit in 2022, the President Tokayev proposed to hold a Sikha ministerial conference on environmental issues in Astana on 28 August this year to discuss approaches to solving environmental problems and supporting the environmental sustainability of the region. Main topics of this conference are clean water, air pollution, climate change, sustainable circular economy, and biodiversity. It is expected that this conference will significantly contribute to the promotion of necessary measures and actions to address national and regional environmental problems of Sikha member states and protect human rights. In conclusion, I would say protecting our planet exceeds environmental concerns, representing a moral duty to ensure the rights and well-being of both present and future generations. Through regional and sub-regional collaboration, practical initiatives, and joint actions, we can adopt sustainable solutions that foster the harmonious coexistence of people and nature, concrete the way for the just and equitable future for everyone. Sikha is looking forward to cooperation with everyone. I thank you.
Kattakon rahmat Changling xonim. Birinchidan mani shaxsan tabriklaganingiz uchun juda ham rahmat, juda minnatdorman. Men o'ylayman, mana shu Qozog'iston prezidenti Tokayev janobi oliylarini shu yil avgustda Ostonada bo'lib o'tiladigan anjumaniga buni repetitsiyasi bo'ladi, bir boshlang'ich. Mana bu yerda muhokamalar, bu yerda nima deydi, davlat boshliqlari darajasida davom etadi. Juda ham katta rahmat sizga. Muhtaram anjuman ishtirokchilar, bitta tashkilotchilar nomidan iltimosimiz bor. Barcha so'zga chiqayotgan ma'ruzachilar, chiqqan va chiqayotgan va umuman 4-forum ishtirokchilaridan o'zlaringlarni yozma matnlarni tashkilotchilarga bersanglar, yozma matnlarni. Chunki biz tashkilotchilar forum yakunida yaxlit mana shu ma'ruzalar to'plamini chiqarishni rejalashtirganmiz. Chunki biz birinchi forum yakuni bo'yicha ham to'plam chiqarganmiz, ikkinchi forum va uchinchi, albatta biz 4-forum yakuni bo'yicha ham mana shu tashkilotchi hamkorlar bilan birgalikda matnni chiqaramiz. Shuning uchun yana bir marta iltimos, mana shu yozma matnlarni bersangiz biz hozirdan to'plab boramiz. Rahmat. Endi navbatdagi so'zni men Shanxay hamkorlik tashkiloti ning maslahatchisi Behruz Muxtariga beraman. Marhamat.
Respected Professor AKMAL SAIDOV, respected heads of delegation, respected ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome all the participants of the high-level meeting and express gratitude to the National Center of the Republic of Uzbekistan for Human Rights for organizing today's forum. Climate change is already threatening people's basic right. The drought and accompany global warming are affecting food security. Fluctuating precipitation and salinization of the lake and rivers put drinking water supplies at risk. Nowadays, environmental degradation and climate change pose global challenges and creating the sustainable development of mankind. In the SCO region, we also face a number of the urgent threats and challenges, such as the shortage and uneven distribution water resource, flood, desertification and salinization of the lands, and the ecological crisis of the aerial sea and frequent extreme weather conditions. Therefore, the SCO firmly adhere to the course of the sustainable development, attach great importance to cooperation in the field of the environmental protection, environmental safety, and climate change and environmental management. These important directions are reflected in the SCO development strategy until 2025. The concept of the cooperation in the field of the environmental protection of the SCO member state action plan for its implementation as well as in other relevant documents. The SCO has established such cooperation mechanism as a meeting of heads of ministers and department of the SCO member state responsible for environmental issue, as well as a meeting of experts from ministers and department of the SCO member states responsible for environmental issue. This mechanism work effectively, contribute to reaching consensus between all parties, and are the basis of the cooperation in the field of the ecology and environmental protection. In this recent, a number of documents have been developed covering policy cooperation, scientific and technical cooperation, educational and training, exchange of information and experience, getting financing, and in the field of the environmental protection and monitoring, environmental safety, biodiversity, climate change, waste management, energy conservation, and emission reduction. This document indicates the direction for the implementation of the green sustainable development in the SCO space, and develop approaches and measures that have been and remain very effective. Currently, during Kazakhstan chairmanship in the SCO, important attention in being paid to promoting an environmental agenda for our organization. Work is underway to coordinate new draft document in the field of the ecology and environmental protection, which affect a wide range of cooperation in this area. This makes a significant contribution to the expansion of the relevant legal framework, strengthening the environmental dimension of the SCO activity and enriching it with productive and high quality content. As you know, in order to draw the attention of the world community to the environmental problem of our organization, 2024 was declared a year of ecology of the SCO. And during last year meeting of the Council of Head of the Government, an appropriate action plan was adopted. In accordance with it, such events as the roundtable, seminars, interactive games, environmental actions, educational lecture, and other aim and popularizing the SCO environmental agenda are held. Dear participants, on February 28, 2024, a special SCO UN event One Planet, One Future, joining forces for environmental sustainability was held in Nairobi. During the meeting, a memorandum of the understanding was signed between the SCO Secretariat and the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization hopes that by successfully pursuing this document, an important step will be taken toward combating climate change to improve human rights and make the world a better place to live. Let me point out this important thing, that climate change poses a threat to the entire human race. People are not equally affected. It is those who have contributed least to greenhouse gas emission, the poorest people, the most economically weak nation, and the future generation worldwide who are and will be hardest hit by climate change. Question of the global justice must be therefore considered as a part of any approach to dealing with the climate change. I wish the forum participants great success and the useful exchange of experience. Thank for your kind attention.
Behruz Makhtari, judayam mazmunli ma'ruzangiz uchun rahmat. Sababi bu dunyoning yarım 50% aholisi yashaydigan makonni qamrab oladi va bu tashkilotning fikri juda ham muhim. Katta rahmat. Muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari, navbatdagi so'zni men do'stim, birodarim, O'zbekistonning katta do'sti, Turkiyaning bosh ombudsmani Sherif Malko janob oliylarga beraman. Marhamat birodarim.
Hürmetli hanımlar, cenaplar, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Emir Timur'un başkenti, İmam Buhari'nin ve İmam Maturidi'nin şehri olan Samarkand'da bulunmaktan, Özbekistan'da bulunmaktan duyduğum memnuniyeti ifade etmek istiyorum. Öncelikle bizleri davet eden Ulusal İnsan Hakları Merkezi Başkanı Sayın AKMAL SAIDOV'a ve çalışma arkadaşlarına teşekkür ediyorum. Ayrıca Sayın SAIDOV'un Birleşmiş Milletler'deki yeni görevinden dolayı kendisini tebrik ediyorum. Başarılı çalışmalar diliyorum. Biz Türkiye Ombudsmanlığı olarak Sayın SAIDOV'la ve Özbekistan Ombudsmanı Firuze Hanım'la çok yakın temas halindeyiz ve fevkalade verimli çalışmalar yapmaktayız. Kıymetli katılımcılar, dünyamız hassas bir dengeye sahiptir. İnsanların ihtiyacı arttıkça bu hassas denge bozulmaktadır. Bunun sonucunda çevresel zorluklar, iklim değişiklikleri ile karşı karşıya kalmaktayız. İklim değişikliği artık küresel bir sorun haline gelmiş ve bütün dünyayı etkilemektedir. İklim değişikliği kara, deniz ve hava sıcaklıklarını etkilemekte, yağış biçimlerine tesir etmektedir. Bu durumda erozyon riski, doğal afetler şiddetini artırmakta ve büyük çevresel sorunlar meydana getirmektedir. Asya ve Avrupa'da seller, Amerika'da kasırgalar, Afrika'da kuraklığa, Avustralya'da yangınlara yol açan büyük doğal felaketlerle karşı karşıya kaldık. Verimli toprakların azalması, temiz su kaynaklarına ulaşımın zorlaşması, hayvancılık faaliyetlerini etkilemekte, bu durumda gıda arzını bir sorun haline dönüştürmektedir. Kıtlık, susuzluk gibi unsurlar insanlar arasındaki çatışmayı artırırken bir yandan da göçlere neden olmaktadır. Bahse konu şartlar en başta toplumdaki kırılgan grupları etkilemekte ve bütün insanlığı tehdit etmektedir. Yaşam hakkı, sağlık hakkı, çevre hakkı, mülkiyet hakkı, barınma hakkı, bu gibi birçok konularda özgürlükler üzerinde olumsuz etkiler bırakmaktadır. Bu zorluklar karşısında hak ihlallerinin giderilmesine yönelik çalışmalar daha da önem arz etmektedir. Özellikle insan hakları savunucularının, ombudsmanların farkındalık oluşturmak ve çözüm önerileri sunmak gibi sorumlulukları bulunmaktadır. Ayrıca insan haklarına dayalı stratejik belgeler insanlığın geleceği için çok önemlidir. Türkiye Ombudsmanlığı olarak çevre konularında insanlardan şikayet almakta ve bunları çözmek için tavsiye kararlarıyla önemli çalışmalar yapmaktayız. Değerli meslektaşlarım, maalesef Türkiye iklim değişikliği ve çevresel sorunlardan en çok etkilenen ülkelerden biri olmuştur. Son 3 yılda Türkiye'de ciddi sel felaketleri, depremler, yangınlar yaşanmış. Bu durumda çok sayıda can ve mal kaybına sebebiyet verilmiştir. Türkiye, çevre sorunlarının çözümü için ikili işbirliklerine, bölgesel ve uluslararası çalışmalara son derece önem vermekte ve bu konuda çaba göstermektedir. Ülkemizin anayasasında herkesin sağlıklı, dengeli bir çevrede yaşama hakkına sahip olduğu düzenlenmiştir. Türkiye bu anlamda uluslararası birçok sözleşmenin tarafıdır. Ayrıca Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, ülkemizin 2053 yılında net sıfır emisyon hedefini ilan etmiştir. Bu açıdan 2021 yılında ilgili bakanlığın adı Çevre, Şehircilik ve İklim Bakanlığı olarak değiştirilmiştir. Bu anlamda koordinasyon hızlanmıştır. Ülkemiz ayrıca iklim değişikliği ile ilgili 2010-2023 hedefleriyle stratejik belgeler hazırlamış, bunları uygulamaya koymuştur. Şunu memnuniyetle ifade edeyim ki, Türkiye doğal afetler, savaş, göç, yoksulluk gibi sebeplerden zor durumda kalan 140 ülkeye yardımda bulunmaktadır. Değerli katılımcılar, bir insan hakları kurumu olan Türkiye Ombudsmanlığı her dilden başvuru alabilmektedir. Ayrıca çok önemli gördüğümüz konularda da farklı raporlar hazırlayabilmekteyiz. Türkiye Ombudsmanlığı olarak dünya sorunları ve Türkiye'deki konularla ilgili birçok rapor hazırladık. Türkiye'de 3,5 milyon Suriyeli mülteci bulunmaktadır. Bunlarla ilgili bir rapor hazırladık. Arkadaşlar biraz daha hızlı ilerletirsek, çünkü özet yapıyorum. Biraz daha hızlı ilerletelim. Evet. Türkiye ve dünyadaki COVID-19'da mücadele ile ilgili raporumuz var. Ayrıca Türkiye'de bulunan göçmenler Avrupa'ya giderken Ege'de yaşadıkları sorunlarla ilgili raporlarımız meydana gelmiştir. Ukrayna-Rusya savaşından savaş sebebiyle Macaristan'a göç eden Ukraynalılarla ilgili bir raporumuz yayınlandı. Yine hepimizin yüreğini yakan İsrail'in 7 Ekim 2023 yılından beri yaklaşık 9 aydan beri Gazze'ye yönelik saldırılarında 40 bine yakın insan, özellikle bunların büyük bir çoğunluğu masum sivillerden, kadınlardan ve çocuklardan oluşan 40 bine yakın insan İsrail tarafından Gazze'de, Filistin'de katledilmiştir. Bu anlamda İsrail'in Gazze'de çok küçük bir toprak parçasına 80 bin ton bomba attığını görüyoruz. Değerli katılımcılar, İsrail'in kısa sürede dar bir alana attığı bu 80 bin ton bomba, Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nin Japonya'nın Hiroşima ve Nagasaki üzerine attığı atom bombasının 3-4 katı kadar etkili bombadır ve bunun oluşturduğu çevre kirliliği ve çevreye zararı henüz dünya hesap edememektedir. İşte Türkiye Ombudsmanlığı olarak biz de bu konuda rapor hazırladık. Bu raporu Uluslararası Ceza Mahkemesi'ne ve Lahey Adalet Divanı'na gönderdik. İnsan haklarının ve temel özgürlüklerin korunması, güçlendirilmesi için dil, din, ırk ayrımı yapılmadan yapılan çalışmalar son derece önemli. O açıdan Özbekistan'da, Samarkand'da yapılan bu forumu çok önemsiyoruz. İnsanlığın huzura ihtiyacı var, refaha ihtiyacı var, barışa ihtiyacı var. Savaşlar geçicidir. Kalıcı olan ve umut olan insanlığın huzuru ve refahıdır. Sözlerimi sonlandırırken bir kez daha bu önemli forma ev sahipliği yapan Özbekistan Cumhuriyeti'ne, Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Shavkat Mirziyoyev'e, İnsan Hakları Kurumu Başkanı Profesör Doktor AKMAL SAIDOV ve çalışma arkadaşlarına teşekkür ediyorum. Herkese sağlıklı, huzurlu, barış dolu günler diliyorum. Semerkant ruhu dünyada hakim olursa iklim değişikliğiyle de mücadele kolay olur. Dünyada huzur ve barış da artar. Teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malkoç, for a very interesting and clear presentation, very much outlining the important role that national human rights institutions can play on this important issue of the environment, including through delivering special reports, taking complaints seriously and working with government to find solutions, and even the use of international mechanisms. So thank you very much. Furthering this discussion in terms of the role of human rights institutions, national human rights institutions, I'm very pleased to introduce Professor Rashid Hamad Humaid Al-Bulashi, Chairman of the Oman Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. في البداية أنتهز هذه الفرصة وأضم صوتي إلى من سبقني في تقديم الشكر الواجب لحكومة أوزبكستان ورئيسها ولأخي وصديقي البروفيسور أكمل سعيدوف على حسن الاستضافة وعلى حسن الاستقبال أيضا وعلى حسن التنظيم لهذه الفعالية وعلى اختيار هذا الموضوع أيضا لهذه الفعالية التي أعتقد أنه كما أشار معظم المتكلمين أنها تهم العالم أجمع ولا تهتم بمنطقة معينة، فهذا هو ديدن التغيرات المناخية. كذلك أنتهز هذه الفرصة لتقديم التهنئة المستحقة للبروفيسور أكمل سعيدوف لاختياره عضواً في لجنة الأمم المتحدة الخاصة بحقوق الإنسان، وهي يعني اللجنة ذات منزلة رفيعة يستحقها البروفيسور سعيدوف. فيما يتعلق بالموضوع الذي نحن بصدده سوف أتناوله في عجالة وفي حدود الوقت المتاح في نقطتين، حيث سوف أتعرض إلى موقف بلدي سلطنة عمان من هذا الموضوع، من موضوع التغير المناخي، وما يعني تقوم به اللجنة العمانية لحقوق الإنسان في هذا الشأن. في الحقيقة اهتمت سلطنة عمان من خلال رؤية عمان 2040 بموضوع الاستدامة البيئية أيما اهتمام، ووضعت على كاهلها بأن وضعته أحد المحاور الأساسية في رؤية عمان 2040 وأحد الأولويات الأساسية في موضوع البيئة والموارد البيئية. لذلك أنجزت السلطنة في سبيل تحقيق هذا الهدف عدة إنجازات، من أهمها إنشاء المحميات الطبيعية، حيث يعني بلغت هذه المحميات الطبيعية ما يزيد على 45 محمية، بالإضافة إلى الاهتمام بالطاقة المتجددة، وذلك من خلال إيجاد بدائل للنفط وغيره من وسائل الطاقة، بأن وضعت يعني بدائل أخرى كالطاقة الشمسية مثلا، حيث تعمل السلطنة على إنشاء أكبر حقل لتوليد الطاقة من مصدر الشمس لكي يكون أكبر حقل لهذا النوع من الطاقة. أيضا تقوم السلطنة بإدارة الموارد المائية، إدارة تضمن تحسين إدارة هذه الموارد، خصوصا نحن نقع في منطقة من العالم تعاني من شح الموارد المائية. بالإضافة إلى ذلك، ومنذ بزوغ نهضة 1970 شرعت السلطنة في إصدار قوانين تعنى بحماية البيئة، حيث صدر أول قانون لحماية البيئة في عام 1974، واستمرت هذه القوانين وهذه التشريعات في الصدور، بالإضافة طبعا إلى انضمام السلطنة إلى العديد من الاتفاقيات الدولية والبروتوكولات ذات العلاقة بالبيئة وحماية البيئة. أخيرا لعل عملية التخضير والتشجير من المبادرات الرائدة التي تبنتها سلطنة عمان فيما يتعلق بالتخفيف من وطأة التأثيرات المناخية على البيئة. ولعل غدا بإذن الله تبنى منظمو هذا المؤتمر القيام ب يعني عملية ولو رمزية للتركيز على هذا النوع من الأنشطة لكي يساعد أو يكافح على تحسين المناخ والبيئة. سلطنة عمان تسعى لأن تحقق الصفر الكربوني في عام 2050، وهي تعمل على الوصول إلى هذا الهدف من خلال وجود بعض المؤشرات، ونحن في لجنة حقوق الإنسان نتابع هذه المؤشرات ونتابع الحكومة للوصول أيضا لهذه النتيجة. السلطنة طبعا قفزت 99 نقطة خلال عام 2024 في المؤشر العالمي، حيث أصبحت تحتل المركز الثاني خليجيا وعربيا في موضوع البيئة، وذلك من خلال المقياس الذي وضعته جامعة ييل والمعروف بمؤشر الأداء البيئي العالمي EBI، حيث وصلت السلطنة إلى مرتبة 50 من بين 180 دولة. لذلك اللجنة العمانية لحقوق الإنسان تتابع هذه المؤشرات وتتابع هذه الإنجازات، وهي بذلك تقوم بعدة أنشطة كلجنة عمانية مستقلة لحقوق الإنسان، حيث أنها تنطلق من مرسوم إنشائها المرسوم أو وضع نظامها الداخلي الجديد، وهو المرسوم رقم 57 على 2022. فهي من خلال المادة 11 من هذا المرسوم تمارس الاختصاصات وتتابع ما تقوم به الحكومة وهيئات البيئة المتخصصة وما يتم إنجازه في هذا المجال. كذلك السلطنة اللجنة تنطلق في عملها من خلال ما وافقت عليه سلطنة عمان من توصيات الناتجة عن UPR وهو الاستعراض الدوري الشامل. وأتذكر هنا التوصية رقم 54 التي قدمتها دولة فيجي عام 1921 إلى السلطنة، وهي التي تعنى بالتحديات البيئية وكيفية التعامل معها. هذه التوصية قبلتها السلطنة، ونحن الآن في اللجنة العمانية لحقوق الإنسان كلجنة مستقلة نتابع مدى الالتزام بهذا القبول أو بهذا التحدي. أيضا في الجانب الثقافي نظمت اللجنة العمانية لحقوق الإنسان ندوة متخصصة لموضوع البيئة وما يتم في هذه البيئة. أيضا في الاستراتيجية الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان، والتي تعتبر واحدة من أهم المهام التي يعني أوكلت إلى اللجنة العمانية لحقوق الإنسان، نحن نركز على محور البيئة كأحد المحاور الأساسية لتحقيق حقوق الإنسان أو لضمان الحق في البيئة النظيفة للإنسان الموجود على أرض سلطنة عمان. أخيرا هناك زيارات ميدانية تقوم بها اللجنة العمانية لحقوق الإنسان للمواقع الصناعية لكي تتأكد من التزام هذه المؤسسات وهذه المواقع الصناعية بالاشتراطات البيئية اللازمة، وأيضا ضمان عدم انبعاث ما يؤثر على البيئة النظيفة بشكل عام. ختاما يعني أجدد الشكر الجزيل للمنظمين لهذا المؤتمر وللحكومة أوزبكستان مرة أخرى، وأهني الجميع بمناسبة عيد الأضحى المبارك الذي سوف يطل بإذن الله بعد يومين، وشكرا جزيلا.
Doktor Bolushi, janob oliylar, men sizga juda ham katta minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Birinchidan bizni taklif qilib kelganingiz uchun va nihoyatda mazmunli chiqishingiz uchun va meni shaxsan tabriklaganingiz uchun juda katta rahmat. Muhtaram anjuman ishtirokchilari, navbatdagi so'zni men Qatar Inson huquqlari milliy qo'mitasi bosh kotibi Sulton bin Hassan AL-JAMALI janoblariga beraman. Marhamat.
شكرا سعادة الرئيس. سعادة البروفيسور أكمل سعيدوف رئيس المركز الوطني لحقوق الإنسان في جمهورية أوزبكستان، أصحاب المعالي، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يطيب لي أن أخاطبكم في افتتاح أعمال هذا المنتدى الهام، وأبدأ حديثي بالتأكيد على أهمية العمل على مجابهة التحديات البيئية وآثارها على إعمال حقوق الإنسان، فضلاً على أهمية البحث عن حلول مستدامة لمستقبل أفضل لحقوق الإنسان، ولضمان عدم تخلف أحد عن الركب، وتأسيساً لمستقبل أفضل للأجيال الحالية والقادمة. السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي أن أخاطبكم بإيجاز من خلال محورين هما: المحور الأول، الممارسات الفضلى لدولة قطر في مجال التنمية البيئية. لقد أثرت التغييرات المناخية على جميع دول العالم، سواء باعتبارها مهدداً عالمياً متعدياً للحدود، أو باعتبارها واحداً من النتائج المترتبة على المشاريع والممارسات الداخلية. وفي الحالتين يبقى الرهان على التدابير التي تتخذها الدولة. وفي هذا الصدد تسجل اللجنة الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان إيجاباً للتدابير التي اتخذتها دولة قطر، والمتمثلة في الآتي: أولاً، الاعتراف القانوني بالحق في بيئة صحية. اعترف الدستور الدائم لدولة قطر في المادة رقم 33 بحماية الدولة للبيئة، كما تناولت التشريعات لحماية القانونية للبيئة، فضلاً عن مصادقة الدولة على 22 معاهدة دولية ذات صلة بالبيئة. وقد طلبت اللجنة الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان تتقدم بتوصياتها للجهات المعنية بقصد ضمان الأعمال الأمثل للمعايير الدولية والوطنية، أو بهدف تطويرها أحياناً. ثانياً، الخطط الوطنية والسياسات العامة الداعمة للحقوق البيئية. وقد هدفت رؤية قطر الوطنية لعام 2030 إلى إدارة البيئة بشكل يضمن الانسجام والتناسق بين التنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية وحماية البيئة، حيث اعتبرت التنمية البيئية إحدى أهم المرتكزات الأساسية للرؤية الوطنية. ومن أهم التدابير التي يمكن اعتبارها من الممارسات الفضلى لدولة قطر هي إنشاء وزارة البيئة والتغيير المناخي، فضلاً عن إقرار الخطة الوطنية للتغيير المناخي في سبتمبر في عام 2021 بهدف الاستجابة للتحديات البيئية وحماية الأجيال الحالية والقادمة من مهدداتها، وهو ما مكن من تنفيذ العديد من المبادرات والإجراءات ذات الصلة بحماية البيئة، بما في ذلك الحد من أنماط الإنتاج والاستهلاك الغير مستدام، فضلاً عن إسهام الدولة في الحد من الآثار البيئية المترتبة على الكوارث الطبيعية والنزاعات المسلحة في عدد من الدول في العالم. المحور الثاني، الدور الإقليمي والدولي للجنة الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان بدولة قطر. وعلى الصعيد التعاون الدولي والإقليمي في مجال مجابهة التحديات البيئية ومعالجة آثارها على حقوق الإنسان، فإن اللجنة الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان قد عقدت مؤتمراً دولياً حول التغيرات المناخية وحقوق الإنسان في فبراير من عام 2023، توج بإعلان الدوحة حول التغيرات المناخية وحقوق الإنسان. كما عقدت في فبراير من عام 2024 مؤتمراً دولياً حول العدالة الغذائية وحقوق الإنسان، وتوج بدورها الإعلان الدوحة حول العدالة الغذائية وحقوق الإنسان. ونأمل أن تترجم توصيات المؤتمرين إلى واقع يسهم في بيئة آمنة ومستدامة في جميع أنحاء العالم. وفضلاً من ذلك، فقد أسهمت اللجنة الوطنية مع جهات أخرى في صدور قرار مجلس حقوق الإنسان بشأن تغيير المناخ ودور المؤسسات الوطنية. وتواصل اللجنة الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان في دولة قطر جهودها المشتركة مع المؤسسات الوطنية في جميع قارات العالم بشأن قضايا حقوق الإنسان بما في ذلك القضايا البيئية. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، اسمحوا لي أن أختتم كلمتي بالمقترحات التالية. أولاً، تمكين المؤسسات الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان والحرص على امتثالها لمبادئ باريس وتشجيع مبادراتها والاستجابة لتوصياتها ذات الصلة بالتحديات البيئية، فضلاً عن تحسين بيئة عمل المجتمع المدني والمدافعين عن حقوق الإنسان وتمكينهم من الإسهام في مجال الحقوق البيئية وتوسيع مساحة مشاركتها في الآليات الدولية. ثانياً، تعميم المبادرات التشريعية القائمة على نهج حقوق الإنسان وتبادل الممارسات الفضلة في مجال التشريعات والسياسات العامة، وإشراك المجتمعات المحلية والفئات الأكثر هشاشة في المجتمع في جميع المبادرات والتدابير ذات الصلة بالبيئة والتغييرات المناخية. ثالثاً وأخيراً، تشجيع المصادقة على المعاهدات الدولية بما في ذلك المعاهدات ذات الصلة بالحقوق البيئية، وتشجيع أعمال توصيات هيئات المعاهدات وهيئات ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، والدعوة إلى تطوير التعليقات العامة ذات الصلة بالحقوق البيئية، وإلى إصدار تعليقات عامة جديدة بما يمكن من الاستجابة للتحديات البيئية والتغييرات المناخية. شكرا لإصغائكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Mr. Al-JAMALI. Very important what you were saying, particularly around legislative initiatives to strengthen the protection of rights of the rights related to the environment, and not only legislation, but also implementation. I'm very pleased to present Ms. Sunjit Dugar, the Chief Commissioner of the National Human Rights Commission of Mongolia. I met her earlier today and was very pleased. I've met also one of her colleagues earlier this year, and think that the Human Rights Commission in Mongolia is a very good example of a national human rights institution with a strong mandate. So very pleased to introduce Ms. Sunjit Dugar. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to greet you all to the opening ceremony of the 4th Samarkand Human Rights Forum. Let me first thank His Excellency, Mr. AKMAL SAIDOV and his team for organizing this very important event and inviting us. We are about to enter the 10th year since the international community proposed the Sustainable Development Agenda, which prioritize human rights and promote inclusive development goals without leaving anyone behind development process. In addition to this importance of everyone's participation in sustainable development, there is increasing demand for the guaranteed implementation of the economic, social, and cultural rights of vulnerable groups. And as previous speakers mentioned earlier, we feel every day that the impacts of the climate change are becoming major challenges for the world to meet these guarantees of the human rights. And we are looking for opportunities of multilateral cooperation to combat and overcome them and reduce the negative effects, taking into account that combating the negative effects of climate change on human rights is not an effort of any country alone. It's particularly important to improve the coordination and coherence of the international cooperation and to exchange good practice. Thus, I believe that today's event will be an important contribution to our achievement of this joint effort and cooperation for the better implementation of human rights in this challenging environment of climate change. In this year, in this 23rd annual report, Mongolian Human Rights Commission was submitted on that topic, especially on that topic, rights to clean air, right to clean water, and protection of this ecosystem. And another one topic was included in this annual human rights report was about the human rights defenders as an environmental protector. Mongolia was adopted a new law in 2021, and it calls law on human rights defenders. And according to this law, Mongolian National Human Rights Commission should submit annual report on the human rights defenders situation and analysis. So this year's topic was about this protection of environmental protectors as human rights defenders. It was new as information to our colleagues. So I hope this event, this forum will contribute to our achievement further, because I agree with these previous speakers. It is not the local issue, and we should contribute and collaborate more with local, international, regional, and with all levels. That's why I hope we can achieve some result, and we can review this topic in next year with positive impacts. So thank you again and good luck. Rahmat.
Rahmat Bulgar xonim, juda ham qiziq va aniq so'zga chiqqaningiz uchun biz ham mana shu sohadagi muvaffaqiyatlar bo'lishini har doim istab qolamiz va birgalikda hamkorlik qilishga tayyormiz. Muhtaram anjuman ishtirokchilari, navbatdagi so'zni onlayn tarzda so'zga chiqishlari uchun Ozarbayjon Respublikasining inson huquqlari bo'yicha vakili ombudsman Sabina xonim Aliyevaga. Marhamat Sabina xonim, so'z sizga.
Dear forum participants, ladies and gentlemen, first I would like to extend my sincere greetings to each of you and express my gratitude for the invitation to participate in the Samarkand Forum on Human Rights titled Environmental Challenges, the Future of Human Rights in a Changing World, Finding Sustainable Solutions. I wish the forum great success. In our rapidly globalizing modern world, dynamic processes and external influences such as changes in solar radiation intensity, recent global climate change, and environmental conditions caused by human activity compel us to think deeply about the future of human rights and contribute to finding sustainable solutions. The right to live in a healthy environment, foundational to international human rights approaches and established in various international agreements, is also enshrined in the national legislation of many states. For instance, the Constitution of the Republic of Azerbaijan guarantees everyone the right to live in a healthy environment. In Azerbaijan, numerous state programs, strategies, national action plans, concepts, and other documents on environment protection, ecological enhancement, and efficient use of natural resources have been approved and implemented, with some still ongoing. The 4 goals of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which serve as the main strategic roadmap globally, are dedicated to environmental issues such as clean water and sanitation, combating climate change, and protecting marine and land ecosystems. However, the measures implemented so far are not sufficient. Thus, coordinating international, regional, and national instruments, preparing and implementing global strategies to protect human rights in the context of climate change and strengthening cooperation in this field are among the main priority issues. In support of promoting ecological sustainability, Azerbaijan has become a party of numerous international agreements, aligning itself with the current global environmental policies. According to Azerbaijan 2030 national priorities for socio-economic development, 5 national priorities for the country's socio-economic development have been planned for the next decade, one of which is a country of clean environment and green growth. By the relevant decree of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, this year was declared the year of solidarity for the green world in the Republic of Azerbaijan. This year, Azerbaijan will hold the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP29. An organizing committee has been established and the plan of action has been approved following the relevant presidential decrees. One of the main directions of our activities is promotion of environmental rights, which is the vital component of human rights. We included the issues of addressing climate change and protection of environmental rights in this year's plan of action. It is important to note that the recent armed conflicts have become one of main sources of environmental pollution, which seriously threatens our planet. My country suffered from almost 3 decades of illegal occupation of other states, and after liberation of the occupied territories, as a commissioner, I visited there, and according to my observation, the nature, biodiversity, flora and fauna, water sources have been undergone serious damage. Speaking about the armed conflicts, we cannot leave landmine problem aside. I can bring example from our own experience. After liberation of our lands from the occupation, we found out that hundreds of thousands of unexploded landmines had been planted in those areas by the occupant state in this period of their occupation. This situation threatens the life of people, causes the delay of return of IDPs to their native lands, and affects agricultural lands. It is obvious that restoring completely destroyed infrastructure and ecosystems will take many years and requires substantial financial resources. In this regard, I have made numerous appeals with statements to the world community, both during the war and post-war period, and our office prepared special reports based on our own independent investigations and the facts obtained as a result of these investigations. These reports were sent to the relevant international organizations, ombudsmen of foreign countries, and national human rights institutions. Since the end of the war in 2020, 361 of our citizens, most of whom were civilians, have become victims of landmines, with 68 killed and 293 seriously injured. The world should derive a lesson from the negative results of the past and take necessary action to prevent the recurrence of it. It is worth to note that integrating environmental rights into current priorities requires new approaches. Expanding international cooperation and implementing joint projects related to the promotion, protection, and monitoring of environmental human rights is crucial. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aliyeva, and very important to remind us both of Azerbaijan's important role in hosting the next COP29 meeting, as well as I fully agree with your statement that measures so far on environmental issues have not been sufficient. I really hope that today's meeting, as well as even more so the COP29, will help lead to more concrete measures for the environment and for environmental rights. With that, I'm very pleased to introduce Ms. Saltanat Tursunbekova, the head of the National Center for Human Rights of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
Минуточку. Добрый день, уважаемый господин AKMAL SAIDOV, уважаемые участники конференции. От имени Правозащитного института Республики Казахстан мы рады сегодня поприветствовать вас. Я хочу выразить огромную благодарность за приглашение для обсуждения сегодняшнего очень важного и животрепещущего для всего человечества вопроса. Это глобальное изменение климата, которое становится доминирующим фактором, угрожающим благополучию и безопасности всех народов. Наблюдается учащение и усиление размаха стихийных бедствий, которые приводят к масштабным разрушениям экономической инфраструктуры и жилищ на огромных территориях, губят лесной фонд, урожаи животных, становится причиной человеческих смертей. Если в целом говорить, здесь ранее спикеры очень правильные, точечные проблемы подняли и предложили реальные пути решения. Если говорить, не повторяясь, о Казахстане и Центральной Азии в целом, я бы выделила 5 наиболее опасных вызовов окружающей среды, которые уже не первый год волнуют не только этот регион, они волнуют весь мир. Во-первых, крупнейшей экологической угрозой являются парниковые газы. Миллиарды тонн парниковых газов ежегодно высвобождаются в атмосферу в процессе добычи, транспортировки, хранения, сжигания углеводородного топлива в различных промышленных процессах. Во-вторых, сокращение водных ресурсов из-за изменения климата привели к дефициту воды. По национальному использованию воды стран Центральной Азии, страны Центральной Азии занимают лидирующие позиции в мире. Примерно 90% воды страны региона используют в сельском хозяйстве. В-третьих, таяние ледников становится причиной участившихся селей и прочих стихийных бедствий. Как вы знаете, в этом году в Казахстане та же проблема паводков, к большому сожалению, принесла не только значительный ущерб государству, но и в первую очередь просто простым гражданам, права которых невольно были нарушены. В-четвертых, летом страны Центральной Азии сталкиваются с аномальным повышением температуры. В некоторых регионах Таджикистана, Туркменистана прогревается до 48 градусов, в Казахстане и Узбекистане до 45 и выше. Прогнозируется, что к 30-50 годам в Центральной Азии температура повысится на 1,3 градуса. Ну и в-пятых, засушливый характер климата Центральной Азии способствует деградации земель и развитию процессов опустынивания. Основными факторами деградации почв являются рост населения в дельтах основных речных бассейнов и изменение климата. По данным международных организаций, сегодня деградированы более 90 миллионов гектар земель в Центральной Азии, больше всего в Казахстане, 80 миллионов гектар или 36% от всех сельскохозяйственных земель. Несвоевременное решение этих всех процессов озвученных будет, естественно, способствовать нарастанию социального напряжения, конфликтов. Стремительно и часто меняющаяся ситуация в Центральноазиатском регионе поспособствует принятию людьми решений к смене проживания, что неминуемо приведет к увеличению миграционных процессов, которые, в свою очередь, за собой повлекут ряд проблем, решение которых необходимо находить каждой из стран. Таким образом, разрушительная деятельность человечества и бездействие государств в сфере защиты окружающей среды может привести к нарушениям прав человека на ненадлежащее питание, воду, образование, жилище, здоровье, развитие и даже на саму жизнь. В этой связи остро встает вопрос, что можно предпринять в этих условиях? Являются ли эти явления вызовами для национальных правозащитных учреждений и какие пути решения мы видим? Я хотела бы коротко остановиться на тех мерах, которые сегодня принимает Казахстан, поскольку если каждая страна в пределах своих государств не предпримет какие-то меры, сколько бы мы это ни обсуждали, эти проблемы могут оставаться и десятилетиями не решаться. На 5-м заседании буквально недавно Национального совета общественного доверия Касым-Жомарт Кемелевич Токаев отметил, что передовые международные стандарты должны распространяться на всю сферу защиты прав человека в каждой стране, в том числе в Казахстане. Естественно, в Конституции Казахстана право граждан на благоприятную окружающую среду закреплено как неотъемлемое для жизни и здоровья человека право. Это конституционное положение нашло свое дальнейшее развитие в экологическом кодексе и свыше 50 правовых актах. В прошлом году был подписан закон о растительном мире. Также были приняты законы, которыми внесены изменения в Кодекс об административных правонарушениях, в уголовный и в уголовно-процессуальные кодексы по вопросам усиления ответственности за экологические правонарушения и проявление вандализма. Поскольку мы все понимаем, будь то преступления общие уголовные, либо преступления в экологической сфере, к сожалению, идет промышленность, развивается бизнес, и пока мы не примем, возможно, даже криминализируем некоторую ответственность должностных лиц, которые обязаны сохранять экологическую безопасность, к сожалению, не продвинется. Поэтому в Казахстане в первую очередь обратили на это внимание совместно с учеными, ну и процессуалистами в этой сфере. Страной реализуется указом президента концепция по переходу к зеленой экономике, которой предусмотрено поэтапное продвижение целевых индикаторов до 50-го года. По расчетам к 2050 году преобразование в рамках зеленой экономики позволит дополнительно увеличить ВВП на 3% и создать более 500 рабочих мест. В целом необходимо объем инвестиций для перехода на зеленую экономику составит 1% ВВП ежегодно, что эквивалентно 3-4 миллиардов долларов. Для координирования исполнения концепции контроля перехода к зеленой экономике в Казахстане создан специальный совет при президенте страны. Мы придерживаемся также климатического пакта Глазго, принятого по итогам 26-го саммита ООН в конце 2021 года. Это обязательство пятикратно увеличить объем энергии, производимой из возобновляемых источников, удвоить количество энергии, производимой из экологически чистых источников, расширение национального потенциала поглощения углерода за счет посадки более 2 миллиардов деревьев, сокращение на 30 пунктов доли энергии, производимой из угля. На климатической конференции буквально недавно наш премьер страны озвучила сокращение угольной генерации на 40%. По инициативе главы государства создан Международный центр зеленых технологий. При поддержке ИКАТ, инициативы по обеспечению транспарентности действия в области климата, создан региональный центр по обеспечению транспарентности действий в области климата в Центральной Азии, куда входит, как вы знаете, 5 государств Центральной Азии: Казахстан, Кыргызстан, Таджикистан, Туркменистан и Узбекистан. Несомненно, мы понимаем, что все предпринимаемые государствами меры, они нацелены на охрану окружающей среды, но требуется комплексный, многоотраслевой подход. И, естественно, оно должно проходить при непосредственном взаимодействии, в сотрудничестве всех государств. Необходимо усилить региональное сотрудничество всех стран Центральной Азии, направить инвестиции в водосберегающие технологии. И, наверное, сегодняшнее наш форум неоднократный, уже проводимый по инициативе Республики Узбекистан, это доказательство тому, что страны Центральной Азии вместе сегодня будут прилагать все усилия для того, чтобы мы жили не только в безопасности, но в экологически чистом мире. Спасибо.
Xalqaro katta rahmat. Haqiqatan ham bitta davlat hech nima qila olmaydi. Agar shu mintaqa bo'yicha agar birlashsak, hamma imkoniyatlarimizni namoyishga shundagina maqsadimizga erishamiz. Nihoyatda Qozog'istonda to'plangan tajriba berganingiz uchun juda ham katta rahmat. Muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari, navbatdagi so'z Rossiya Federatsiyasining inson huquqlari bo'yicha vakili Ombudsman Tatyana Nikolayevna Moskalkovaga. Ular onlayn orqali qatnashadilar. Marhamat.
Уважаемый Акмал Халматович, уважаемая Фируза Фарходовна, уважаемые коллеги, я искренне приветствую всех участников 4-го Самаркандского форума по правам человека, посвященного одной из наиболее важных тем, касающихся не только каждого человека, но и всего мирового сообщества. Тема право на благоприятную окружающую среду. Тема экологических вызовов. Но прежде чем приступить к своему выступлению, разрешите, Акмал Халматович, от всего сердца поздравить вас с большим событием в жизни, наверное, всего правозащитного сообщества Узбекистана, избрание вас членом Комитета ООН по правам человека. Уважаемые коллеги, между Россией и Узбекистаном сложились очень теплые отношения. И не случайно, что Владимир Владимирович Путин после избрания на пост президента Российской Федерации в этом году в числе первых визитов нанес визит в Республику Узбекистан. В дорожной карте, которая принята президентом Российской Федерации Владимиром Путиным и президентом Республики Узбекистан Шавкатом Мирзиёевым, уделено немалое внимание именно этим вопросам, вопросам права на благоприятную окружающую среду через комплекс программ по фитосанитарии, по работе предприятий химической отрасли и многие другие. Теме благоприятной окружающей среды посвящено немало международных документов. И среди них такие важнейшие, как цели устойчивого развития на период до 30-го года. Принята в 22 году резолюция ООН, посвященная доступу к чистой, здоровой и устойчивой окружающей среде и многие другие. Потому что здоровая окружающая среда затрагивает интересы не только каждого из нас, каждого гражданина, но и будущее всего цивилизационного пространства планеты Земля. И очень важно, что сегодня мы с вами говорим на эту тему с тем, чтобы осмыслить, в какой точке отсчета мы находимся сегодня, и выработать наше представление на комплекс будущих мероприятий, которые помогут сохранить нашу замечательную планету и повысить гарантии прав каждого из нас на благоприятную окружающую среду. В России теме экологических вызовов, теме благоприятной окружающей среды уделяется очень серьезное внимание. Работает целый ряд программ и комплексов мероприятий, направленных на ликвидацию старых мусорных свалок и опасных объектов накопления вреда, на оздоровление таких уникальных водных объектов, как озеро Байкал и река Волга, мы, уполномоченные по правам человека в Российской Федерации, тоже вносим свой вклад. И именно по этим объектам, Байкалу и Волге, проводили немало отдельных мероприятий, круглых столов, форумов и даже Всероссийский координационный совет уполномоченных по правам человека, чтобы предложить органам государственной власти принять конкретные законодательные правоприменительные практики по улучшению ситуации в этих регионах и достигнуть баланса между сохранением природных ресурсов и созданием условий для человека, которые живут в этих природных зонах, в охраняемых природных зонах, в зоне акватории озера Байкал, реки Волги. И мне кажется, нам удалось продвинуться вперед в этом направлении. Государством сегодня предпринимаются меры, направленные на экологизацию промышленности. Очень строго следит наше государство за тем, чтобы не было с предприятия выбросов в атмосферу и в наши реки. И мы, уполномоченные по правам человека, тоже включены в эту деятельность. В состав государственной программы охраны окружающей среды включен федеральный проект «Генеральная уборка». Он направлен на ликвидацию незаконных свалок и заброшенных промышленных предприятий. Территория страны огромная, и ранее позволяли себе бросать предприятия, которые обрастали потом мусором и всякими вредными отходами. Сегодня мы боремся с этим явлением. Установлены ставки платы за негативное воздействие на окружающую среду и выбросы загрязняющих веществ в атмосферный воздух. На ресурсоснабжающие предприятия возложена обязанность по охране флоры и фауны на участках недр. В рамках федерального проекта сохранения уникальных водных объектов удалось провести мероприятия по оздоровлению и сохранению рек и озер протяженностью более 417 километров. А федеральный проект «Чистая страна» дал возможность ликвидировать более 100 свалок только за последние 2 года. Полагаю, что практики развития стран по вовлечению бизнес-сообщества в деятельность по охране окружающей среды заслуживает обобщения и распространения. В целом, эффективность мер, которые предпринимаются в Российской Федерации, отмечается и результатами социологических исследований. За 10 лет наблюдается рост доли граждан, которые указывают на улучшение экологической ситуации в России. Я хотела бы особенно остановиться на работе российских омбудсменов. Ну и в первую очередь, конечно, работе своей, как уполномоченного по правам человека в Российской Федерации, по вопросам защиты права на благоприятную окружающую среду. Жалобы данной тематики поступают в мой адрес ежегодно, и они насчитывают несколько сотен. Только в прошлом году к нам пришло 314 обращений по данной проблематике. Граждане сообщают о нарушении объектами промышленности санитарных и эпидемиологических требований, порче земельных участков, загрязнение атмосферного воздуха, лесов, водных объектов. Мы, как правило, выезжаем непосредственно в те регионах, откуда приходят жалобы, особенно если они носят коллективный характер, с тем, чтобы вместе с местными органами власти, с органами прокуратуры и контроля провести самостоятельно исследование этого вопроса и сделать выводы, что необходимо предпринять для того, чтобы ликвидировать те недостатки, которые мы выявили, и восстановить нарушенные права. Так, например, к нам пришло сообщение от коллектива граждан о том, что существует открытая перевалка угля, и угольная пыль мешает людям жить. Повысился уровень заболеваемости этих людей. Эта перевалка была в населенном пункте Ванино в Приморском крае. И вместе с коллегой из Приморского края мы предприняли меры к тому, чтобы она была закрыта. Нам удается не только защитить конкретного заявителя, но и выработать предложения в адрес государственных органов по совершенствованию законодательства и правоприменительной практики. Так, по результатам инициированной мной проверки были проведены работы по уборке несанкционированно размещенных отходов производства в Ярославском районе Ярославской области. Ликвидирован сброс городских сточных вод в Угличское водохранилище в городе Калязин. Устранены нарушения работы объектов канализационных сооружений, расположенных в непосредственной близости к зоне жилой застройки в городе Барнаул. Я могла бы приводить еще много других примеров, но, к сожалению, регламент не позволяет это сделать, но роль и место уполномоченного по правам человека, омбудсмена в любом государстве сегодня очень велика именно по тематике экологической безопасности. В настоящее время решение экологических проблем требует объединения усилий как государства, так и институтов гражданского общества, как омбудсменов, так и представителей научного сообщества. И в этой связи я вижу большую потребность в укреплении двустороннего и многостороннего международного сотрудничества с органами власти, общественными объединениями и бизнес-сообществом в деле защиты прав граждан. Большие надежды возлагаю на объединение потенциала в рамках СНГ. Созданная комиссия по правам человека Союза независимых государств планирует рассматривать в том числе и эти вопросы с тем, чтобы нам выйти на путь унификации и гармонизации законодательства наших государств в области защиты права на чистый воздух, чистую воду, чистое экологическое пространство. Я уже говорила, что в мае этого года президенты Российской Федерации и Узбекистана встретились, чтобы выработать дорожную карту по дальнейшему совершенствованию законодательства и правоприменительной практики по всем основным направлениям, затрагивающим вопросы экономики и повышения жизненного уровня человека. И в том числе они связаны были с экологией. Но очень важно, что 27 мая в Ташкенте было проведено заседание Совета регионов России и Республики Узбекистан, которые позволили не только на общегосударственном уровне, но и на уровне отдельных территорий интегрироваться в решение вопросов, связанных с улучшением жизни человека. В заключение я хочу поблагодарить каждого участника форума за большую работу, которая проводится по повышению гарантий прав и свобод человека и гражданина, и пожелать интересной дискуссии, новых контактов и выработки предложений для того, чтобы наш мир стал чище и лучше. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maskalkova. It was reminding me, we often hear about the importance of the Amazon region for the world, for trying to ensure that climate change, it does not speed up. But we need to remember that Russia has a huge territory, including Siberia, including Baikal and so on. And this is also equally important to take measures to ensure that that is protected, that helps to protect the environment, the global environment from climate change. I'm happy to introduce Ms. Rabia Javera Agha, the chairperson of the National Commission for Human Rights of Pakistan. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear friends from the beautiful city of Samarkand and around the world, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. So I'm not really going to talk of technicalities. We talked about this quite enough this morning. I'm going to ask you all to imagine a scenario. Imagine thinking that the heat was the worst of your problems. Imagine you live in Jaikamabad, Sindh, one of the hottest areas in the world. The sun scorches the earth as your children faint from heat strokes and your crops dry out. And when the rains come, there is a sort of a magic in the air. There's an anticipation of cool breezes and warm summer rains, and most of all, respite from the heat. In Pakistan, our culture and our music is built around I think they... Are you hearing me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. So in Pakistan, as I was saying, our culture is built around a time for celebration and joy, which is the monsoon season. And over the past years, however, the monsoon season has become a season of fear and anxiousness, fear for what the skies might unfold. 2 years ago, they brought 8 weeks of torrential rain and glacial melts. The rain washed away the newly planted crops and they destroyed millions of animals. 1/3 of the entire country was drowned, with 33 million people affected. Some 8 million families lost their homes as they scrambled for higher, drier ground and for safety for their loved ones. As infrastructure collapsed and roads and buildings got swept away, death and illness and economic devastation marked the summer of 2022. The water is now gone, but the scars of this damage remain. Climate change and its far-reaching consequences loom large in front of all of us present here. And we've seen so many of the speakers talking about the challenges they face. Pakistan only contributes 0.9% to global climate greenhouse gases, and yet it is the 8th most vulnerable nation to climate change, according to Global Climate Risk Index. Experts say that it would take the Pakistan government many years to recover from the losses of the floods. Today, again, as the clouds gather in the wake of the monsoon season, we wait for what the rains will bring. What happens in Pakistan or in any country does not remain in that country. Like COVID, climate change respects no borders. It is a global phenomenon with repercussions that echo throughout the world. And therefore, it is critical for the global community to recognize the urgent need for collective action on climate change. In the context of climate change and environmental justice, the role of national human rights institutions is pivotal. NHRIs educate the public about the human rights implications of climate change, and they emphasize the disproportionate impact on vulnerable groups. They advocate for stronger climate change policies at national and international levels, ensuring that these policies are in line with human rights standards. NHRIs like us can work to ensure that climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts protect the rights of marginalized, vulnerable, and indigenous communities. With urbanization in so many of our countries, forcing so many to leave their homes behind, NHRIs can also facilitate access to justice for those whose rights are infringed upon due to climate change. Now, the National Commission for Human Rights Pakistan is committed to combating the implications of climate change for human rights. To ensure the rights of environmental needs are addressed, we have been looking at addressing the marginalization of vulnerable communities such as persons with disabilities and the transgender community in the aftermath of any sort of natural disaster. We were able to secure the inclusion of such vulnerable groups as a special component in the country's national disaster response framework. This was really a historical first for Pakistan. As Russia, our complaint cell also receives numerous climate-related cases. So we have a large number of cases relating to environmental issues. Recently, we took a suo motu action against the government with regard to air pollution. And our efforts have yielded strong and significant results in controlling and combating air pollution, particularly in the province of Punjab. We also meet with human rights defenders because the Commission's job really is to amplify the voices of those who have traditionally been silenced and to amplify their voices to make their concerns audible to stakeholders. One area of particular concern, I think it was brought up in Kazakhstan, is water management and water rights. NCHR has strong partnership with civil society organizations working on water rights. And we are adamant that water is brought into the climate discourse. The latest UN report, Global Water Security Assessment, places Pakistan in the critically insecure category. And Pakistan's water availability per capita has decreased by 80% in the last 70 years. We are committed to ensure that the government holistically recognizes the human right of water and sanitation in Pakistan. Water scarcity is an escalating global crisis with profound implications for human rights, for public health, and sustainable development. Your conference comes at a critical and an opportune time. Each one of us can and surely can make a tangible difference in our areas of influence and so impact global change. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the National Center for Human Rights of the Republic of Uzbekistan and Mr. SAIDOV for hosting this critical conference. It is really heartening to see so many NHRIs from various nations all over the world mobilizing to discuss and address such a pressing issue. Your dedication to fostering dialogue and cooperation is indeed inspiring. I am hopeful that the recommendations made and the suggestions that come out of this conference will not only be acknowledged, but will also be implemented with tangible legislative and policy impacts. I wholeheartedly agree that we must advocate for global recognition and implementation of the inalienable human right to a healthy environment and take action to enshrine this right, especially for countries like Pakistan, who contribute the least to climate change but suffer the most. The establishment of an international working group on climate change and human rights will go a long way in coordinating efforts. We must also engage our youth in our struggle as we continue to exchange best practices and monitor progress in implementing international obligations. Together, we can strive for a more resilient and sustainable future. I thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Rahmat Rabia Javiriyaga xonim nihoyatda mazmunli ma'ruzaingiz uchun. Muhtaram anjuman ishtirokchilari, navbatdagi so'zni men Malayziya Inson huquqlari komissiyasi komissari Dato Nuraziyah Binti Muht avvalga beraman. Marhamat.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Very good afternoon to all. At first, I'd like to thank Her Excellency Prof. Asadov, for the director of the National Center of Uzbekistan Human Rights, for inviting me and organizing this, the 5th Samarkand Forum on Human Rights. And I'm sorry that I was not able to be here in Samarkand in person, but I hope, in the area of human rights in relation to rights of children and climate change would, in relation to Malaysian experiences, will be something that can be looked into. Now, as we all know, climate change has been the main focus, or been there for a while, and of course, this could be due to human activities as the main driver of climate change, primarily due to burning of fossils like coal, oil, and gas. Climate change can affect health, ability to grow food, housing, safety, and work. Some are already more vulnerable to climate impacts, such as people living in small islands, nations, and other developing countries. Of course, children are more affected compared to adults, and because of they face additional risk of exposure and have long tolerance, they have very low tolerance level to climate risk. However, children are consistently and overlooked in the design and content of climate policies and processes. I will look into the rights of children and climate change and highlight Malaysian experiences in handling these issues. Now, in Malaysia, under the Child Act 2001, a person is under the age of 18. A child is a person under the age of 18. And this definition is the same as under CRC. And of course, Malaysia signed CRC in 1995 and with reservation. But as we know, Malaysia, we have 9,002,447 children in Malaysia, and of which 497,800 are non-citizens. Now, in relation to CRC, we all know that there are four basic principles of CRC: right not to be discriminated, best interest concept, right to live in development, and right to participation. Now, in relation to right to live, among others, every child has a right to clean, safe, and healthy and sustainable environment. So Malaysia is a federation with a written constitution where there exist provisions of civil liberties. Under Article 5 of the Federal Constitution, it actually stated that no person shall be deprived for his life or personal liberty, save in accordance with law. Now, this provision actually is related to right to live, even though the right to clean water, air, and environment is not mentioned specifically. It is implied that those are such rights, and I will see how it's being connected to the issue of climate change. Now, impact of climate change on children in Malaysia, as you know that this, although the natural phenomenon of climate change is being harmfully accelerated by greenhouse gas emissions and from human activities such as in Malaysia, climate change impacted the health and well-being of children, mainly in four ways. Number one, injury, death, and waterborne diseases like floods. We have a lot of flooding. We have droughts, and suddenly we will have a lot of flooding. And climate-sensitive waterborne diseases like malaria and dengue, health problems that pollutions, and health risk and exposure to chemical hazardous substances and waste. Now, marginalized community are more vulnerable to climate change due to poverty and social and economic conditions, geographical locations, and also poor access to services such as water and sanitation, poor access to health services, and illiteracy, and limited access to information. Marginalized children are particularly impacted by extreme weather in 5 ways. These are from infectious diseases, which I've mentioned. And of course, marginalized children are more affected, more susceptible due to low awareness of personal hygiene, lack of access to clean water, and improper garbage disposal habits. And number two, disrupted education. Children are able to reach schools due to bad weather condition, disrupted access to basic services, supplies such as health services, water and food, family income instability, where children are at greater risk of dropping out from school because of family couldn't afford to send them to school, damage to homes and other infrastructure, being confined to small spaces for prolonged periods may cause health hazards, threats to general well-being of children. Now, with that, we also, as I already mentioned, Malaysia has seen CRC in 1995, and we also have committed to SDG. Now, in terms of CRC, we have reservations, and we reserve Article 7, 14, and 28, 1A, and 37. Now, in that relation, and also, if you look at, as far as we're concerned, Malaysia has an obligation in fulfilling rights in relation to climate change in Article 24, 26, and 28 of the CRC. And these are in relation to water, and in terms of smart climate change education. I think Article 28 reserve Article 28 1A, whereby it is on compulsory and primary education. In relation to SDG, I think Malaysia, with the 17 goals, actually having to grab between the first 1 to 7, and then the one that is very much directed climate change is Article 11, 12, 13, and 14. And as far and 1 to 7 is where children's populated related SDG indicators for Malaysia and are connected to the related climate change. For example, unclean water and sanitation may lead to diseases like malaria and dengue. Dengue, for example, is an urban that particularly affects children and young adults aged from between 10 to 30 years old. In 2013, 450,000 children under the age of 4, and another 500,000 children 15 years old and below contracted dengue. Now, this is a lot, and in Malaysia, dengue is one of the main diseases. Malaysia is also affected by haze, and haze, Malaysia is affected by haze because, especially during intensified dry weather induced by El Nino. School had to be closed, and children's education are disrupted. In September 2019, before COVID, nearly 2,500 schools were closed across Malaysia, being affected, affecting about 1.7 million students. Studies worldwide have shown that there can be considerable loss of learning resulting from disaster-related education disruptions. Now, in relation to Malaysia and climate change and also rights of children, we feel that Malaysia could, because we have Article 5, right to live, but we need to specifically mention right to environmental issues in that article. So it has been suggested, and we as Human Rights Commission for Malaysia, we have been meeting with various, in particular, Malaysia has set up, has just established the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, and we recommended that the ministry would probably amend the constitution and insert the word safe environmental as a right to live for Malaysians. But we must also remember, as I mentioned, Malaysia is a federation, and because of we are being a federation, we have federal government and also state government. We have about 14 states, including the federal territories, and of course, we may think that the issue of amending the constitution and inserting environmental issues is something like low foods, but it is unfortunate because natural resources are state's source of income, and by curbing or taking that power into as a federal powers, then a state might not be too happy to let those powers out of their hands. So it is still being debated, and we feel that this issue could be discussed and debated, and maybe can be resolved by amending the constitution, and there may be some negotiation between states and federal government. Now, I just wanted to mention that there was a research done by 2 universities and UNICEF conducted in 2021, and this research actually concluded that climate change and environmental degradation are intensifying in Malaysia alongside with rapid development. It also said that children's rights are protected in varying degrees depending on cycle and geographical conditions. While girls tend to be more vulnerable than boys, each gender is affected differently. According to the research, accelerated climate change and environmental degradation present serious for children in Malaysia. From foods and borne diseases to worsening air quality and disposal of hazardous waste, children will bear the brunt of the impacts, with consequences seen in terms of health and well-being, education, and future income. The research also said that children living in marginalized community are more vulnerable to climate change and environmental risks. And then while girls tend to be more vulnerable than boys, each gender is affected differently, and all aspects of children's rights have been considered in Malaysian governance framework on climate change. Now, the national policy on climate change was introduced in November 2009 to mainstream climate change and to provide policies and strengthen institutions to reduce climate change impacts. When the new government came to power in 2018, it was announced that the efforts were in place to pass the Climate Change Act by the end of 2019. However, as you know, that government only lasted 22 months. And then when the new government came to power in 2020, the interest of climate change appears not to have been waived. And as the Ministry of Environment and Water in the late 2020 affirmed that it is still considering to pass the Climate Change Act. In September 2020, the government announced that the 12th Malaysia Plan, that the legislation on climate change could be formulated to increase coordination and enhance effectiveness of climate change actions. The Madani government now in power since 2022 and changed the Ministry of Environment and Water to Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, that later confirmed that it was working on the National Climate Change Legal Framework, and it will be the foundation of the National Climate Change Act in 2024. So as a conclusion, I think I didn't want to take much time. I think way forward is for us to move towards a more child-sensitive governance framework, and we need to use under CRC, children should be participating in various policies involving children, and government should therefore get children involved in climate change laws as well. And then we need to strengthen the education system, sectors where climate smart education should be used. And we also, I think, support advocacy and representation of children and vulnerable groups, and to conduct more research and development in terms of giving more child-centric guidelines and health. And I think the conclusion, I think climate change can cause serious damage to Earth and its inhabitants. Children are vulnerable groups of persons that must be protected from harms caused by climate change. Malaysia must fulfill its obligation under the federal constitution as well as under CRC and SDG, and ensuring that children's rights to live a healthy and a happy life as well as protected and secure. The long-awaited Climate Change Act should be passed in 2024, and the federal constitution could be amended to make Malaysia a better place to live. I thank you for listening. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Rahmat xonim, juda ham mazmunli ma'ruza va Malayziyaning tajribasini aytib bergani uchun. Muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari, endi bugungi obedga qadar oxirgi ma'ruzachimizga so'z beraman. Bu Xitoy inson huquqlarini o'rganish jamiyati vitse-prezidenti, Julin universiteti huquq fakulteti professor Lu Jangjinga. Marhamat.
尊敬的各位嘉宾、各位女士、各位先生、各位朋友，上午好！在这里，我要代表中国人权研究会，代表中国人权研究会会长白马赤林先生和中国人权研究会常务副会长蒋建国先生，对第4届萨马尔罕人权论坛的举办表示衷心的祝贺。 本次论坛将主题定为“环境挑战：不断变化的世界中的人权未来，寻求可持续的解决方案”，可谓顺应了当今世界可持续发展和保障人权的大势。这也充分体现了会议主办方的深刻洞察力和思想睿智。长期以来， 人类在创造了高速发展的经济奇迹的同时，也造成了难以估量的环境问题。人类越来越被恶劣的环境所困扰，气候、环境、人权之间的关系，从来也没有像今天这样为人们所关注。人类能否实现可持续发展，比以往任何时候都更加紧迫地摆在我们面前。 就在刚刚过去的6月5日，也就是世界环境日，联合国秘书长古特雷斯在他的讲话中，用最新的事实告诉我们，在巴黎协定通过近10年后的今天，到2030年，将长期全球变暖限制在1.5摄氏度的目标已岌岌可危。按照设计，从现在起到2030年。 全球排放量需要每年下降9%，才能使1.5度的限制有望实现。而事实上，排放情况正在沿着错误的方向发展。2023年，全球排放量非但没有降低，反而还上升了1%，其结果是全球气温依然在升高。据欧洲 联盟委员会哥白尼气候变化服务局6月5日发布的报告，2024年5月是历史记载以来最热的5月。人类与其他动物的不同，是因为人类有自觉意识，能够在危机中为自己的生存和发展找到一条合适的出路。在应对气候变化、环境危机 和实现可持续发展方面，人类已经采取了诸多行动，但压力依然巨大，需要采取更加一致且有力的行动。多年来，中国坚持认为绿水青山就是金山银山，良好的生态环境是最普惠的民生福祉。中国坚持认为气候变化是全人类的共同挑战。 应对气候变化关乎人类前途命运。2022年召开的中共20大明确提出，中国式现代化是人与自然和谐共生的现代化。中国积极履行联合国气候变化框架公约，并以负责任的精神推动巴黎协定的达成和生效。中国已明确提出 实现碳中和的时间表，二氧化碳排放力争于2030年前达到峰值，努力争取2060年前实现碳中和。在政策规划和实际行动上，中国不断完善绿色发展的体制机制和实践方案。中国积极制定 实施一系列应对气候变化的战略、法规、政策、标准和行动， 推动中国应对气候变化行动不断取得进步。中国已经成为全球森林资源增长最多和人工造林面积最大的国家，生态系统碳汇能力持续巩固提升。中国在可再生能源的利用方面不断取得令世人瞩目的成绩。以上是我的发言，谢谢各位，祝论坛取得成功。
Katta rahmat janob Lu juda ham qiziq va Xitoy tajribasini aytib bergani uchun. Muhtaram forum ishtirokchilari, mana bizning birinchi yalpi majlisimizda 20 ta ma'ruzachi so'zga chiqdi. Biz umumlashtiryapmiz. Juda ham ko'p qiziq takliflar bo'ldi. Juda ko'p qiziq milliy tajribalar aytildi. Xalqaro hamkorlik bo'yicha va ham mintaqaviy ham global darajada. Men o'ylaymanki, mana bu nimaga davom ettiramiz. Shuning uchun hozir mana shu tushlikka qadar sizlarning ishtirokingizda bitta tantanali marosimimiz bor. Mana bu marosimlarni hozir mana ma'lum professor Tilaboyev etadi. Biz bularni hozir davom ettiramiz. Yana bir marta e'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat. Barcha ma'ruzachilarga kattadan katta rahmat. Mana shu tugagandan keyin yana biz tadbir tomon. Rahmat.
Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, hozir inson huquqlari bo'yicha O'zbekiston Respublikasi Milliy markaz hamda Turkiya Respublikasi bosh ombudsmani bilan anglashuv memorandum imzolash marosimi bo'lib o'tadi. Biz Turkiya Respublikasi bosh ombudsmani janob Sherif Malkoch hamda inson huquqlari bo'yicha Milliy markaz direktori janob AKMAL Saidovni taklif qilamiz. Marhamat. Katta rahmat, hurmatli Sherif Malkoch janoblari, hurmatli Akmal Xolmatovich, hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari, navbatdagi marosimimizga o'tamiz. Ya'ni inson huquqlari himoyasi uchun ko'krak nishoni bilan taqdirlash marosimiga. Xabaringlar bor, bundan 4 yil avval O'zbekiston Respublikasi prezidenti tomonidan inson huquqlari himoyasi uchun ko'krak nishoni ta'sis etilgan edi. Ushbu ko'krak nishoni har yili inson huquqlari bo'yicha Milliy markaz tomonidan topshiriladi va an'anaga ko'ra inson huquqlari bo'yicha Samarkand forumida topshiriladi. Hozirda biz Samarkand forumida topshirish uchun ko'krak nishonni professor Akmal Saidovni yana taklif qilamiz. Birinchi ko'krak nishoni Janob Sherif Malkochga topshiriladi, Turkiya Respublikasi bosh ombudsmaniga. Ko'krak nishoni olish uchun biz professor NOURA bint ZAID AL-RSHOUD xonimni taklif qilamiz. Islom hamkorlik tashkiloti inson huquqlari bo'yicha mustaqil doimiy komissiyasi kotibiyati ijro direktori. Marhamat. Qatar davlatining inson huquqlari bo'yicha Milliy qo'mitasi raisi Maryam bint Abdulloh al-Atayyi xonimga olish uchun Qatar davlat inson huquqlari bo'yicha Milliy qo'mitasining bosh kotibi Sultan bin Hasan al-JAMALI janoblarini taklif qilamiz. Marhamat. Ummon Sultonligining inson huquqlari bo'yicha komissiyasi raisi Rashid Hamad Humayt al-Balushi janoblarini taklif qilamiz. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, bizning birinchi sessiyamiz o'z nihoyasiga yetdi. Hozirda barcha ishtirokchilarni tushlikka Hilton mehmonxonasiga taklif qilamiz. Hammamizni transport kutib turibdi. Marhamat.
4 million gektarga, ya'ni respublika umumiy maydoni 9,9% ga yetkazildi. Muhofaza etiladigan tabiiy hududlar umumiy yer maydoni 6,3 million gektarga yetkazildi. Bundan 5 yil oldin 8% tashkil qilgan mazkur hudud hozirgi kunda mamlakat hududining 14%ni tashkil etmoqda. 10 mingga yaqin aholiga 80 ming gektardan ortiq o'rmon fondi yerlari ijara shartnomalari asosida berilib, tadbirkorlik faoliyatiga imkoniyatlar yaratildi. Hozirgi kunga qadar 1 million 200 ming gektardan ortiq maydonda suv tejovchi texnologiyalar joriy etildi. Ushbu texnologiyalarni lokalizatsiyalash jarayonlari orqali yashil ish o'rinlari yaratildi. Qayta tiklanuvchi energiya manbalari ulushi umumiy energiya balansida 15% ga yetkazildi. 2030-yilga borib bu ko'rsatkich 40% ga yetkazilishi nazarda tutilgan. Jismoniy shaxslarga tegishli obyektlarda o'rnatilgan quyosh panellarida ishlab chiqilgan va o'z ehtiyojlaridan orttirib, yagona elektr energiya tizimiga uzatilgan elektr energiyani har bir kilovati uchun davlat byudjetidan 1000 so'mdan subsidiya ajratish instituti joriy etildi. Yuqorida keltirilgan ma'lumotlardan ko'rinib turibdiki, ekologik xavfsizlikni ta'minlash borasida amalga oshirilayotgan ishlar bevosita aholining, fuqarolarning ijtimoiy, iqtisodiy va shu jumladan qulay atrof muhitga bo'lgan huquqlarini ta'minlaydi. Shu bilan bu boradagi islohotlar inson qadrini, xalq manfaatini, barqaror jamiyatni va bardavom taraqqiyotni ta'minlashga xizmat qiladi. So'zimning oxirida forumning yakuniy hujjati, ya'ni Samarkand deklaratsiyasi 2 yo'nalishda 30 banddan iborat mazkur loyihani to'liq qo'llab-quvvatlayman. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Mr. Khairullah, thank you very much for indicating the importance of having the citizens having access to environmental information, also emphasizing the regulatory and legal frameworks for environmental protection-related issues. As we move with the agenda and delve more into the effect of environmental issues on ensuring human rights, let me ask our next speaker to come in, Ms. Laura Maria, who's participating with us online. She is the chair of the UN Committee on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights. The floor is yours.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
So,
we can. Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay, so your excellent ladies and gentlemen, first of all, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to address you today in my capacity as chair of the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. And I would also wish to take this opportunity to thank the organizers and to congratulate them for their efforts to bring together all of us during these 2 days around the critical topic, the environmental challenges that we are facing nowadays and the need to ensure sustainable solutions for the future of all human rights are not a simple rhetoric, but a cruel and urgent reality that needs our attention and requests for coordinated answers from multiple actors. I will begin by saying that economic, social, and cultural rights are central to everyone's day-to-day lives, as these rights relate to food, water, housing, standard of living, health, education, employment, to name just a few examples. Protection and observance of these rights are not only conducive to the enhancement of life experience of everyone, but also need to be seen as entitlements of individuals to enjoy a life with dignity, as this stands at the core of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Or as pointed out by the Human Rights Committee in its recent general comment on the right to life, a contemporary understanding of the right to life must engage with the myriad social, economic, and environmental threats to life experienced by millions of people across the globe, and states parties should take appropriate measures to address the general conditions in society that may give rise to the threats to life and prevent individuals from enjoying their right to life with dignity. This approach implies that the right to life has economic and social dimensions, and the implication of the right to life of environmental degradation, climate change, and sustainable development are nowadays undeniable. In 2022, the UN General Assembly recognized that unsustainable development and climate change, I quote, constitute some of the most pressing and serious threats to the ability of the present and future generation to effectively enjoy all human rights. The General Assembly and the Human Rights Council have recognized the right to a healthy and sustainable environment as a human right, which is interconnected with the right enshrined in the two sister covenants that constitute today the hardcore of the international human rights protection. This approach required the full implementation of multilateral environmental agreements under the principles of human rights and environmental law. Thus, although once neglected, the serious and growing human rights impacts of climate change are nowadays widely acknowledged, at the same time with the need to address them with sustainable solutions. As relates to the work of the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in the field of climate change, this work is not new, but dates back more than 3 decades ago when the topic was not so high on the world's agenda as it is today. Thus, several general comments adopted by the committee make reference to obligations of states parties to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in the context of climate change, like, for example, General Comment number 4 on the right to adequate housing, General Comment number 12 on the right to adequate food, General Comment number 13 on the right to the highest sustainable standard of health, General Comment number 15 on the right to water, and the more recently adopted General Comment on land and economic, social and cultural rights. In addition, the committee is currently working on a General Comment on sustainable development and economic, social and cultural rights, which I believe is expected also to clarify the position of the committee, among other things, in the area of climate change impact on economic, social and cultural rights. Moreover, in 2018, SESC was the first treaty body that adopted a public statement specifically focused on climate change. This statement describes the implications of climate change for economic, social and cultural rights and make reference to state obligations under the covenant, including obligations owed to populations outside their territories. This statement underlines that a failure to prevent foreseeable harm to human rights caused by climate change or a failure to mobilize the available resources in the efforts to do so could constitute a breach of this obligation. End of the quote. Consequently, states have obligations to dedicate the maximum available resources to the adoption of measures that could mitigate climate change. High income states have also the duty of international cooperation, which requires them to contribute to climate finance and support developing countries in the adaptation efforts. 1 year later, in 2019, SESC joined with forces with other treaty bodies and adopted 4 other treaty bodies and adopted a joint statement on human rights and climate change. This statement warns that climate change impacts threaten the right to life, the right to adequate food, the right to housing, the right to water, and cultural groups are also affected, with some groups being more vulnerable to risk than others. This statement puts emphasis on the obligation of states as a matter of human rights law to implement emission cuts reflecting the highest possible ambition, including by phasing out fossil fuels, promoting renewable energy, and combating deforestation, to give just a few examples. As far as the reporting procedure is concerned, in 2008, SESC was again the first treaty body who adopted concluding observations on climate change, when recommended that Ukraine adopt legislation on climate protection, giving effect to the 1997 Kyoto Protocol to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Ever since, the climate change topic was present in the work of the committee, and the concluding observation adopted reflected this very well. Thus, the COP developed and started to be focused on 4 main areas, namely on mitigation, adaptation, on procedural rights, and international cooperation. For the sake of the time, I will just give some examples of concluding observations which were addressed in these respective areas. So, for example, on mitigation, which was addressed in a significantly greater proportion than the other, this resulted in recommendations such as to set national targets with time-bound benchmark. It was a recommendation that went to the Russian Federation in 2017, or to increase efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, a recommendation in 2018 for Germany and 2019 for Switzerland, to take measures to reverse the current trend of increasing absolute emissions of greenhouse gases and pursue alternatively and renewable energy, Australia in 2017, or to ensure compliance with commitments made under the Paris Agreement in relation with the exploitation of fossil fuels, a recommendation made to Argentina in 2018. On adaptation, in an exemplificative manner, recommendations that were made were formulated as to address the impact of climate change on indigenous people more effectively while fully engaging indigenous people in a related policy and program, Canada 2016, or reduce the vulnerability of communities by increasing their preparedness and fostering prevention measures, Mauritius in 2019. On procedural rights, the concluding observation focused on the participation of civil society in climate policy making. For example, SASC has recommended to New Zealand in 2018 to put in place effective measures to ensure the meaningful participation of Maori in all decision-making processes affecting their rights and ensure its climate change policies are developed and implemented in partnership with Maori, including their effective participation in the Climate Commission. On international cooperation, all concluding observations were linked with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, but varied on the concrete situation of states. Thus, recommendations addressed to developing states were in the sense that these should seek international support and assistance in order to mobilize the financial and technological support, while those addressed to developed states focus on reminding them of their responsibility to provide climate finance over and above the current ODA. Currently, the work of the committee reflects an enhanced preoccupation for climate change-related aspects, as both a list of issues and concluding observations include questions, respectively recommendations on that matter. And this approach is also due to recent interpretations of human rights law that clarify that it is imperative to address climate change through both adaptation and mitigation measures, with commitments under the Paris Agreement serving as benchmarks. This suggests that states must move forward protecting people against harms to their human rights under climate change, which requires addressing structural causes. It also implies a more attentive focus on procedural rights and international cooperation. Being mindful of the limited time, I would like to conclude by mentioning that the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights has not so far issued any decision on climate change or climate change related issues under its communication procedure based on the optional protocol, nor are there any pending cases before the committee addressing climate change. In light of this, I would like to welcome the call which was made this morning by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, His Excellency Mr. VOLKER TÜRK, at the beginning of this event. That is the call for the ratification of the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. I would also like to remind states about the importance of this commitment. Indeed, the ratification of the optional protocol will provide SASC with an important tool in clarification for the clarification of the link between economic, social and cultural rights and the impact of climate change, thus contributing to the clarification of states' human rights obligation in the context of climate change, and will pave the way to elaborating sustainable solutions. To conclude, the statement adopted by SASC in 2018 and 2019 respectively seem to prove the commitment of the committee to continue to keep under review the impact of climate change on economic, social and cultural rights. And as they mention in their final paragraph, and to provide states with guidance on how these rights need to be interpreted in order for them to meet their obligations under the Covenant on, of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Thus, I believe that there is a genuine expectation that climate change continues to be a topic on focus for the work of TASK in the years to come. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laura. Maria. Especially for the very good examples that you gave on climate adaptation and climate mitigation. I would like to move to our next speaker, but before that, I would like to remind all speakers to please observe the time carefully, up to maximum 5 minutes per speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Anne-Marie Skelton, the chair of the UN Committee on Rights and of Child. She's with us online today, and her introductory remarks will focus on children's rights and the environment with the special focus on climate change. The floor is yours. Ms. Anne-Marie, can you hear us? In that case, probably we could move to the next speaker if he's ready. And I would like to ask my colleague, or hold on, maybe we have Ms. Anne-Marie, can you hear us? Okay, then we will move to the next speaker, my colleague, Mr. Mindia, Human Rights Specialist of the UNDP Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear esteemed participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be part of today's discussion. As you know, the triple planetary crisis, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution is a shared concern of humankind, which poses existential threats to our societies. The international community attempts to find a way out of the crisis through normative and institutional innovation. In July 2022, the UN General Assembly, with an overwhelming majority, adopted a resolution on the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And a considerable number of states recognized this right. Additionally, there are regional initiatives in Europe and elsewhere to make sure environmental rights are enforceable. Furthermore, multilateral climate and biodiversity discussions have recognized that a just transition to an inclusive and sustainable green economy must be people-centered and implemented with full respect for the human rights of those who are excluded and marginalized from global economic processes. To enable people to claim their rights, it is important to guarantee them access to information, participation in decision-making processes, and access to justice in environmental matters, as enshrined in the Aarhus Convention. Climate change has a negative impact on the people and economy of Uzbekistan. It increases land degradation and desertification and affects agricultural production and biodiversity. It also exacerbates water scarcity and poses additional challenges for affected communities. Air pollution remains a serious problem that negatively affects people's health and well-being. Access to information, public participation, and access to justice need to be improved. Although individuals and non-government organizations have the right to bring environmental cases to courts, there is still no practice in this area. It is recommended that the capacity of the judiciary and legal professionals be improved to better meet environmental justice needs of the people of Uzbekistan. Human rights offer a tool to ensure more transparency and accountability, inclusion, participation, and equity in the process of green transformation. However, effective action is needed to implement these principles. Companies and government agencies seeking to realize just transition objectives must remain accountable Such accountability should be rooted in the human rights policy of the respective institution. In reality, however, the objective remains unattained. For example, it has been argued that companies in the renewable energy value chain need a more credible human rights strategy. Also, state-owned enterprises often lack human rights and environmental due diligence strategies. In short, there is a lack of effective and consistent climate protection measures at various levels. It is therefore not surprising that governments and private sector entities are being increasingly challenged and held to account. Climate litigation is emerging as a key tool to ensure accountability. People are increasingly turning to the courts. Youth, women groups, local communities, and indigenous people are taking a prominent role in bringing new cases to the courts. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has rightly identified climate litigation as an important avenue for stakeholders to influence climate policy. Over recent years, national and international courts have developed a rich body of jurisprudence dealing with the impacts of climate change, with some cases gaining considerable international attention. The cases are not only concentrated in a small number of countries in the global north. Several cases from the global south have also gained international prominence. The number of climate lawsuits is also increasing in Europe and Central Asia. Most cases aim to strengthen the national policy frameworks for addressing climate change. The European Convention on Human Rights, as you know, has an important impact on legal developments in the region. In a landmark case of 9th April 2024 against Switzerland, the European Court determined for the first time the scope of states' positive obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights in relation to climate change. The court examined the scientific evidence on climate change, the irreversibility of its effects, and the global consequences of this phenomenon against the state's climate targets, policies, and measures. The court found that the inadequacy of the measures taken by Switzerland constituted a violation of the right to private and family life, which the court interpreted as the right to be free from environmental threats to personal life, Article 8 of the Convention. This precedent sets this precedent set by the court will probably push the 46 member states of the Council of Europe to act and to ensure that their targets are sufficient and that their policies and measures are adequately implemented to achieve their objectives. States in the region may need to revise their climate targets and measures to minimize the risk of litigation. Such a revision of measures may include a review of the legal framework and policies related to climate change. As part of its climate promise, UNDP supports governments in defining and honoring the relevant commitments. Part of the legal progress in this area is the recently issued advisory opinion issued by the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, in which the tribunal clarified the scope and content of states' climate obligations and under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And the court introduced a standard of due diligence based on the best available science. This creates a basis for states to be held accountable for their actions and omissions that have caused climate change and impacted the marine environment.
Well, your time is up. Please summarize.
Okay, I am short of time. That's
Please
why I
summarize.
just want to emphasize that this practice can evolve in the future and new types of cases may emerge. such as migration-related litigation, and also other cases. But what I wanted to say about UNDP's work in 2 sentences, we are working on different continents and in different countries, including a few countries in Europe and Central Asia. You see this on the slide. So we are working in a number of countries, including Georgia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kyrgyzstan, Kosovo, North Macedonia, implementing environmental justice work. And this work is based on 3 pillars of the UNDP environmental justice strategy. First, enabling legal frameworks and environmental justice legal basis for environmental justice. Second, strengthening people-centered and effective institutions. And finally, increasing access to justice and legal empowerment in environmental matters. So these are the 3 pillars of our work, and we have designed projects implementing around those pillars. You see this on that map. So working not only in our region, but also worldwide. Thank you for your attention.
Katta rahmat. Juda ham qiziqarli va ma'lumotlarga boy slaydlar ekan. O'ylaymanki, mana tashkilotchilar mazkur slaydlarni ishtirokchilarga tarqatishga yordam berishadi. Navbatdagi so'z bizning yana bir hamkorimiz Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti taraqqiyot dasturining Yevropa va Markaziy Osiyo mintaqaviy byurosining inson huquqlari bo'yicha mutaxassisi Mindiya Varshakmadzega. Marhamat. Uzr. Mariya Plak Petersonga beramiz. Ular Daniya Inson huquqlari instituti iqlim o'zgarishi va atrof muhit bo'yicha guruh rahbari katta maslahatchisi. Marhamat.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers, and good afternoon, everyone. I had some slides. Will it be possible for me to share them, or will you be able to pull them up?
You can share the slides.
Okay, there seems to be a technical challenge, so let me just speak instead. So I represent the Danish Institute for Human Rights. We are the national human rights institution of Denmark, but we have a dual mandate to also work internationally. I wanted to say that climate change directly impacts human rights realization, as we have heard. It includes the right to life, the right to an adequate standard of living, the right to food, the right to water, the right to health, the right to housing, cultural rights, and many more. The tragedy is that those who have contributed the least to the problem are also the most affected, and climate change disproportionately impacts those already marginalized with the fewest possibilities to adapt, which increases inequality and creates further injustice. Disproportionate impacts are felt by indigenous peoples, small-scale farmers, fisher people, pastoralists, persons with disabilities, children, migrants, marginalized minorities, women and girls. It's context dependent, and also different factors impact people's vulnerability to the impacts of climate change. Young children and elderly people, for example, face higher health risks associated with heat waves, and there are many such examples. I want to also emphasize that there can be negative human rights impacts of climate change policies and measures. For example, if there's failure to consult with communities when undertaking projects on their land, this could be, for example, large-scale energy projects, or if there's failure to consider the impacts of climate change measures on the most vulnerable. This could be, for example, abrupt removal of fossil fuel subsidies without additional support for those in poverty. So it is essential that efforts to address climate change respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. We have just heard from the chair of SESCA that we are increasingly seeing clarity on state human rights obligations in the context of climate change. And there's also a growing body of case law from climate change litigation cases, and most recently in Europe, the Klimaseniorinnen case. I want to briefly speak about the role of national human rights institutions. Clearly, national human rights institutions play an important role in their context, in both monitoring and reporting on the human rights impacts of climate change. advising states and others on human rights-based approaches to climate action, supporting communities to participate in decision-making on climate strategies, assisting victims to seek justice and redress, providing education on the human rights impacts of climate change and policy, engaging businesses and others on their roles and responsibilities, and also working in the context of ANRI to advise human rights-based policies and advance human rights-based policies and approaches. We, as the Danish Institute for Human Rights, are currently developing a tool to assist national human rights institutions and other actors to systematically analyze climate change-related policies, laws, and measures, and also to systematically assess the impacts of climate change on rights holders. And we are hoping that this will improve data, because we know there is a scarcity of data, improve reporting to human rights monitoring mechanisms, but also help national human rights institutions advocate for more human rights compliant climate change policies, ultimately leading to rights realization for all. The scope of policies that we're looking at are specific climate change related laws and policies, but also disaster risk reduction policies, green energy transition policies, and others with specific components on climate change. And when it comes to the rights holder assessment, we're looking at both the direct impacts of climate change on rights enjoyment, but also the impact of climate change measures. We use the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights methodology for developing human rights indicators, starting with the relevant rights, identifying the key normative content of those rights, and then selecting structure, process, and outcome indicators, and then questions that go into questionnaires, which can then be used to assess laws and policies and document impacts on rights holders. As a next step, we'll be testing this in Sierra Leone, in Honduras, and Colombia, and we'd like to invite anyone who's interested in using this framework or learning more to contact us at the Danish Institute. So I will end here and thank the organizers for an interesting panel discussion.
Ms. Patterson, thank you so much also for being on time and also for discussing the role of the national human rights institutions in analyzing and advising on climate change, and also the examples that you gave on the necessity to engage community, and you gave examples on land-related issues. We'd like to move to our next speaker, Mr. Mas Ahmed Santosa, Senior Advisor to the Minister of Environment of the Republic of Indonesia for Justice, Law, Regulations Affairs. The floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody here. Allow me to start by thanking to Professor AKMAL SAIDOV for your invitation to Professor Siti Nurbaya, Indonesian Minister of Environment and Forestry, to participate in this forum. Regrettably, Professor Siti Nurbaya is unable to attend this forum due to prior commitments. She sends her warm greetings and extends her best wishes for a successful and productive meeting. I'm honored to represent Professor Siti Nurbaya and be part of this forum. Let me start by highlighting the pressing issue of climate crisis in the Anthropocene epoch. Humans have significantly damaged natural system on a global scale. This damage threatens the resilience of ecosystem as a whole. According to research by Johan Rockström, 2009, Stephen 2019, and Richardson 2023, the Earth has already crossed 6 of the 9 planetary boundaries. These boundaries define the safe operating space for humanity, and climate change is one of the boundaries we have surpassed. IPCC's 6th assessment report in 2022 stated that across sectors and regions, the most vulnerable people and systems are disproportionately affected, and climate extremes have led to irreversible impacts, pushing nature and human system beyond their ability to adapt. This fact has led to the development of the climate justice concepts and practices. climate justice, recognitional justice, procedural justice, and distributional justice attempts to proportionately divide the burden of climate change impacts and benefits fairly and equitably while ensuring the rights of vulnerable communities. Ladies and gentlemen, following my previous points, I would like to now focus on the environmental constitutional provision in Indonesia. The Indonesian Constitution includes 3 relevant articles. Article 28H, paragraph 1, Article 33, paragraph 3, and Article 33, paragraph 4, that affirm our commitment to environmental protection and sustainable development. Article 20H affirms the right of all individuals to healthy, good, and decent environment as fundamental human rights, further strengthened by law year 2009 on environmental protection and management that recognizes the right to a healthy, good, and decent environment as a fundamental human rights and mandates the government responsibility to ensure this right for its citizens. Article 33, paragraph 3, assert state control over land, water, and natural resources for the benefit of the people's prosperity, aim at achieving social justice. While it prioritizes social justice through economic prosperity, it lacks explicit mention of ecological sustainability. As a result of the Constitution Amendment in 2002, the new article, which is Article 33, paragraph 4, mandates that the economic development must be based on economic democracy, sustainability, ecosystem approach, and justice. This article promotes environmentally sound economic development, aligning with the principle of ecologically sustainable development and justice, reinforcing Article 33, paragraph 3, to ensure natural resources are managed sustainably and equitably for the optimum benefit of the people's prosperity. In conclusion, the Indonesian Constitution writtenly provides a foundation for environmental protection and justice. However, the evolving nature of environmental challenges necessitates continuous efforts to harmonize environmental sustainability with social justice and economic growth. Interpreting and implementing this provision effectively is crucial for sustainable development. Let me share to you about a recent landmark decision in interpreting sustainable development resulted in the Constitutional Court. A recent landmark decision from the Constitutional Court of Indonesia in 2024 signified a precedent that acknowledged Article 33, paragraph 4 as a basis to exercise strong sustainability instead of weak sustainability. The Constitutional Court ruled on a significant case involving Article 33, paragraph 4 of Indonesia's Constitution in 21st March 2024. The court interpreted article on Indonesian law on management of coastal and small island, 2007, to reject the mining company request to extract mining in small islands. This decision underscores the court's interpretation of Article 33, paragraph 4 as a foundation for implementing strong sustainability paradigm instead of weak sustainability, emphasizing the coastal and small island are categorized as critical natural capital or CNC that should be fully protected, cannot be substituted and replaced by man-made wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change poses this disproportionate risk, making some population groups more vulnerable to climate change than others.
Excuse me, sir, your time is up. Please summarize.
Okay. As I conclude my remarks, it's imperative that we look forward to witnessing actionable steps that can pave the way for a sustainable and just future for all, especially for vulnerable groups. Human rights and nature's rights are equally important as they are very much related with the principle of ecological integrity. Ecological integrity can be defined as recognizing and respecting the value of all beings and the interconnectedness among them equitably, promoting the interests of human and non-human members of the Earth community. The concept and methodology of planetary boundaries, which aim to maintain the safe operating space of humanity, is also a part of solution to defend for human rights, including right to life and other rights as explained by Ms. Maria Peterson, and right to have a healthy, good, and decent environment. Addressing and reducing the impacts of the triple planetary crisis is also a fight for basic human rights and nature's rights. To promote ecological balance, it is essential for countries to strengthen relevant enabling conditions, including strengthening democratic space, especially civil liberties, governance, particularly the fight for zero tolerance of corruption, rule of law, particularly the fight for independence of judiciary, and independent and reliable criminal and civil justice system. We are facing a very serious threat of climate change, with impacts that become more and more apparent in our daily lives. There are vulnerable groups who rely on others to build resilience. Therefore, we are not only working to create our faith against climate change, but also the faith of the most vulnerable among us. Thank you very much for your patience and attention.
Hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari, navbatdagi so'zni BMTning Bola huquqlari bo'yicha qo'mitasi raisi Anne-Marie Skeltonga beramiz. Ular aynan iqlim o'zgarishi sharoitida bolalar huquqlari va atrof muhit alohida e'tiborda degan mavzuda taqdimot qiladilar. Marhamat. Please, the floor is yours. Yes. Because and Marie Skelton, she hasn't joined us. Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, okay, great. Many thanks. Please, the floor is yours. But we don't see you.
Greetings. Let me just see. You cannot see my video.
Oh yes, now we can. Yes, please.
Good. Thank you very much, and it's a great honor to be here with you today. Thank you very much to everybody for the organizing of this important event. I'm very glad to be here today to address such an important topic of children's rights and the environment. The work of the Committee on the Rights of the Child started working on this in 2016. That year, we held a day of special general discussion on the topic of children's rights and the environment. And that meeting brought together the then often separated discourses on children's rights and the environment. And we aimed to foster a deeper understanding of the connections between these two different issues. And I think that we can say that day succeeded, and indeed it then moved us towards the idea of having a general comment on children's rights and the environment. And so it was in September 2023 that the committee adopted and launched its general comment number 26 on children's rights and the environment, with a special focus on climate change. The idea behind that general comment, as with all general comments, is to provide authoritative guidance from the committee on how to advance children's rights within particular spheres, in this case, environment. So what we were really also wanting to do here was to provide guidance to states on how children's rights are impacted by environmental harm and climate change, and of course, what we advise governments to do in order to uphold children's rights. The general comment, of course, was also quite unprecedented in terms of how many contributions were received. We received over 16,000 contributions from children, and that covered 121 countries. So children shared their views, and I think this added to the vibrancy of the document and its relevance and the chances of it being taken forward in a meaningful way. this, I think, also showed us how broad this topic was and how interested children are in this theme. We also received a lot of expert inputs from experts from around the globe, and not just the usual players in the children's rights sphere, but people from more scientific pursuits who were keen to see that the disproportionate impact of the environmental degradation and climate change on children was being recognized. The general comment flagged for the first time the committee articulating that children have a right to live in a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And this is the first general comment that specifically spells out that right. It also recognized the principle of intergenerational equity, which makes sure that we promote prosperity and quality of life for everyone, and that we must think now and act now with regard to preserving the environment for future generations to come. The general comment also clarifies the obligations of states to address environmental harm and climate change, and explains how children's rights under the Convention on the Rights of the Child apply in the context of environmental protection, including the impact of climate change on children's highest attainable standard of health and standard of living. Specifically regarding the context of vulnerable groups, the document recommends states parties collect disaggregated data to understand the intersectionalities better, paying special attention to the groups of children who are at risk, and to implement special measures and policies. States must ensure that all legislation, policies, and programs that deal with environmental issues are not intentionally or unintentionally discriminatory towards children in their content and implementation. And within the broader group of children, we can also say that there are some groups of children who need to be provided with special support and assistance. So, for example, the general comment mentions children with disabilities, and the fact that in measures to adaptation measures might particularly need to be adjusted to accommodate children with disabilities. One of the most important implications of the general comment is the inclusion, I would say, of a new heading in the committee's general concluding observations that we issue. So at the moment, until now, we have been considering children's rights in relation to the environment, usually under the cluster pertaining to health, sometimes under the cluster pertaining to education. But now the committee has, in its internal processes, established a new heading, so that when we are reviewing states parties, we provide very specific advice on children's rights and the environment. And so we are now really, I think, able to provide far more targeted recommendations to states related to the environment and the impact of climate change on children's rights, and what states can do with regard to mitigation and adaptation, even around issues like climate finance, loss and damage. All of these issues can be dealt with within the committee's normal review process. One of the most important implications, I think, is also that this strengthening of recommendations means that we can guide states to look at the general comment 26 and to say, if you want more information and if you want more practical guidance, please look at this general comment, because it's a very useful place. We also should not forget that the committee has a communications procedure under OPIC. This communications procedure is one that has to be signed up separately by states. And so it's very important to us that states are beginning to, we're seeing more and more states signing up to this optional protocol, and we encourage states to do that. And of course, it is likely that we will receive cases in the future that are relating to the environment. We did already have one big case on this, which was ultimately found to be inadmissible due to a failure to exhaust domestic remedies. However, it did provide some important guidance on jurisdiction, which provided for quite a broad understanding of jurisdiction, in which a child living in country A may be able to bring a case against country B if it can be shown that the emissions, for example, carbon emissions that are generated in country A are affecting children in country B. That's a very simple explanation of the idea of extraterritorial jurisdiction. If you want to know more about it, please look at the decision in the Saki case. So I want to conclude by saying, by congratulating all of those that have put this forum together, and to wish you well in the rest of the deliberations. Thank you.
Ms. Skelton, thank you very much. We are going now to move to the next segment of our discussions today, where we will give floors to speakers. And the next speaker is Mr. Aslan Shahizdi, the honored lawyer of the Russian Federation, head of the Department of International Law, People's Friendship University of Russia, who's with us online, and then we'll also talk about the main reasons of failure of state efforts to tackle climate change. The floor is yours, Mr. Aslan. And I would kindly ask you if you can keep the presentation with maximum 3 to 4 minutes.
Dear colleagues, let me first draw your attention to the following points. First, climate change is a global threat. Second, the climate disruption is one of the elements of the triple planetary crisis. And third, at all levels, universal, regional, sub-regional, national, and municipal, there are plans and strategies for action to confront climate change. Analysis of efforts at all levels on climate change confirms that the issue of financing is crucial to achieving the goals set. Let me illustrate this with the example of small island development states, SIDC, a group of the states that was first classified as vulnerable to climate change at the United Nations International Conference on Environment and Development in 1992. The SIDC now numbers 57 states. Why did we choose SIDC as an example? There is a general belief that many SIDS are at the forefront of climate disasters and facing challenges despite contributing the least of the climate crisis. The World Bank describes SIDS as where tomorrow happens today. What do SIDC require? Let me answer in words of the Commonwealth Secretary General Baroness Patricia Scotland. For reference, let us recall that there are 33 small states in the Commonwealth family, 25 of which are CIDS. Baroness Scotland said these nations are struggling with the devastating impacts of climate disasters. The impact is profound and the need for climate finance is support. We are not just asking for sympathy, we are asking for concrete actions and commitments that will help us adapt to a changing climate. She shares the statistics that SIDC receives only 1.5% of UN funding. We are asking for a fair share of the resources that are available and to address the climate crisis. International financial institutions must factor in these realities and recognize the multidimensional vulnerabilities faced by SIDC. At the end of May this year, the fourth international conference of SIDs in Antigua took place. Speaking at the conference, UN Special Advisor to the Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General of the Climate Change, Stephen Hart, where he also confirmed the funding failure. He noted the international community has failed to deliver on its commitments to those small nations. Here is another statement. The world has the tools, solutions, technologies, and finance to support SIDS, but changing lines in the political will of the countries with the greatest responsibility and the capacity, particularly the G20 nations, which account for almost 80% of global greenhouse emission. In conclusion, he added, we need to correct this injustice and what has to be at the root of the global response to the demands and needs of small island developing countries. I entirely agree with him. The G7, which has become a club for unilateral coercive measures, and the G20, where the spirit of rivalry prevails instead of the spirit of cooperation, are unable to fulfill commitments that have been developed with the framework of the climate change. In this connection, I recall the opinion of the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights about the principal obligation of result reflected in paragraph 1, Article 2 of the Covenant, within the take steps with a view to achieving progressively by full realization of the rights recognized in the Covenant the maximum of its available resources, which suppose both the state and those available from the international community through the international cooperation and assistance. The question concerns international assistance from international financial institutions. Let me make the activities of the World Bank in global agri-food sectors as an example. At the beginning of May this year, the World Bank Group released a new report. This report points out the global agri-food system accounts for approximately 1/3 of all global greenhouse gas emissions, and industrial livestock production accounts for the lion's share of this. The report aptly states that the system that feeds us is also feeding the planet climate crisis. Moreover, the World Bank itself says that the world cannot achieve the Paris Agreement target without achieving net zero emissions in the agri-food system. According to the UN Environmental Program, UNEP, the expansion of industrial livestock production is the primary threat to over 85% of 28,000 species at risk of extinction. Despite this, the World Bank continued to finance its sector. Its portfolio currently has billions invested livestock production. What is this such a contradiction between the World Bank recognizing the danger and continuing to invest in this sector? The answer is the following. The World Bank and other international financial institutions cannot offer other alternatives to developing states. For this requires a complete restructuring of international financial and banking institutions, the international trade system, and the regime of access to the innovative technologies. Since we are experiencing a quantitative increase in attention to environmental issues everywhere, it is useful to cite two important intentions of the UN member states reflected in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. First, we are committed to achieving sustainable development in its three dimensions: economic, social, and environmental, in a balanced and integrated manner. And second, we are determined to take the bold and transformative steps which are urgently needed to shift the world onto a sustainable and resilient path. Unfortunately, these important intentions will remain only on papers unless the system of international financial institutions is reconstructed and the balance is maintained between economic and social development and environmental restrictions, the international community will be cut off from global agendas such as 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development or the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this detailed speech. Navbatdagi so'zni Rustem Davlatgildiyevga beramiz. Ular Qozon Federal Universiteti Inson huquqlari, xalqaro huquq va integratsiya muammolari ilmiy ta'lim markazi direktori, yuridik fanlar doktor, professor. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое, уважаемый председательствующий, уважаемые коллеги. Постараюсь уложиться в регламент. Тема моего сегодняшнего выступления посвящена вопросам международно-правовой защиты экологических мигрантов в связи с климатической миграцией. Сегодня уже тема эта звучала, в частности, о ней говорила в выступлении Салтанат Пархатовна.
Господин Давлетгильдиев, у нас очень мало времени, пожалуйста, за 3 минуты постарайтесь уложиться. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Но на самом деле нужно отметить, что среди массовых перемещений людей вопросы, связанные с окружающей средой, долгое время не рассматривались в рамках предмета изучения регулирования международным правом. Но, тем не менее, на сегодняшний день можно отметить, что и Управление Верховного комиссара по делам беженцев, и Международная организация по миграции постепенно стали включать эту тему в свой круг вопросов и, соответственно, оказывать помощь лицам, перемещенным внутри страны. Подавляющее большинство экологических мигрантов на сегодняшний день – это все-таки internally displaced persons, да, соответственно, внутренне перемещенные лица. И Всемирный доклад о внутренних перемещениях, который готовит Центр мониторинга внутренних перемещений, за 2024 год отмечает, что вот на конец 2023 года в мире зарегистрировано около 76 миллионов внутренне лиц, из них 46, ну почти 47 миллионов – это новые внутренние перемещения, и, соответственно, 56% среди них, 26,5 миллионов – это новые перемещения, связанные с бедствиями природного характера, главным образом. И порядка 6 миллионов – это связано с последствиями землетрясений. Вот, то есть, как бы такая цифра, на самом деле, больше, чем внутренние перемещения, связанные с какими-либо проблемами вооруженных конфликтов и других, ну, как бы рукотворных соответствующих действий. Экологическая миграция, она проблемна, потому что непонятно, куда отнести эту категорию лиц. Уязвимая категория, к беженцам ее относить не хотят, хотя термин экологические беженцы, в принципе, уже впервые употреблен был в 1948 году 20 века, но экологом Уильямом Воктом. На официальном уровне в рамках программы ООН по окружающей среде 1985 года впервые в докладе прозвучал термин. Но, тем не менее, проблема с признанием беженцев достаточно сложная. Ее как бы в рамки Конвенции ООН 1951 года не хотят включать по разным причинам, и в том числе, конечно, по причине, связанной с политическими позициями государств, с желанием, соответственно, не расширять список слишком сильно. Как мы видим с вами, да, более 50% среди всех внутренних перемещений – это перемещения, связанные с природными катаклизмами. Не буду останавливаться на том, какие регуляторы существуют, но отмечу, что Парижское соглашение по климату, то есть, казалось бы, основной документ по климатической миграции, вернее, по климатическим вопросам, в том числе учитывает вопросы миграции, и в 2016 году Исполнительным комитетом Варшавского международного механизма в соответствии с статьей Парижского соглашения номер 50 создала специальную целевую группу по перемещениям, вот с тем, чтобы этой тематикой тоже заниматься в рамках вот климатических соглашений. Но отмечу, что в глобальном договоре по безопасной и упорядоченной регулярной миграции под эгидой МОМ этот документ был разработан в 2018 году, утвержден Генассамблеей ООН. Вопросы экологической миграции тоже получили свое отражение. Хотя это политический документ, не юридический, но тем не менее политические обязательства на государство тоже предлагается принять, да, вот в добровольном порядке. Среди документов, которые касаются прав человека, казалось бы, прямых положений о экологических мигрантах нет, за исключением, может быть, Кампальской конвенции. африканского континента. Но, тем не менее, из некоторых документов международно-правовых, касающихся прав человека, вытекают вопросы, связанные с экологической миграцией. И в частности, это Международный пакт о правах, гражданских и политических правах, помимо других. И что интересно, вот недавняя практика 2020 года, было соображение Комитета ООН по правам человека, куда вот только что Акмал Хаматович был включен в качестве члена. В практике комитета, соответственно, вот есть эти соображения по делу Тойота против Новой Зеландии и, соответственно, попытка использовать статью 6, ну и 7 статью пакта в качестве основания для применения к тем лицам, которые вот перемещаются в связи с экологическими проблемами. В частности, это Кирибати, территория островного государства, которая стала малопригодной для жизни, и как бы вот и Иоанн Тойота, в частности, он хотел как раз переехать в Новую Зеландию по причине угрозы жизни. Ему отказали, его, соответственно, вернули обратно в правительство Новой Зеландии. И комитет по правам человека тоже не поддержал его, хотя и признал данную жалобу приемлемой. Это уже очень важный факт. Приемлемость была признана, и соображения были как бы указано положение, что нет оснований для применения статьи 6, то есть угрозы права на жизнь в этом случае, но, однако, комитет оставил на будущее соответствующую возможность, да, для того, чтобы при снижении порога неминуемого вреда, при решении критериев претензий, при том, что события, которые в климатических ситуациях имеют долгосрочные последствия, ситуация заявителя может пересматриваться, и она может стать основанием для признания соответствующего лица беженцем, имеющим вот как бы соответствующую угрозу жизни в силу климатических изменений. То есть, по сути дела, предоставление статуса климатического беженца становится, ну, в определенной степени, вот в связи с этим соображением комитета, более жизнеспособным, как утверждается на сегодняшний день в научных работах. Надо отметить, что и другие судебные, в том числе, структуры, включая Европейский суд по правам человека, тоже наблюдают внимательно за этой проблемой. И я думаю, что в ближайшие годы у нас будет больше оснований полагать, что климатическая миграция становится объектом рассмотрения в рамках договорных инструментов и соответствующих актов регионального характера по правам человека. И если не сейчас, то, тем не менее, это наша перспектива. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much. We'd like to move to the next speaker. I'm sorry that we skipped the order, but Mr. Sumi Adib, Energy, Immigration, Environment and Climate Change Specialist, IOM Regional Office for South Eastern Europe. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the floor. I'm just going to share my screen. I have a very short presentation. First of all, I would like to thank the National Center of the Republic of Uzbekistan for Human Rights and Mr. AKMAL SAIDOV for inviting the International Organization for Migration to this important forum. I'm going to speak about human mobility in the context of climate change, and I think my previous, the previous speaker has already had some scene setting, so this makes it a little bit easier for me. The previous speaker mentioned about the task force of displacement under the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage. IOM is one of the founding members of this task force, and we are involved in the UNFCCC COP and CMA processes quite closely on human mobility related issues. This topic is important, and its importance is also acknowledged in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Assessments. For example, the summary for policymakers of the Working Group 2 report of the IPCC's 6th assessment, which was released less than 2 years ago, clearly recognizes the importance of addressing both the forced migration, but also the voluntary migration in the context of climate change. What is quite an important point is to understand that there is a lot of discussion around to address forced migration, for example, the internally displaced persons or persons who would be displaced across international borders because of climatic hazards. However, the IPCC also underscores the multifaceted nature of the nexus between migration, environment, and climate change, which means that there are also several different dimensions of migration that goes beyond just the displaced persons. On this screen, you can see these different dimensions that are being discussed between member states or the parties to the UNFCCC, as well as international organizations. And a lot of this is now increasingly reflect on documents that are being published by various constituted bodies within the UNFCCC. We do recognize the very important nature of the right-based perspective in addressing migration, environment, and the climate change nexus, because we do recognize that climatic hazards as well as the impact of climate change are interacting with non-climatic drivers of vulnerability, such as underlying poverty or the issues of livelihoods, issues to do with social capital, that then has an implication on the protection and the rights of people in the affected communities. The consequences of climate change, as well as their interaction with other environmental factors, especially the pre-existing social, economic, and political conditions, affect the nature of movement, which is why we see that there is a group of people who might be moving within certain sense of, I would say, a forced decision to move. But we also have another large number of people who have the choice to move. And of course, these groups have very different vulnerability to these hazards. Now, interestingly, as was also pointed out by the previous speaker, there are no legal frameworks for environmental migrants. There are no legal definitions or category for environmental migrants. And one of the terms that is quite popular in, let's say, media discourse or popular discourse, climate refugees, does not have any legal acceptance. However, international human rights law definitely apply to environmental migrants because of the principles of universality and non-discrimination. The challenge being that there are no specific global instruments to implement this. Having said that, we also have examples from various countries across the world. These are in different regions who have formulated and adopted specific laws at the national, but also at the regional level to address environmental migration. And this provides us with an opportunity to learn from those good practices. Interestingly, most legal solutions for environmental migrants come from migration law, and very few actually come from the environmental law at this point. As I said before, programming support needs to be provided to states and relevant actors in providing assistance and protection to the people moving in the context of climate change, and look at this through a right-based approach. This needs to ensure a meaningful participation of migrants, IDPs, refugees, and other relevant stakeholders in various consultative processes, including their implementation and monitoring. Programs should also focus on issues of social equity, justice, and human rights, with specific focus on the intersectional issues such as age, gender, disability, ethnicity, migration or refugee status, and also the concerns of indigenous population that was already highlighted by some of the previous speakers. This is my last slide, and I just wanted to like one of the interventions that we have in Central Asia, and this specific one focuses on generating evidence around climate change mobility, specifically looking at mountain areas, given how vulnerable they are to even a 1.5 degree increase in the global warming. As you can see, this covers most of the member states in Central Asia, including Uzbekistan, where we are working very closely with Uz Hydromed Research Institute. We are very glad to have them on board on this. And through the successive rounds of data collection that has been planned to this particular intervention, we are trying to better understand the impacts of climatic hazards on the decision of people to move, but also what are the consequences of moving on the ability of the people to adapt. And within this framework, we have surveys that are being implemented in the project side in the various study countries. And those questions also include questions on safety needs of persons faced by disasters, evacuated persons, and labor migrants. If anyone is interested to further, have information about this specific project, please feel free to reach out to us. I also have a colleague who is present in the room in Samarkand. Please reach out to us if you need any additional information on this. And I wish you all the best with the rest of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this useful insights. Navbatdagi so'zni Dulgun Damdin O'tga beramiz. Ular dengizga chiqish imkoniyati bo'lmagan rivojlanayotgan mamlakatlar uchun Xalqaro tahlil markazi ijrochi direktori onlayn ishtirok etyaptilar. Marhamat, so'z sizga.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Please proceed.
Well, good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my appreciation to organizers, especially the government of Uzbekistan, for the invitation to this momentous event. I am delighted to virtually join you as the think tank and advocate for the landlocked developing countries. Landlocked developing countries are particularly vulnerable due to their dependence on export and the large share of their population involved in agriculture and food production, processing, transportation, and distribution. These dependencies make them especially susceptible to disasters and pandemics. LLDCs face numerous challenges, including a remoteness and limited access to international markets, long distances from seaports, transit issues, and heavy reliance on neighboring transit countries for international trade. They also struggle with inadequate infrastructure, high trade and transaction costs, lack of productive capacities, and significant vulnerability to climate change, desertification, and land degradation. So key points is that there are 32 landlocked developing countries with a population exceeding 570 million, common problems and structural vulnerabilities, exposing them to severe climate change impacts. Climate change presents significant challenges for LLDCs, already grappling with poverty, food insecurity, and limited access to resources and markets. LLDCs face increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, altered precipitation patterns, and rising temperatures, exacerbating their isolation from global markets and reliance on climate-sensitive sectors. These conditions lead to reduced agricultural productivity, famine, disease outbreaks, loss of biodiversity, and increased migration due to forced displacements. LLDCs experience.
You have 1 more minute. Please summarize.
Okay, thank you. To address these challenges, LLDC should prioritize resilience against climate change impacts through adaptation measures such as improved water management, drought resistance, crops, and early warning systems for natural disasters. Advocate for sustainable land use practices, including agroforestry, conservation agriculture, and sustainable forest management. Transition to clean energy resources, focusing on renewable energy options and promoting energy efficiency measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Facilitate international cooperation to access necessary resources for addressing climate change with the developing nations and international organizations providing financial and technical assistance. Promote sustainable transportation modes such as public transit, cycling, and walking. empower local communities to participate in climate change decision-making, ensuring their needs and priorities are considered. So in conclusion, I reiterate our full commitment to the cause of LLDCs. We eagerly anticipate your recommendations and guidance for a coherent approach to implement the ITT LLDC agenda, and also the new program of action for the next decade, which will be adopted by the group of LLDCs at the 3rd UN Conference on LLDCs this year. So again, I express my sincere appreciation to organizers, the government of Uzbekistan, for organizing this event. I wish you all fruitful deliberation in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to the next speaker, Mr. Andrei Nikolaev, the Professor of Department of International and Integration Law of the Institute of Law and National Security of the Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration under the President of Russian Federation, who's with us online. The floor is yours.
Спасибо, уважаемые коллеги. Я очень надеюсь, что меня слышно. Спасибо оргкомитету, всем, кто организовал данный Самаркандский форум. Действительно очень интересная и важная тема для обсуждения. Мне хотелось бы поговорить о такой важной теме, как экологизация коллективных прав человека. Я имею в виду под словом экологизация проникновение экологической повестки в коллективные права человека. Мы все знаем, что существует третье поколение прав человека, право на развитие, право на мир, права коренных народов, которые традиционно являются коллективными. И традиционно считается, что вопросы экологии, они больше свойственны правам коренных народов. Но, кроме этого, необходимо отметить, что и другие коллективные права, они также отличаются таким явлением, как наличие компоненты, которая может быть названа экологической. Ну, в частности, в статье 1 Международного пакта об экономических, социальных и культурных правах как раз-таки говорится о праве народов распоряжаться своими естественными богатствами и ресурсами. Как раз-таки вот здесь мы и видим тот самый компонент, который можно назвать экологическим. В той же самой статье пакта «Право на самоопределение», которая говорит нам и понимается больше как статус политический, но здесь, конечно же, есть еще и экономический, социальные и культурные аспекты, в том числе и вопросы экологические. Еще один очень важный момент, который мне хотелось бы подчеркнуть, то, что напрямую в отдельных регионах коллективные права, они связаны с экологией. Ну, например, Африканская хартия прав человека и народов, статья 24 Африканской хартии, говорит о праве народов на уровень окружающей среды, благоприятствующий их развитию. Собственно, здесь мы видим прямую связь. И еще одно явление, еще одна важная тенденция, которая, как мне кажется, достойна здесь упоминания. То, что индивидуальное право каждого на чистую, здоровую окружающую среду тоже может пониматься как право, имеющее общественное звучание. В частности, еще в документах ООН, которые вырабатывались в 70-е годы, отмечалось, что вопросы устойчивого развития, они должны быть значимы для нынешнего и будущих поколений, то есть не просто для одного индивида, а для поколений. На конференции ООН в Рио-де-Жанейро говорится о том, что необходимо потребности нынешнего и будущего поколений удовлетворить в сфере развития окружающей среды. И, наконец, приведу резолюцию Совета ООН по правам человека от 8 октября 2021 года, которая тоже показывает нам достаточно интересную, как мне кажется, тенденцию, интересную и важную. В данной резолюции, которая называется «Право права человека на чистую, здоровую и устойчивую окружающую среду говорится в целом о признании данного индивидуального субъективного права. Но вместе с тем в данном документе подчеркивается, что воздействие изменения климата, неустойчивое использование природных ресурсов, загрязнение воздуха, земли, воды может иметь негативные последствия для всех прав человека. Это во-первых. А второе, то, что последствия, которые могут быть неблагоприятными, могут затрагивать целые уязвимые группы. Коренные народы, пожилых людей, инвалидов, женщин, девочек. То есть это воздействие на природную среду может оказаться негативным фактором для целых групп населения. Ну и также в данном документе говорится, что деградация окружающей среды, изменение климата являются острыми, серьезными угрозами для нынешнего и будущих поколений пользоваться правами человека. Таким образом, делая вывод, можно сказать, что право человека на чистую, здоровую окружающую среду, оно тоже имеет определенный коллективный аспект и должно пониматься как действительно государственное обязательство по поддержанию определенных стандартов на благо развития всего общества. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое, спасибо. Navbatdagi so'zni Aysel Yagubova xonimga bermoqchiman. Ozarbayjon Respublikasi Tashqi ishlar vazirligi Inson huquqlari bo'limi boshlig'i. Marhamat.
Thank you. Distinguished moderators, dear participants of the forum, at the outset, I would like to extend sincere gratitude to the esteemed government of the Republic of Uzbekistan, personally Professor AKMAL SAIDOV and his hardworking team for hosting such a meaningful event, the Samarkand Forum. This morning, we have been listening to quite diverse and outstanding speeches from different perspectives. In fact, focusing on a common concern. How should we unite to deal with the global environmental challenges, considering the human rights dimension on the matter? When it comes to the connection between climate change and human rights, the challenge that international society encounters becomes more complicated. In our view, a comprehensive approach and implementation to handle this matter require multidimensional work, since it has not only environmental, but also social, economic, political, and cultural implications. Coming from a country where the President, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, declared 2024 the year of Green World Solidarity, let me briefly touch upon Azerbaijan's vision, experience, and efforts in this regard. On the national level, Azerbaijan supports a sustainable energy future. To transform the country into a green energy hub is a key component of Azerbaijan's energy policy. Azerbaijan signed the Paris Agreement in 2015 as part of its international commitments under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. My country ensures regular reporting on climate-related trends and developments in the form of national communications and biannual update reports. On the international level, Azerbaijan is committed this year to welcoming and hosting the COP29 as one of the most prominent global actions of its kind. For the upcoming COP29 and expected contribution, we believe that the presidency of Azerbaijan will be able to ensure everyone's voices are heard and perspectives are considered and included so that we deliver inclusive outcomes based on shared solutions. On the other hand, the COP29 presidency's plan is based on two mutually reinforcing parallel pillars. The first pillar, to enhance ambition, combines key elements to ensure all parties commit to ambitious national plans and transparency. The second pillar, to enable action, reflects the critical role of finance, a key tool to turn ambition into action and reduce emissions, adapt to climate change, and address loss and damage. In parallel with the government's efforts, citizens and civil society institutions in Azerbaijan also take a very active part in raising public awareness. For example, the Public Association International Dialogue on Environmental Protection, also called IDEA, began its activities with the goal of educating the population on environmental issues and activities, collaborating with youth, educating about environmental issues, and finding the right methods of implementation. To conclude my words, our future rests on us coming together to build fair and ambitious solutions for the sake of a resilient world. Of course, the milestone principle in this direction is quite clear, as in one wise saying, if we take care of the earth, she will take care of us. But otherwise, let's not think about it. I thank you for your kind attention.
Next, I would like to request Ms. Kristina Kiboria, Associate Professor of the Department of International and Integration Law, Institute of Law and National Security, the Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, candidate of legal science, who's with us also online, to take the floor, and she will talk about climate agenda and international human rights protection.
Добрый день. Спасибо большое за приглашение, спасибо большое за прекрасные доклады, которые мы уже услышали и услышим далее. Я бы не хотела останавливаться, поскольку времени достаточно мало, я бы не хотела останавливаться на тех вопросах, которые уже были сказаны. Только отмечу, наверное, сконцентрируюсь на практике международных органов по правам человека, которые в своей работе, в своей повседневной правоприменительной практике уже принимают решения, связанные с включением климатической повестки в международную защиту прав человека. То есть, по сути, реализуют климатические права человека, которые в том числе сейчас находятся на стадии, ну, скажем, формирования, и вокруг которых образуется некоторый консенсус. Но напомню, опять же, что, соответственно, начиная с 2000-х годов мы видим такое глобальное включение повестки, именно климатической, в международную повестку, начиная с доклада Генсека Организации Объединенных Наций 2000 года, в котором он говорил о том, что, соответственно, изменение климата – это мультипликатор угроз, который приводит к нарушению различных аспектов международной безопасности, к продовольственному кризису, к угрозам различного рода, и в том числе это приводит к нарушениям прав человека. Соответственно, в 2002 году Генеральная Ассамблея Организации Объединенных Наций подтвердила право человека на чистую, здоровую, устойчивую окружающую среду. Это право было впервые провозглашено в 2001 году Советом по правам человека Организации Объединенных Наций. Но нужно отметить, что, соответственно, в правоприменительной практике международных судов и судебных учреждений по правам человека, региональных систем защиты прав человека, вот этот подход климатический, да, включение климатической повестки в защиту прав человека, он нашелся применение гораздо, немножко раньше, скажем так. И здесь нужно обратить внимание на практику межамериканских механизмов по правам человека. А именно стоит обратить внимание на Межамериканский суд по правам человека, который в 2018 году принял консультативное заключение, и в этом консультативном заключении довольно подробно исследовал обязательства государств по защите окружающей среды, соответственно, Американской конвенции 1969 года. И тогда он впервые определил право на благоприятную окружающую среду, в том числе, значит, право на климат, фундаментальным правом человека, и, соответственно, в дальнейшем эта концепция как раз нашла свое отражение уже на универсальном уровне. На региональном уровне проходит, как я сказала, уже практика, она расширяется, и здесь мы должны обратить внимание на недавнее решение. Оно было принято 12 апреля Европейским судом по правам человека, который рассматривал три первых климатических иска. В первом иске, соответственно, Организация старейшин за защиту климата против Швейцарии, второй Карем против Франции и третий Эдуард Агастини против Португалии. Еще 32 государств. Это вообще первый климатический иск в Европейском суде по правам человека. Но только в одном из этих трех исков было принято решение в пользу истцов, а именно в иске Организации старейшин за защиту климата против Швейцарии. Суть этого иска состояла в том, что, соответственно, более 70 участвующих в этом движении, в этом общественном объединении, это люди пожилого возраста, и они сумели доказать, что, соответственно, государство, гражданами которого они являются, не соблюдает климатические свои обязательства и, соответственно, нарушаются тем самым права человека. Европейский суд стал на сторону, соответственно, здесь истцов. Что касается других дел, то тут важно обратить внимание, что, как я уже сказала, жалобы в двух были признаны неприемлемыми, но дело Дуарте Агастиньо против Португалии и других 32 государств. Это первое дело, которое было рассмотрено ЕСПЧ. В нем заявителями были люди, в том числе дети, то есть дети до 18 лет. Здесь надо отметить также замечание 26-го Комитета по правам ребенка Организации Объединенных Наций. Оно было принято 23 августа прошлого года, 23-го. В нем комитет впервые признал право детей на устойчивую, чисто здоровую, устойчивую окружающую среду, в том числе признал климатические права именно детей и воздействие неблагоприятных условий климата на защиту прав ребенка, что тоже такой важный поворотный пункт. И последнее, что заключая, хотела бы сказать, на уровне межамериканской системы защиты прав человека есть уже подано еще один, соответственно, еще одно заявление о констативном заключении, в котором требуется от суда, чтобы он как раз разъяснил, каким образом происходит именно нарушение со стороны государственных обязательств в области защиты именно прав человека в связи с изменениями климата. И также межамериканская практика, она расширяется, и Международная комиссия тоже рассматривает дела, связанные с нарушением прав человека, и именно связанные с нарушением климатических прав человека. Что касается африканской, заключая, соответственно, все три региональные системы, то в африканской системе защиты прав человека пока мы не видим такого, скажем, обширной практики, именно связанной с климатическими правами человека. Это связано непосредственно с особенностями признания консенсуса вокруг климатических прав в данной региональной системе. Но это важно отметить, что, соответственно, именно механизмы по правам человека, не только, соответственно, документы по правам человека, но и механизмы по правам человека признают массово достаточно права, климатические права человека, практика расширяется, и мы можем уже, в принципе, заключать о том, что климатические права человека все-таки признаются как такой новый вид, скажем так, прав человека. Ну, тут тоже есть вопросы, является ли это частью экологических прав. Но в любом случае есть широкое признание, но ширится, и мы можем увидеть тенденцию. Это, наверное, самое важное в данном вопросе. Спасибо за внимание.
Спасибо большое. Navbatdagi so'zni O'ktam Abdurahmonovga beramiz. Ular chetdamilar? BMTning Orolbo'yi mintaqasi bo'yicha inson xavfsizligi bo'yicha ko'p sheriklik trust fondining O'zbekistondagi texnik kotibiyati rahbari. Shu yerdamilar ular?
Assalomu alaykum.
Marhamat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the. I wanted to express my gratitude to the National Human Rights Center of Uzbekistan for this opportunity to be a part of the co-organizers of this event and for this being a part of this very interesting discussion. When you look at the climate change, environmental issues through the prism of human rights, and as a continuation of these discussions, I'm pleased to present the progress and future plans of the United Nations Multi-Partner Human Security Trust Fund for the RLC region in Uzbekistan. Our journey has been one of dedicated and collaboration aimed at addressing the severe environmental and socio-economic challenges posed by the RLC catastrophe. At the heart of our mission is the concept of human securities. It addressed the broad range of securities, including the economic, food, health, environmental, and so-called social insecurities. But the concept also stipulates the investments to be human-centered, region-specific, as well as comprehensive and preventive. By prioritizing human security, we aim to create a foundation for sustainable development and resilience in the RLC region. Over the 70 years, the volume of the water in the RLC has decreased by more than 15 times, transforming one of the world's largest lakes into a fraction of its original size. Today, many speakers has already mentioned about the RLC crisis and the triple planetary crisis that involved the climate change, nature, and pollution. The crisis had far-reaching impact on entire communities, economies, and ecosystems. The people of Pakistan have faced significant hardships, including a shortage of drinking water, increased morbidity, reduced employment and income generation opportunities, and the degradation of flora and fauna. Addressing these issues requires a holistic and coordinated approach. At the 72nd session of the United Nations General Assembly, President of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, highlighted the severity of the RLC catastrophe, calling it one of the most acute environmental problems of our time. He emphasized the need for active international effort to overcome the consequences of the RLC disaster. This call to action led to the establishment of the UN RLC Trust Fund, aimed at mobilizing global resources and expertise to address this crisis. In November 2018, on the margins of the 73rd session of the UN General Assembly, the Trust Fund was established at the initiative of the government of Uzbekistan. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has strongly supported the establishment of the Trust Fund for the RLC region. He emphasized the need to extend collaboration and resources to make the fund's vision a reality. He applied to donor nations to contribute to the fund, which can consolidate and expand gains and serve as a model for future actions worldwide. His words highlight the importance of partnership and political leadership in the achieving of sustainable development. This is the government structure of our trust fund. We have our steering committee, and I can say that every donor who contributed to the trust fund has his own seat in the steering committee. Also, we have seats for the national and local governments, and also for local NGOs. Also, having the limited seats in a steering committee, we understand that we cannot create the single platform for the RLC region. That's why it was decided to establish the advisory committee for sustainable development of the RLC region. But today, we have more than 100 participants of this advisory committee and 3 working groups on data and assessments, sustainable investment, and the visibility. As a result of this work of the advisory committee, the integrated roadmap for sustainable development of the RLC region was developed together with the participants of the advisory committee and adopted by the government of Uzbekistan. These are only the few results of our projects we have implemented. Over the past 5 years, the Trust Fund for the RLC region has made significant strides in improving the lives of the people in Pakistan. Our support has enabled 7 joint programs, which a total investment of $13.5 million, directly benefiting over 290,000 people in the Pakistan. Let me highlight a few of them. Access to clean water. One of our primary goals was to improve access to clean and safe drinking water. Through our programs, we have rehabilitated and constructed water supply infrastructure, ensuring that thousands of households now have reliable access to potable water. This has significantly reduced waterborne diseases and improved overall health outcomes. On healthcare, we have enhanced healthcare services by upgrading medical facilities and providing essential medical equipment. Our programs have focused on maternal and child health, resulting in reduced infant mortality rates and better healthcare for mothers. On employment and livelihoods, to tackle the economic challenge in the region, we have created numerous employment opportunities. Our programs have supported vocational trainings and skills development, enabling individuals to secure stable jobs and improve their incomes. On education, education has been a key focus area. We have renovated schools and provided educational materials, ensuring that children have access to quality education. Additionally, our capacity building initiatives have equipped local communities with the knowledge and skills needed to drive sustainable development in their own regions. On environmental restoration, the RLC catastrophe has led to significant environmental degradations. Our environmental restoration programs have focused on reforestation and soil improvement projects, which have helped to restore degraded lands and improve biodiversity. We have prioritized community engagement by involving local stakeholders in our programs. This has fostered social cohesion and ensured that the interventions are aligned with the needs and priorities of local communities. Our programs have targeted on 8 most affected northern districts of Karakalpakstan, where the impact of RLC catastrophe are the most severe. By focusing our efforts on these areas, we have been able to address the critical needs of the population, provided essential services and support to improve their quality of life. As of June 2024, thanks to our donors, we have mobilized $16.2 million in pooled funding from various governments and organizations. The government of Uzbekistan has contributed $6.5 million, while other significant contributors have come from Norway, the European Union, Finland, Korea, Germany, and Al-Walid Philanthropies. The strong international support demonstrates the global commitments to addressing the challenge in the RLC region. And I wanted to just highlight that the first operational cycle of our trust fund is being finalized, and the steering committee of trust fund has made decision to initiate the second operational cycle until 2030. So we have conducted the needs assessment survey to understand the local people's priorities, the problems and priorities. Also, we will conduct the external evaluation of our first operational cycle, and by October, hopefully by October this year, we'll have the new strategy, and we really rely on our current and potential donors to contribute to our strategy, both with the new ideas or by the implementation of joint initiatives. Thank you very much.
We'll move to the next speaker, Mr. Sergey Lekman, Advisor on Strategic Cooperation Development, Human Rights Directorate, Council of Europe, with us online. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Council of Europe to the Center.
Mr. Sergey, we would like to ask you to adjust the volume or speak up because your voice is not coming.
Can you hear me now? Is it better now?
It's better now.
Yeah. Okay, good. So I would like to express my gratitude to the Center for Human Rights of the Republic of Uzbekistan and Mr. AKMAL SAIDOV, with whom we worked extensively in the last few years in the framework of the Central Asian Rule of Law program. And it has been always a pleasure for us to take part in events like this. So I wanted to very briefly go through the standing of the Council of Europe as regards the environmental protection and especially the link with human rights. I will not go into much detail about the judgments of the European Court, especially the recent climate judgment, because they have been discussed already. I would like to stress from the onset indeed that for the Council of Europe, generally, the climate agenda has been very relevant for more than a decade, and it has been reconfirmed once again last year at the 4th summit of the heads of states and governments, which was held in Reykjavik. And the declaration of the summit, in particular Appendix 5, says that declares the need to ensure a better environment where reflected to ensure the need for a better environment. After the summit, there were several developments which I think is important to mention as regards the new instruments. So first of all, in addition to existing tools, which I will mention a bit later, There are two instruments which are being developed right now. First is the Convention on the Protection of Environment through Criminal Law. In fact, there exists one convention with the same title already exists, but it never entered into force. So it was decided that there is a need in a renewed text which should be more relevant to the today's challenges, and so the work is ongoing, and we hope very much that the text will be adopted before the end of the year, and that next year it might be open for ratifications. And secondly, the Steering Committee for Human Rights is a specialized body under the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, is now conducting a feasibility study on the need of a separate binding or probably non-binding instrument on the protection of the environment. So it has been discussed whether it is to be a separate convention, or it is to be as an additional protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights. We also should know it in maybe next year what the outcome would be. So I believe that in the coming couple of years there will be some new interesting tools available, and moreover these tools might be open to third countries, which leads it to the countries of the region, for example, of Central Asia, with the possibility to join them if the governments would find it interesting and relevant. Speaking of other instruments within the Council of Europe disposal, I should mention the political level. We have a recommendation from 2220 of the Committee of Ministers, which urges member states to ensure respect for a number of principles, such as general principles of international environmental law, the no harm principle, the principle of prevention, the principle of precaution and polluter pays principles, and the need for an intergenerational equity. And it is interesting that the kind of intergenerational responsibility was mentioned recently in the climate judgment and the climate decision, the climate case decision, which was rejected otherwise. Here's the decision against Portugal. Although it was declared inadmissible, it was mentioned specifically that there is such thing as intergenerational responsibility. At the level of criminal law, I should mention the opinion of the Consultative Council of European Prosecutors, opinion number 17, which was adopted in the end of 22. The opinion stresses the key role of prosecutors in any strategy for the protection of the environment, and sets out the key guidelines and recommendations for action in criminal, administrative, and civil proceedings in environmental cases. Speaking about the convention, another convention I should mention, which is a kind of a regional complementarity to the Aarhus Convention, is the Tromsø Convention. It's the Council of Europe Convention on Access to Official Documents, which of course covers the area of access to information in matters related to environment. It entered into force in 2020. It greatly, in fact, strengthens access to information and public control over environmental decision making. Then it was already mentioned that there is a clear link between civil and political rights and social economic rights when it comes to environment. And you probably know that the European Convention on Human Rights, that the core human rights instrument within the Council of Europe system, does not typically deal with social and economic rights. And therefore, it has ruled in many, the European Court ruled in many environment-related cases concerning various forms of environmental risks and harm, ecological activism, or measures on environment conservation, using other civil and political rights which are enshrined in the convention, namely the right to protection of private life, protection of property, and even occasionally right to life and freedom from torture and ill treatment. Still, when deciding on cases, the European Court is guided by the principle of subsidiarity, leaving in this to the member states to set up the normative framework, which would ensure proper implementation of environmental standards and of the standards of human rights standards looked at through the environmental prism. And the recent judgment against Switzerland, it is only in its early stages of execution, so it is to be seen which exactly obligations Switzerland would be expected to fulfill to be declared that it executed the judgment. So it is for us also an interesting process. It has been looked into carefully by all member states because new similar cases are already on the way to Strasbourg and might be considered very soon. Now, finally, to conclude, I want to say that at the level of technical cooperation, the Council of Europe has started recently several projects in several of its member states with the main aim not only to raise awareness on how European Court considers climatic and environmental, first of all, cases, but also to build the capacity, first of all, of lawyers and of civil society to embark on a strategic litigation, so to try to change the climatic and environmental policies through courts. But also the projects are aimed at working with national parliaments and policymakers and have the objective to help member states to design policies which would be compatible with the overall obligations to preserve environment and to reduce environmental harm. And finally, I should say that since the matters which we are discussing are not limited to one particular region, the Council of Europe also looks into other countries where it works outside its space. And Central Asia is a very good example. I want to mention just last month, in April, we held a week-long school for students from Central Asian universities from all 5 countries, which was exactly on human rights and the environment. And for us, it was a good illustration of how the standards and the approaches of the European Court could be looked into with the perspective of national legislation of countries which do not belong to the Council of European space. I will conclude here. Thank you very much, and I wish you a good continuation this afternoon.
Спасибо большое за ваше выступление. Мы теперь плавно переходим в третью финальную сессию. Мы уже на финишной прямой. Спасибо большое, что вы остаетесь с нами. Прежде чем начать, я бы попросил присутствующих в зале пересесть за стол, дабы наши столы были полные. Orqada o'tirganlar iltimos oldinga o'tib olasizlarmi? Oldingi qatorga. Stollarni to'ldirish uchun. Зовут меня Джамшид Уронов, я заместитель бизнес-омбудсмена, который действует при президенте Республики Узбекистан. Наша панельная сессия была рассчитана на более чем 2 часа, но из-за того, что время передвинулось, мы вынуждены опять торопиться. Сегодня у нас получился форум как марафон. Сначала мы очень медленно шли, и в конце уже мы начали бежать. Поэтому я бы хотел попросить всех, пожалуйста, будьте кратки и излагайте только самое важное, то, что вы хотели передать нам. Спасибо большое. Сегодня в этой сессии со мной будет модерировать также господин Анти Картунен, он глава миссии, координатор проекта ОБСЕ в Узбекистане. Господин Картунен, вам слово.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to moderate or co-moderate this last panel of the forum. In the very beginning, I would like to express my great thanks to all the partners who have been involved on organizations of this forum, particularly the National Center for the Human Rights and Professor SAIDOV and his team. Definitely, because we are lagging behind of the schedule, I will skip all the introductory words. Let me just tell you that, well, all of you, you know the classical division of responsibilities, good cop and bad cop. We agreed, Mr. Urinov, that we are both bad cops in this panel regarding to the time management. So please be attentive. Our first panelist is not able to join. I really wanted to little bit challenge when the topic was supposed to be a tourism, that we have been talking about a disaster of RLC so much, and now it's a kind of tourist attraction. This tourism really help to increase understanding that these similar catastrophes can appear elsewhere as well, or is this tourism something else? But unfortunately, our expert in tourism is absent from this, and I can't challenge these with this. But anyway, let's go further on our panel, and our first speaker in the last session is Professor Fatemeh Al-Zubairi, and discussing about the international law, a framework for achieving environmental sustainability in telecommunications. Professor Al-Zubairi, floor is yours.
It is an honor to be part of such a diverse and dedicated gathering, united in our commitment to safeguarding the future of our planet. Today, I invite you to consider the profound impact of the telecommunications sector, a driving force in our modern world and its complex relationship with sustainability. Over recent decades, telecommunications have transformed our lives, connecting us across continents, facilitating global trade, and empowering individuals with unprecedented access to information. This digital revolution has brought immense social benefits and fueled economic growth. However, as we celebrate these achievements, we must confront the environmental and social cost associated with this rapid expansion. The telecommunications sector, while a catalyst for progress, also contributes significantly to greenhouse gas emissions, resource depletion, and electronic waste. A study found that the global information and communication technology sector accounts for approximately 2% of global carbon emissions, with the majority attributed to telecommunications infrastructure and operations. International law, as embodied in agreements like the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, provides a crucial framework for guiding the industry's actions towards sustainability. These agreements aim to significantly reduce global CO2 emissions. Recognizing the nature of a fuel and the negative environmental impact, these agreements encourage the development and use of renewable energy alternatives, such as solar, wind, and hydropower. Recognizing that environmental sustainability and social justice are inherently linked, international law emphasizes the importance of bridging the digital divide. The international community recognizes the importance of the telecommunications sector, urging it to strike a balance between economic development and sustainable resource management, and taking into account social justice. The telecommunications sector has the potential to be a powerful engine for positive change. To advance technology, economic growth, and human rights, the telecommunications sector must prioritize and integrate environmental sustainability into its core policies and practices. To achieve these goals, the telecommunications sector must first recognize and protect the fundamental human rights to a healthy environment. This includes the right to clean resources and protection from environmental hazards and pollution, which are essential for human well-being, by extension, the right to health. The rapid expansion of telecommunications infrastructure have raised concerns about potential impacts on human health and the environment, particularly regarding exposure to electromagnetic fields and increasing of noise pollution. Setting stricter limits to radiation exposure based on scientific evidence is more needed today than ever. Beyond the environment, access to the internet is increasingly recognized as a fundamental human right in the digital age. By promoting digital inclusion and bridging the digital divide, the telecommunications sector can address that can advance broader sustainability goals, such as access to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities for all. The telecommunications sector has a unique opportunity to contribute to these goals, not only by adopting sustainable practices, but also by facilitating global collaboration on climate solutions. As we move forward, we must recognize that sustainability is not just an ethical necessity, but a strategic one for all industries. By integrating sustainability principles into operations and infrastructure development, the telecommunications sector can ensure its long-term viability, build a stronger relationship with stakeholders, and contribute to a more fair, connected, and resilient future for all. The rapid growth of the telecommunication industry must be met with equally rapid advancements in sustainable practices. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, госпожа Фатима Аль-Зубайри. Я с гордостью передаю слово Зорице Урушевич, которая только что подключилась, и она сейчас нам расскажет про туризм и воздействие на окружающую среду. Пожалуйста.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, distinguished guests. It's an honor to be with you today at the 4th Samarkand Forum on Human Rights. This forum is an important platform to discuss the pressing issues at the intersection of environmental challenges and human rights. But we meet in challenging times. As Einstein said, peace cannot be kept by force, it can only be achieved by understanding. And this is the dialogue we are building today. We are confronted with unprecedented challenges, and we are living in a world of polycrisis, man-made and natural. They demand our collective attention, efforts, and creativity. All of us today recognize the unique power of tourism to address these challenges as well. Our sector is back to full strength. Almost 1.3 billion international tourists were recorded around the world in 2023. This means 1.3 billion people crossing borders and embracing each other's cultures. As UN Tourism Executive Director, I'm particularly interested in addressing the critical intersection between tourism and climate justice. Today, I would like to highlight how tourism, when aligned with climate justice principles, can become a powerful tool for sustainable development and the protection of human rights. At its core, climate justice is about fairness, addressing the unequal impacts of climate change, especially on the most vulnerable communities. Climate change exacerbates existing inequalities and disproportionately affects children.
Sorry, your camera is not on. If you could switch on.
Oh, of course. It is on. Oh, it was a message here. Is it on now?
It's not, but on the other hand, if we have technical problem, please go on, because most important,
I am so sorry.
We hear you. No worries.
I am here with you since 2 hours following everything, so I'm very sorry that you can't see me. I am unmuted and I have removed the cross on the video, so I hope it can be solved.
Let's go on.
Sorry for that. Integrating climate justice into our strategies ensure that the voices and needs of this affected community are at the forefront of climate action. Climate affects several fundamental human rights, including the right to life, health, food, water, sanitation, and adequate housing. According to WHO, between 2030 and 2050, climate change is expected to cause an additional 250,000 deaths each year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress alone. Climate change also threatens the right to an adequate standard of living, including housing, by causing extreme weather events that destroy homes and displace millions of people, and we heard it from colleagues before us. We at UN Tourism, we have launched in COP27 a very important instrument, the Glasgow Declaration on Climate Action in Tourism with UNEP and UNFCCC. It is a key tool in our efforts, and now we have more than 850 signatories. It supports an integrated approach to climate action, balancing mitigation and adaptation based on each country's unique circumstances. One of the key pathways within the declaration is to regenerate, which emphasizes adaptation. This pathway is particularly important for vulnerable countries as it aims to build resilience to climate impact, focusing on both the planet and people. The framework of the declaration helps us to systematically integrate climate consideration into tourism policies, ensuring that tourism development is sustainable and inclusive. Involving local communities in climate action is crucial. An inclusive approach to climate action is essential. However, currently only 29% of climate action plans developed by signatory by the Glasgow Declaration directly address climate justice. And I think it is as well important to underline how can we ask local community and poor community to prioritize climate action as they have not enough to eat. We must strengthen our focus on the links between climate health and human well-being and its fundamental human rights, such as challenge, directly affecting the right of life, health, food, clean water, and safe housing. By integrating climate justice into our strategies, we ensure sustainable and equitable outcomes and build resilient and communities for all. This holistic approach recognizes that environmental health is inextricably linked to human health and well-being. Now, vulnerable groups are particularly affected by climate change, and their role in tourism should be emphasized. The livelihood of millions of women and indigenous people depend on community-based tourism, micro-social enterprises, informal economic model, homestays, and environmental activities. We have seen that so much the disruption of COVID-19 has created all over the world, depriving people from basic income. If properly managed, community tourism led by indigenous communities and women.
So sorry, but your time is up. Please, if you could conclude. I'm so sorry, but we are so badly delayed here. Sorry.
Okay. My address would be not complete without underlying the UN tourism as an instrument for addressing all challenges above. We are currently encouraging states to endorse the Framework Convention on Tourism Ethics and its optional protocol adopted in 2019. Upholding this principle of the framework is paramount importance, and in coordination with the Secretariat of the World Committee on Tourism Ethics, we will be holding a series of regional webinars to promote the convention. I just would like to say that we are committed to making tourism a force for good and ensure that all our actions today lead to a just and sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Urosevich. I really feel guilty that I had to hurry up. So interesting, presentation. Now we go further. I would like to invite next speaker, Dr. Cristina Martinez, who is a senior expert on enterprise development, green jobs, just transition at the regional office, Europe and Central Asia, and technical team Eastern Europe and Central Asia in International Labour Organization. So Dr. Martinez, floor is yours, and I kindly ask you to squeeze in 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the instructions. Thank you also for inviting the International Labour Organization to this very important forum. I'm going to talk about just transition, and I'm going to discuss 2 documents that came together to provide some advice on how just transition and human rights are interlinked. So when my time is up, I will stop, and the document and the points, I will send it to the organizers, and people can follow in that way. Look, in November 2023, the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner and the International Labour Organization published an important document on human rights and just transition. You might think, okay, what is just transition? Well, just transition is a process. It involves maximizing the social and economic opportunities on environmental action, including through the establishment of an enabling environment for sustainable enterprises, while minimizing and carefully managing challenges associated with it. It should be based on effective social dialogue, respect for fundamental principles and rights at work, and be in accordance with international human rights and labor laws and standards. So, 10 key messages on human rights obligations for the achievement of a just transition. Number 1, ensure equity and justice. You know that over 100 million jobs can potentially be created, but also close to 80 million may be lost in the green transition. Overall, job creation will be concentrated among medium-skilled jobs, and countries that do not have the fiscal and political space to diversify their economy may face challenges to move away from polluting sectors. This is about job creation, good jobs, green jobs. Number 2 key message, mobilize maximum available resources for sustainable rights-based development, including through international cooperation. Number 3, guarantee access to information, participation, access to justice. Number 4, ensure the right to work, including a safe and healthy working environment, and promote capacity building, skills development, particularly for workers in the informal sector. We need to combat poverty as well. Number 5, ensure the right to work, including a safe and healthy working environment. This is because a just transition requires states to safeguard workers against unemployment and formulate and implement policies that prioritize the economic, social, and cultural rights of workers, regardless of their status, formal or informal workers, permanent or precarious employment, employed by the public or private sector. Number 6, guarantee access to adequate social security. Number 7, ensure gender equality and women's rights. Number 8, require business enterprises to respect human rights. States should also fiercely protect scientific inquiry against conflict of interest and take action against greenwashing and misleading claims or labels related to the ecological transition. This could include policies that require businesses to transparently disclose their just transition programs and verifiable measures taken to implement them. Number 9, respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of individuals, groups, and peoples in vulnerable situations. And among the groups most affected by this transition are indigenous peoples. Number 10, and I finish, protect environmental human rights defenders in the move towards a zero carbon society. This means care should be taken to prevent strategic lawsuits against public participation and to provide a safe and enabling environment for initiatives by young people and children to defend the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And of course, Mr. Chairman, we are here at the ILO to work with all of you to achieve these messages on human rights, obligations for the achievement of a just transition. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое за ваше выступление. Я с великим удовольствием передаю слово госпоже Айя Окада. Она советник президента Нагойского университета Японии. Ее тема «Подход к разработке климатической политики, основанной на правах человека». Пожалуйста.
I'd like to thank Professor AKMAL SAIDOV and the National Center for Human Rights for inviting me here. On behalf of Nagoya University, it is a great honor and pleasure to participate in this very important international forum. This is my first visit to Uzbekistan. I'm happy to note that we had the honor of having President of Uzbekistan, Dr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, on our campus when he was conferred an honorary doctorate from Nagoya University in 2019. This diagram shows how environmental challenges caused by climate change, such as extreme heat, water scarcity, and increased floods, adversely affect our lives in many ways, threatening human rights of the vulnerable, such as children, women, people with disabilities, the poor, farmers, ethnic minorities, and migrants. And disasters is increasing. In fact, Japan faces a considerable increase in disasters due to climate change in terms of severe heavy rains, floods, and extreme heats. I would like to highlight the role of universities by showing some of our experiences. Actually, Nagoya University has been leading efforts to reduce disaster risks locally and globally. The university started promoting local disaster risk reduction in 2002, ahead of other universities in Japan, opened the Disaster Mitigation Research Center in 2010, when COP10 was held in Nagoya, as some of you may remember. As part of this center, we also host the Aichi Nagoya Resilience Co-Creation Center, which was set up jointly among Nagoya University, the Aichi Prefecture government, and Nagoya municipal government. The center involves local industries, community leaders, citizens to promote behavioral changes among all the stakeholders to reduce disaster risks and better prepare for possible disasters. This center has developed a system of collecting and analyzing data on disaster-related information for wider dissemination among all the stakeholders for their immediate use and action. The center also conducts training exhibitions and workshops for municipal officers, community leaders, school teachers and children, caretakers from nursing homes, and the public. For risk reduction, it is essential to engage various civil society organizations and groups in these activities to improve their resilience and disaster preparedness. This model has been applied to Mongolia since 2017 to improve capacity and raise disaster awareness against climate change in Mongolia with JICA support. In particular, Bosai Kauta, or disaster prevention card game, was introduced to Mongolia with the involvement of school children for messages regarding disaster preventive actions. Now, this model has been very successful. Now, it is now expected to be implemented nationwide in Mongolia through school education. Obviously, the central government alone cannot respond to disasters. So cooperation among provincial government, municipalities, and the civil society organizations is absolutely essential. This is an example of the Water Disaster Prevention Council set up by the Aichi Prefecture government involving various stakeholders. Because of time, I will skip all the details. Also, in terms of the role of municipalities, I'm also happy to note that Nagoya University serves as the secretariat in Japan for Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, a global movement organized by Europe, originated from Europe, to engage mayors in commitment to municipal actions towards mitigation to and adaptation to climate change. So far, 48 mayors have signed up. As you see, the number of signatories is rapidly growing. One example of the signatories is Toyota City, one of the neighboring cities of Nagoya, and also known as the manufacturing hub of the automotive industry. The city has experienced a steady reduction of CO2 emissions in all sectors by 19% in just 6 years. The city provides various support to industry, particularly SMEs, for promoting carbon neutral energy generation and conservation. Last year, Toyota City also created Zero Carbon Action Network for mitigating climate change by involving various stakeholders, such as those. In terms of global action, we know that we understand that Uzbekistan faces serious desertification. In terms of global action, Nagoya University researchers have conducted research on community-based forest management for sustainable forest management in Asia, such as Cambodia, which also faces serious deforestation. Particularly, the committees of REDD+ seem to do well in sustainable forest management. Finally, I would like to introduce Nagoya University team's research on disaster-adaptive sustainable agriculture. This slide shows total crop and livestock production lost by disaster type between 2008 and 2018. As you see, floods and drought cause the most negative impact on agriculture production. These are satellite images of the same village in dry and rainy seasons. You can see fields are submerged in rainy season. Most of the crop is drowned and dies in a submergence condition. However, there's a crop that can survive in flooding condition. It's deep water rice. General cultivar cannot survive. But however, deep water rice can elongate stem underwater for breeding. This deep water rice has amazing ability to elongate underwater. This sample is close to 6 meters high. Nagoya University's team discovered flood-tolerant genes in rice. They introduced the genes in general cultivar. Then the rice was converted to flood-tolerant. They can now change any rice to flood-tolerant. This technology may help crop production in predicted wet area. Now, as we all know, in the ALRSHOUD region, the salt problem is seriously affecting agriculture. Actually, the salt problem is a world common threat. This salt-tolerant rice, engineering the variety may help the salt problem. Nagoya University is now working on it. As you see, Africa is grappling with serious food issues. Nagoya University has established a rice research facility in Kenya in collaboration with the Kenyan government. Our team has developed—
I would like to ask Mrs. Ogaraki to conclude soon. We are.
Okay,
I'm so sorry.
It's my last slide. Second last slide. Okay, so Nagoya University's team has developed new high-yielding rice varieties using genome information. So to conclude, we hope our research, our scientific research will help protect the rights of the vulnerable. And we hope government, universities, and civil society collaboration will facilitate this global effort. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much for these very tangible examples, what is happening and what we will have more ahead if we don't act firmly. Let me invite now next speaker, Mrs. Karen Bernard, who is Gender Policy Officer at the United Nations Convention to Combat the Desertification, UNCCD. And she will talk us about UNCCD's Gender Action Plan and Roadmap related land tenure and migration and their interlinkages with the desertification, land degradation and drought. Mrs. Karen Bernhard, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to speak at this very timely conference. As some of the previous presenters have noted, drought is expanding worldwide, now directly affecting an estimated 55 million people, and this is considered one of the alarming effects of climate change to a great extent. Drought interrupts livelihoods, food security, and threatens the very survival of vulnerable communities. Environmental pressures resulting from drought, land degradation, and desertification can create competition over resources amongst groups within a society and generate political and social tensions. The UNCCD acknowledges these ecological and socio-political interlinkages that can affect both the environment and the human rights of people living in areas affected by or impacted by drought, land degradation, and desertification. Three elements that are particularly relevant to these interlinkages are gender, land tenure, and migration. Half of the world's population are women and girls, and noting that they face persistent disadvantages, UNCCD has an unwavering commitment to advance their rights and promote gender equality. Research shows that women and girls are disproportionately impacted by desertification, land degradation, and drought. To this end, the parties signatory to the convention have adopted a gender action plan, which focuses on 4 priorities for action. Women's economic empowerment to eradicate their extreme poverty is the first one. The second one is to strengthen women's land rights and access to resources. Thirdly, enhancing women's access to improved knowledge and technologies. And the fourth one is ensuring women's participation in decisions taken during the design, planning, implementation, and evaluation of initiatives related to land degradation and desertification. Empowering women to fully use their talents, resourcefulness, and leadership to tackle these issues is one of the sustainable solutions that we advocate for from the convention. In regard to land tenure, in 2019, the 14th Conference of Parties of our convention adopted a landmark decision recognizing the importance of responsible governance of land tenure in addressing desertification, land degradation, and drought. Tenure systems are increasingly under pressure due to the increasing demand for food by the world's growing population, as well as environmental degradation and climate change, which reduce the availability of land and its resources. Inadequate and insecure tenure rights can lead to conflict and further degradation as competing land users fight for control over resources and enhance vulnerabilities, hunger, and poverty. Land users are more likely to invest in their land if they are sure to benefit. It is thus a precondition for supporting gender equality, economic development, sustainable resource use, and social stability. And finally, I will make a few remarks in regard to migration and urban-rural linkages. Settlements and infrastructure are displacing some of our most fertile agricultural lands, increasing the pressure on rural and natural areas to meet the increasing demand for natural resources. Land degradation, climate change, and biodiversity loss are exacerbated by high impact and inefficient urban-rural linkages with adverse effects on livelihoods, equality, and stability in rural areas that can fuel forced migration and rapid unplanned urbanization. Although outmigration can sometimes decrease pressure on natural resources in communities of origin, and improve resilience to further environmental shocks. This positive outcome depends on households' pre-existing vulnerabilities, socioeconomic assets, and the characteristics of the migrants. Social inequalities and unequal access to land greatly influence people's vulnerability and coping capacities. And I just have one more remark before finishing my intervention. Women are particularly vulnerable to environmental change as they often are the most socioeconomically marginalized, bear the brunt of domestic labor, and face unequal access to land and to decent employment. So just a few general remarks for consideration of the group, and thank you for your attention and consideration of these critical interlinkages.
Спасибо большое за ваше выступление. Следующую речь я передаю господину Сантошу Персо. Он политический аналитик Центра ответственного ведения бизнеса DAF. Тема, которую он сейчас будет выступать, называется «Как предприятия могут управлять рисками негативного воздействия своей деятельности на окружающую среду». Пожалуйста, мистер Сантош.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at this important conference, and warm regards from Paris, where the OECD is based. So business activities can have a very negative impact on our climate, on the environment, on people and societies. And so if we want to preserve our planet for the protection of human rights, we need to make sure that businesses manage these impacts responsibly. And to do so, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development is the custodian of one of the leading instruments to ensure responsible business conduct. We have 51 states worldwide who are adherents to this instrument, including many leading economies and many more who are inspired by them. But before I start, let me first explain what we understand by responsible business conduct. So this is the expectation that all businesses avoid and address negative impacts of their operations on planet, people, society, while contributing to sustainable development. And so this means all enterprises, including state-owned enterprises, small, big, and within this, so say within the OECD, this is a global standard for the OECD, but there are also other instruments from the International Labour Organization, from the United Nations. And I would like to stress here the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, where they set out a specific principle that businesses have a responsibility to respect human rights, establishing the clear link for today's conference. Now, at the OECD, we have an instrument which is called the Multinational Enterprise Guidelines, so the MNE guidelines, the guidelines for multinational enterprises on responsible business conduct. They are recommendations, a voluntary standard from governments to businesses. They are open to members outside the OECD, so there are 51 states in total that adhere at present. And at the core lies the concept of conducting due diligence, a risk-based due diligence, meaning to understand how does a business affect its environment, affect other people, affect laborers, and the climate. And it is comprehensive in scope. As you can see on this slide, there are many issues that are covered, including human rights, including labor rights, questions of anti-corruption. And this allows to establish linkages between different topics, between the three crises that have been mentioned, climate, biodiversity, environmental protection, but also between environmental and social topics, as the colleague from the ILO has highlighted, when it comes to the just transition and environment, human rights, and anti-corruption. And they were updated in 2023 precisely with one of the objectives to align them with more recent developments in the field of climate and environment, to align them with international standards. Let me set out in a bit more detail what the expectations are in this instrument. So the OECD governments expect businesses to act on the environment on all fronts. When it comes to climate mitigation, they should adopt science-based mitigation strategies and targets. These targets should include also, where possible, Scope 3 emissions. Scope 3 meaning also emissions from within their supply chains. So not only their own operations, but also those within their supply chains. And importantly, it means prioritizing emissions rather than investing in offsetting. And where offsetting occurs, this should be of high environmental integrity. When it comes to adaptation, businesses should make sure that they avoid activities that undermine adaptation efforts and resilience. There's an expectation in the field of biodiversity and natural resources to protect land, marine, and freshwater resources. Colleagues have mentioned this in their previous presentations. Those are also issues of high concern in Central Asia: water scarcity, land degradation. And again, there's a mitigation hierarchy that should be respected. So preventing damage rather than trying to compensate or repair afterwards. And where possible, businesses should invest in also in repairing and in sound management of land and forest resources where they can. A third aspect I would like to highlight concerns sustainable consumption and production. So businesses should think about how they can best design their products so that they avoid environmental impacts. They can use best available technologies where feasible, and they should also provide good information to customers so that customers can make sound decisions on which products they would like to purchase. And finally, there's also an expectation in the field of animal welfare to respect standards that were set out by the World Animal Health Organization. Now, how can companies do this? As I said before, the main expectation is to undertake due diligence. So this means understanding which risks exist in your business operations, not for your business, but for your environment. So for environmental concerns, for people that are affected by your products, and of course, as Dr. Martinez said out, also, of course, for workers within your business. If I can provide an example, if you take a wind farm that is being built, you should do an environmental and social impact assessment together with stakeholders. You should identify then which impacts can exist. And so that would be on biodiversity. For instance, birds in Central Asia would be a key theme. And so then there are questions, how can you react to that? So you might adjust the location, you might adjust the operations or the design of wind turbines. But there are other aspects as well. So there might be people whose livelihoods are affected, and then that should be followed by fair compensation. And you might have other effects that are linked to the supply chains of your wind turbines. So when it comes to production of material, you should make sure that your suppliers avoid questions of forced labor or other violations of labor rights. So the due diligence that that any business should conduct would enable them to identify those risks and then take action to respond to those risks, avoid them where possible, and mitigate them. And then the expectation is to track progress over time, communicate on what progress has been achieved, engage with stakeholders, and where harm has occurred, also to provide a remedy. Businesses in this should continuously improve their performance. And importantly, there's also an expectation that businesses train staff and support also their business relationship. So it's not one single business that's responsible. Responsibility is shared across the supply chain, and so all should work together to reduce risks. One final message I would like to pass is that responsible business is smart business. So this allows to generate efficiencies. If you become more resource efficient, you save costs, you become more resilient to shocks and avoid standstills of operation, which again saves enormous cost. There are a lot of business opportunities with the ever-growing focus on responsible business conduct and sustainability. So more and more governments set out standards that they expect from their companies. More and more governments adopt green procurement. You have investors that pay strong attention to ESG risks, the environmental, social, and governance risks, because they are convinced that companies that respect well how they manage these risks will actually be better investments. Business partners, of course, other companies expect better risk management from their suppliers, and consumers would like the companies, the products that they buy to be more responsible. Two other aspects I would like to mention here is social license to operate. Responsible businesses don't run the risk that the people that live around their production site will suddenly not support them anymore and then maybe disrupt production or other business operations. And conversely, if you behave responsibly, businesses are then more attractive as employers. So you have lower staff turnover and it's easier to attract good staff. So responsible business is smart business. A very final point is on two ongoing projects I wanted to share. So we have one project which is called A Roadmap for Sustainable Investment Policy Reforms in Uzbekistan that we are currently undertaking, and we'll be in Uzbekistan in 2 weeks from now. And one aspect of that research will look into the framework for green investments, and another one will specifically look at responsible business conduct. And another project is on sustainable infrastructure, and again, establishing linkages with responsible business conduct. but also questions of financing the green transition, renewable hydrogen, and decarbonization. And colleagues will actually launch work that they have conducted on financing Uzbekistan's green transition on the 2nd of July in Tashkent. So with that, more information online at oe.cd/MNE guidelines. And many thanks for your attention and wishing you a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Santos Persauch, for this, may I say, to some extent, encouraging presentation that really sustainable business can provide business opportunities. So thank you for this model, and may I say recommendations for the businesses. Let's move on to next phase of the last panel. Next topic which will be discussed is the work of the Protocol on Water and Health and the Convention on the Transboundary Effects of Industrial Accidents in Uzbekistan, links with human rights and responding to climate change. On this same topic, we have two online speakers. First, I would like to invite Mr. Leonid Kalashnik, Environmental Affairs Officer at United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Mr. Kalashnik, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I can be heard. As already said, I'm here together with my colleague Ksenia Nechunaeva, and she represents the Industrial Accidents Convention, and she will just take over after my introductory slides about the Protocol and Water and Health. Let me just run the PowerPoint presentation. I hope you can hear that. You can see that. What is the Protocol on Water and Health? This is an international legally binding treaty adopted in 1999, and it has a quite steadily growing membership of currently 29 parties. Its objective is the protection of human health and well-being, and this is also, in principle, one of its unique features that combines environmental protection with promotion of human health. What is specific about it is that it covers entire water cycle, water and sanitation cycle, and reflecting this distinctive feature, it is also being implemented or being serviced actually by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, together with WHO Regional Office for Europe. I wanted also to mention actually that Uzbekistan is the first country in Central Asia to have recently acceded the Protocol on Water and Health. That happened in December 2023. Please accept certainly our best wishes for further work. And furthermore, in Central Asia, Kazakhstan is actually at the rather advanced or final stage of preparation for accession to the protocol, while the three other countries in Central Asia have also repeatedly demonstrated the interest in joining the protocol, and we hope this is something to materialize in the near future. Yes, so now let's just very briefly look at synergies between the protocol and human rights. So the recognition of the United Nations of the human rights to water and sanitation, and you see the two General Assembly resolutions listed on the slide, basically meant that it's a legal obligation for member states to work towards achieving universal access to water and sanitation, guided by human rights principles, while also prioritizing those most in need. And in this regard, the Protocol on Water and Health explicitly encourages its parties to ensure access to water and sanitation for everyone, and I stress, for everyone. Article 5 of the protocol highlights the equitable access to water, adequate in terms of both quantity and quality, should be provided for all members of the population, and specifically those who suffer a disadvantage or social exclusion. This is a very important dimension of the work. You can see the core provisions of the core elements of the contents of human rights. I won't be going over each of them for the lack of time, obviously just pointing out that actually out of these 5, core elements or dimensions. The four are rather explicitly reflected in specific articles of the protocol, which I listed on the slide. Let me note also that the human rights principles summarized on the right side of the slide, cutting through the rights to water and sanitation, are also reflected within a number of protocol provisions. Just to give an example, the protocol places a strong emphasis on the accountability principle in its Article 7. So there is an obligation for the parties to regularly report on the implementation of targets on water, sanitation, and health that they must set under the protocol. We just move very quickly to the main obligation. The main obligation is actually target setting and reporting under the protocol, which makes it a very effective tool for the practical and progressive realization of the human rights to water and sanitation. And this is specifically achieved by requiring parties to set targets and implement specific measures related to these two human rights, and to report on this regularly, making it a very practical and concrete way for the implementation. There are a number of tools that have been developed under the protocol. They are listed here, but I'll just highlight maybe that there are also three equity challenges that these tools and the work under the protocol in general is meant to address. They have to do with geographical disparities, social disparities, and let's say economic disparities in terms of access to water and sanitation. The two most important tools which I want to highlight, the Equitable Access Scorecard and the guidance note on development of action plans. And the first one is the analytical tool developed to support governments and other stakeholders to establish a baseline measure of the equity of access, and then formulate further actions to be taken, actions to take, and evaluate progress in ensuring equitable access to water and sanitation through a process of self-assessment. And then the guidance note is obviously to support developing concrete action plans. Maybe just to mention that this tool, Equitable Access Scorecard, facilitated recognition, better recognition of other tools and also of the protocol provisions in the two European Union directives, Drinking Water Directive and also Urban Wastewater Treatment Directives in the latest versions. And finally, this is actually the last slide before I hand over to my colleagues. There is very concrete work in Uzbekistan under the protocol on water health, but what is important, this is also shared with our colleagues in the Industrial Accidents Convention, and it is to support, I'm speaking on my part, to support Uzbekistan as a newcomer to the protocol in setting, adopting integrated and also climate sensitive targets. This project is actually funded by the Swiss Agency for Development for Cooperation, and it will run for 3 years. And it has also links to human rights aspects of water sanitation, because outcomes will need to be developed based on consultative and multi-stakeholder processes where civil society and the public can play meaningful roles. And there is the entire outcome 3 component, which is about increased political and public awareness in water and sanitation. I won't go obviously in activities because of the lack of time. Thanks for your attention. I will now happily hand over to my colleague Ksenia, and she will speak more about industrial accidents related matters.
Добрый день. Чунаева. Я работаю в секретариате Конвенции ЕКООН о трансграничном воздействии промышленных аварий. От лица ЕКООН и Конвенции я хотела бы поблагодарить организаторов мероприятия за возможность выступить и представить работу обоих инструментов ЕКООН. Конвенция ЕКООН о промышленных авариях. Вы меня слышно?
Да, слышно.
Нет.
Мы вас хорошо слышим, Ксения.
Алло, коллеги, скажите, слышно?
Очень хорошо слышно.
Все, супер, отлично. Итак, продолжу свою презентацию. Итак, Конвенция ИК ООН о промышленных авариях была принята в 1992 году и вступила в силу в 2000 году. На данный момент конвенция насчитывает 42 стороны. Что я хотела бы отметить, что конвенция предназначена для защиты людей и окружающей среды от промышленных аварий путем предотвращения, подготовки к авариям и реагирования на них. Особое внимание в рамках конвенции уделяется авариям с трансграничными последствиями. И хотела бы обратить внимание, что в рамках конвенции также регулируются аварии на хвостохранилищах и так называемые техногенные аварии, вызванные природными катаклизмами, такими как наводнения, землетрясения и так далее, так называемые аварии на ТЭК. Работа конвенции непосредственно связана с обеспечением прав человека и укреплением потенциала стран в области устойчивости к изменению климата. И на слайде вы можете увидеть как раз связь между обеспечением прав человека и работой конвенции. Согласно положениям конвенции, стороны должны, например, предотвращать, готовиться к промышленным авариям и также реагировать на них. Страны Центральной Азии подвержены геодинамическим нагрузкам и воздействиям, таким как, например, как я уже говорила, например, землетрясениям, оползням, что повышает как раз риск аварий на ТЭК. Это усугубляется изменением климата и все более экстремальными погодными явлениями. Поэтому в рамках конвенции идет значительная работа в этом направлении. В рамках конвенции у нас разработано множество руководств, инструментарий, которые помогают странам и укрепляют их потенциал в области предотвращения аварий, а также предотвращения аварийного загрязнения воды. И эти инструментарии и руководства помогают нарастить устойчивость к изменению климата. Конвенция поддерживает страны в укреплении безопасности хвостохранилищ, активизации субрегионального сотрудничества, повышению осведомленности о угрозах и рисках, вот как раз, например, на хвостохранилищах, тем самым повышая устойчивость к опасностям и рискам, связанных с климатом и стихийными бедствиями. В рамках конвенции мы ведем активную работу над укреплением сотрудничества между заинтересованными странами, сторонами в промышленной безопасности, такими как государственные органы, частный сектор, гражданское общество, представители научных кругов, а также частный сектор. В настоящее время в центральной...
Извините, пожалуйста, Ксения, у вас еще одна
Да.
минута, чтобы...
Хорошо, да, хорошо.
Чтобы-
Значит, в Центральной Азии Казахстан является единственной стороной конвенции, но все 5 стран Центральной Азии, включая Узбекистан, являются бенефициарами вот нашей программы помощи и сотрудничества. И уже на протяжении многих лет всем странам Центральной Азии идет поддержка вот в рамках специальных субрегиональных проектов. И я хотела бы сказать несколько слов относительно проекта, да, о котором говорил мой коллега, который реализуется совместно с протоколом по проблемам воды и здоровья, и который финансируется благодаря швейцарскому агентству по развитию и сотрудничеству. На слайде вы можете увидеть список запланированных мероприятий со стороны Конвенции о промышленных аварий. Например, одно из мероприятий направлено на создание межведомственной рабочей группы по безопасности хвостохранилищ и предотвращению аварийного загрязнения воды. Как раз вот работа в рамках данной группы позволит Узбекистану продвинуться в реализации конвенции и возможному присоединению к ней. Спасибо большое за внимание. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое за выступление. Леонид, Ксения, огромное вам спасибо.
Спасибо.
Следующее слово я передаю госпоже Вусала Хаганей Муратханлы. Она выступит, она заведующая отделом обучения и экспертизы в области прав человека Института права и прав человека Азербайджанской Республики. Пожалуйста. Слово вам.
Так как времени очень мало, я, честно говоря, наверное, не буду уже выступать по своему выступлению. Просто коротко хочу поблагодарить вас за ваше приглашение на эту конференцию и немножко рассказать про наш институт. Как бы в таком ракурсе очень большой как бы вклад делает Институт права и прав человека Азербайджанской Республики. Он основан по инициативе общенационального лидера Гейдара Алиева. Институт играет ключевую роль в продвижении правозащитных инициатив в нашей стране. За свою историю институт подготовил множество научных деятелей, издал большое количество книг, а также предоставил отзывы и предложения к множеству законопроектов. Среди недавних инновационных проектов института могу отметить создание виртуальной библиотеки права и прав человека, которая была посвящена столетию Гейдара Алиева. Эта библиотека уже насчитывает тысячи скачиваний, что свидетельствует о высоком уровне интереса и потребности правовой информации среди населения. В принципе, Азербайджан в области борьбы с изменением климата очень активно участвует в международных климатических инициативах и выполняет свои обязательства по Парижскому соглашению. Важно также отметить, в принципе, мои коллеги тоже отмечали по этому поводу предстоящую конференцию ООН по климату, которая пройдет в ноябре 2024 года в городе Баку. Думаю, можно поучаствовать в этой конференции, она будет очень интересная и результативная. Это событие станет важной вехой в международных усилиях по борьбе с изменением климата и предоставит возможность для обсуждения и принятия новых мер по защите прав человека в условиях климатических изменений. Спасибо большое за ваше внимание.
Спасибо большое.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will continue on our agenda. Next speaker, Mrs. Baina Uposheva, a junior researcher at the Academy of International Humanitarian Law and Human Rights, Geneva, and she will present us on the topic a human rights-based approach to developing climate policies. Mrs. Uposheva, floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, dear participants of the forum. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this meaningful Samarkand Forum on Human Rights. And as I am under strict control of our distinguished moderators, I hope I will be able to respect the allocated time. Amid the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, it is imperative to design and implement urgent and decisive climate policies and actions that address both mitigation and adaptation challenges. A human rights-based approach must be at the center of designing such policies and actions. This approach requires that climate action is consistent with existing human rights protected under the international human rights law that provides a comprehensive range of both legally binding and non-binding instruments. Among these instruments, the Resolution 76/300, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly, recognizing the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, should be emphasized. Climate change is not merely an environmental issue. It is a profound human rights crisis. Those who contribute least to the problem are often the most vulnerable to its impacts. Women and girls, elderly, migrants, refugees, persons with disabilities, communities in low-lying islands, indigenous peoples, peasants and farmers, and urban poor are disproportionately affected, facing heightened risks to their lives, safety, health, and livelihoods. The International Human Rights Framework complements the current international legal climate framework represented by the UNFCCC and its additional instruments like the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. The preamble of the Paris Agreement clearly calls on states to apply existing human rights frameworks in the context of climate change. Integrating a human rights-based approach to climate policy making generates more effective and sustainable policy outcomes by incorporating the local level needs. It empowers the rights holders by providing legal protection before and after climate-related harm and enhances the accountability of duty bearers, primarily states, but also the private sector responsible for guaranteeing human rights. Therefore, addressing climate change through a human rights lens is not just a moral imperative, but a practical necessity to create resilient, just, and sustainable societies. But what does the human rights-based approach to developing climate policies entails specifically. First of all, it is crucial to mainstream human rights, including the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment in all climate-related policies and actions. It is crucial to guarantee a just transition to a net zero pathways and green economy while ensuring the respect of human rights, including the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. It is important to acknowledge the fact that the, access by the rights holders to the human right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is essential for the fulfillment of all human rights and strengthen the promotion of a human rights-based approach to climate action. Recognize this human right, as did Uzbekistan, ensure its effective implementation, and ensure the justiciability of this right at the national level, granting the access to justice to the rights holders and giving the opportunity to the right holders to hold national authorities accountable for their climate actions or inaction. States should conduct comprehensive gender and human rights impact assessments for all climate projects and policies to identify potential risks and benefits, ensuring that climate actions do not harm human rights and contribute positively to their realization. Strengthen the capacity of governments, national human rights institutions, and local communities to implement human rights-based climate policies. Ensure inclusive and meaningful participation of affected communities, marginalized and vulnerable groups in climate-related decision-making processes. Acknowledge the vital role of indigenous peoples and environmental human rights defenders in the collective efforts to combat climate change and facilitate their important work. Raise awareness and understanding of the adverse effects of climate change on local levels and ensure everyone the access to information and education, including youth. Foster collaboration among all the relevant stakeholders, and as the global threat needs collective efforts. In conclusion, as we confront the unprecedented threat to humanity posed by climate change, it is imperative that all mitigation and adaptation policies integrate a human rights-based approach, protecting the most vulnerable and upholding the dignity of all individuals, both present and future generations, leaving no one behind. Thank you for your attention.
Спасибо большое за точность. Вы точно в сроки уложились. Спасибо большое. Следующее слово я передаю директору Высшей юридической школы Московской государственной юридической академии имени Кутафина Российской Федерации Элвин Тимуров. Пожалуйста. Мы вас слушаем. Господин Элвин, вы нас слышите?
Okay, let's see if we can get back to Mr. Temirov, but we will now go on. Next speaker, Mr. Asadov Cameron, policy advisor on climate change and at the Law Society of England and Wales, on the topic guidance on climate change issues for members of the Law Society of England and Wales. We are really eager to hear your. Okay, no, okay, so Mr. Cameron, so we are really eager to hear your case. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for the forum for hosting this fantastic event, as well as the organizers for putting together this timely discussion. Today I'm sharing the work of the Law Society of England and Wales, which is the representative body of over 100,000 practicing solicitors in England and Wales. Now, of course, many of the speakers today have a legal background. Many of you in the room might be lawyers yourselves. But what is important in all of this and in securing human rights norms in the transition towards net zero is ensuring that lawyers are also playing their role in recognizing these obligations and ensuring that they're upheld in the context of the transition to net zero. The Law Society of England and Wales is not the regulator for solicitors in England and Wales. However, we are we issued guidance for solicitors on their regulatory responsibilities in the context of climate change. The guidance that we published in April 2023 recognizes that solicitors play a vital role in upholding the rule of law and access to justice, and are vital to ensure a just transition as well as secure human rights on the pathway to net zero. Prior to us publishing this guidance, as far as we are aware, there was no professional guidelines for lawyers on climate change issued. However, other bars at the international level since then are in the process of issuing such guidance themselves, recognizing the important role that lawyers play in the transition towards net zero. Why did we produce this guidance, which we would invite you to read, which is on the Law Society of England and Wales website? Currently, there is a lack of governmental oversight of this issue in the United Kingdom. It is not something that we understand they are actively looking at. Other groups in the United Kingdom, such as the Transition Plan Task Force, have issued transition planning guidance to heavy emitters and other sectors and other professionals such as asset managers, but no efforts have been made to address lawyers specifically. So what does the guidance cover? The guidance covers both solicitors' duties in the context of both law firm operations, so what they produce in terms of and running their business, as well as client advice. So, for instance, in the context of law firm operations, it discusses law firms' responsibilities in terms of ensuring that any statements they are making of a sustainable nature are accurate and true, much like the so-termed greenwashing. It also looks at the issues of how they should be setting net zero targets. It looks at the issue of the concept which is growing in the United Kingdom of thinking around whether lawyers should be measuring the emissions associated with their advice. It is termed advised emissions in the United Kingdom, and other professionals are also looking at this issue, whether they should be measuring their emissions associated with their advice, not only their scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. And then, of course, it covers client advice, recognizing that lawyers in England and Wales, and indeed across the world, represent the facilitation of often billions of dollars of transactions, and lawyers operate at an important intersection between protecting legal norms, including human rights obligations, as well as upholding their clients' best interests and upholding the rule of law and access to justice. So the issue on client advice, it looks at their issues to uphold competency, so being able to advise their clients on the issues of climate change risks and opportunities, as well as being able to disclose those risks to their clients, as well as being able to warn them accordingly of them. Consequently, our guidance does not explicitly cover human rights implications. However, it does highlight the importance of law firms recognizing the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights in the context of their operations and client advice if they are signatories to the UN Global Compact, which many law firms are. It also recognizes that many law firms have made net zero commitments, and therefore it ensures that those law firms which have made such commitments are recognized that they have an important role both in holding up those the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, as well as ensuring that they are decarbonizing in a way which is adherent with science-based targets. Our work in publishing this guidance has been well received by both large law firms in the United Kingdom, as well as small to medium-sized law firms, as well as at the international level, as I discussed previously. We have also been present at the United Nations COPs since COP26, which was held in the United Kingdom in Glasgow, co-hosting events with other international bars, including the International Bar Association, the American Bar Association, the Brazilian Bar Association, as well as collaborating with others at the international level. We highlight there the issue around lawyers, particularly considering that the Paris Agreement itself is a legal instrument, ensuring that lawyers come together at the COPs to discuss best practice and what rules and regulations they're potentially implementing at their local level to ensure that lawyers are informing clients properly of the risks and opportunities associated with climate change, as well as hopefully uphold human rights norms within their jurisdiction. Furthermore, whilst the COPs themselves have had many themes over the years, we do not believe that there has been specifically a law-based theme. So we do ask the question whether in the future, recognizing the importance of both human rights in the context of climate change and the importance of law, whether there would ever be such a law theme at the COPs in the future. So what would I ask for those who are perhaps lawyers in the room or interested in this topic in seeking out further information, I would recommend you to visit the International Bar Association's website and search for the Climate Change Registry that they have on their website, which contains all commitments and actions taken by bars and law societies across the globe. There you might find out where your law society has, what actions they have taken or perhaps not, and you then perhaps consider what actions would be appropriate for your jurisdiction, or indeed you may contact your local law society discussing what actions may be taken. Furthermore, if you wish to collaborate more with the Law Society of England and Wales at the international level, including the other bars that I have mentioned, please do also reach out to me at the Law Society of England and Wales, or indeed my colleagues at other bars. So thank you very much for your time and attention, and I hope this has been useful in discussing the role specifically of lawyers in considering the transition towards net zero and upholding human rights obligations.
Спасибо за ваше выступление. Следующее слово я передаю господину Ежи Шукальскому, профессору университета Сердца, Польша. Тема выступления – Европейский зеленый курс и права и свободы человека в Европейском Союзе. Пожалуйста. Господин Ежи, вы нас слышите? Мы вас видим. Здравствуйте.
Да, здравствуйте. Меня теперь слышно?
Отлично слышно.
Отлично. Хорошо тогда. Здравствуйте. В первую очередь я хочу поблагодарить организаторов, а особенно господина профессора AKMAL Saidova за приглашение и возможность представления доклада. Уважаемые дамы и господа, прежде чем я перейду к своей теме, хочу отметить, что Европейский Союз, состоявший из 27 государств-членов, включая и мою родину Польшу, занимает площадь почти в 4 миллиона квадратных километров, насчитывает около 448 миллионов жителей и производит в общей сложности почти 19% мирного производства товаров и услуг. Это означает, что Евросоюз в целом является второй индустриальной державой мира после Соединенных Штатов Америки, хотя Китай уже очень близок к ней. В настоящее время Евросоюз производит примерно 7,3% парниковых газов и загрязняющих веществ. В связи с увеличением выбросов парниковых газов в странах Евросоюза его институты признали меры по снижению загрязнения атмосферы. Крупнейшим событием в этом отношении стало принятие стратегии Европейского зеленого курса в декабре 2019 года. Эта стратегия предполагает создание зеленой экономики с низким уровнем выбросов во всех ее секторах и направлена на сокращение потребления природных ресурсов, а также сокращение выбросов парниковых газов и отходов. Зеленый курс направлен на то, чтобы помочь превратить Европейский Союз в современную ресурсосберегающую и конкурентоспособную экономику, которая достигнет нулевых выбросов парниковых газов к 2050 году. Европейский зеленый курс также призван помочь восстановиться после пандемии COVID-19. В последние годы в Евросоюзе усилилась тенденция чрезмерного вмешательства институтов Евросоюза в функционирование государств-членов Союза. Причин такого положения несколько. Прежде всего, вместо сообщества национальных государств выдвигается концепция федеративного государства, особенно со стороны Германии и Франции. Надо подчеркнуть, что навязывание детальных решений государствам-членам Европейского Союза в рамках Европейского зеленого курса нарушает договорные компетенции, а также глубоко вторгается в сферу прав и свобод человека. Я попытаюсь проиллюстрировать это на примере директивы по термомодернизации, обычно называемой директивой по зданиям. Она была принята Европейским парламентом 12 марта 2024 года и вступила в силу 28 мая. Директива предусматривает, что с 1 января 2028 года все новые здания государственных учреждений должны быть с нулевым уровнем выбросов, а с 1 января 2030 года вообще все новые здания. В конечном итоге к 2050 году все здания должны быть с нулевым уровнем выбросов. Это означает отопление стен и потолков зданий и замену деревянных окон на пластиковые с двойным или тройным остеклением. Кроме этого, необходимо будет обеспечить отопление домов и квартир с помощью тепловых насосов и установить фотоэлектрические панели. Добавок в рамках зеленой сделки только до 2035 года можно будет приобретать бензиновые или дизельные автомобили, а после этого исключительно только электромобили. Возникает тогда вопрос, кто сможет позволить себе потратить в течение ближайших 10 лет не менее 80 тысяч евро на утепление среднего дома примерно площадью 120 квадратных метров и покупку электромобиля. Кроме того, фермеры стран-членов Евросоюза обязаны сократить производство...
Господин Сугацкий, полминуты остались только, извиняюсь.
Хорошо, тогда буду уже, надо мне пройти к конклюзиям. Следует подчеркнуть, что внедрение Европейского зеленого курса приведет к разорению большинства стран Евросоюза и граждан. Кроме того, навязывание ограничительных решений нанесет ущерб правам и свободам человека, прежде всего праву на собственность и свободу выбора. Уже несколько недель во всей Европе, в том числе и в моей стране, проходят акции протеста фермеров, которые считают зеленый курс абсурдным. Я тоже так считаю, к сожалению. Большое спасибо, Катта Рахмат, за внимание.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Always really uncomfortable to ask to stop very interesting presentations, but we are really working against tight schedule. Unfortunately, our written list of speakers was not complete. Next speaker is Mrs. Anna Tarazova, expert of the working group The Child and His Rights to the Family from the Coordination Council under the government of the Russian Federation for the implementation of the decade of childhood. Казбаза Таражева, пожалуйста.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Хотела бы поблагодарить профессора Саидова, Национальный центр Республики Узбекистан по правам человека и всех модераторов, спикеров за такое замечательное мероприятие. И очень рада, что могу принять участие в нем. Хотелось бы вывести на экран прежде всего презентацию, для того, чтобы более визуально можно было бы посмотреть, на какие аспекты я хотела бы обратить, уважаемые коллеги, ваше внимание. Итак, в этом году мы отмечаем 30-летие Международного года семьи и 35-летие Конвенции о правах ребенка. И на международном уровне уделяется аспектам изменения климата и влияния на семью и права детей очень большое внимание. В частности, тема Международного дня семей в этом году посвящена изменению климата и воздействию на семью. Кроме того, изменение климата названо в подготовительных документах резолюции Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН по подготовке к 30-летнему юбилею Международного года семьи в этом году. Одна из мегатенденций – это изменение климата наряду с урбанизацией, демографией и технологическими изменениями. И кроме того, сегодня уважаемая председатель Комитета по правам ребенка ООН отмечала подготовленные замечания общего порядка номер 26 в 2023 году, касающегося прав детей и окружающей среды в аспекте изменения климата. Я хотела бы вашему вниманию представить два важных аспекта как тренда развития правозащитного подхода в части влияния климата на семью и права детей. Первый – это роль семьи в передаче традиционных ценностей применительно к сберегающему подходу, к вниманию изменениям климата и защите окружающей среды. И второе – это развитие концепции климатических прав ребенка. И кратко остановлюсь на данных аспектах. Сегодня на национальном уровне многих государств, в частности Российской Федерации, государств-членов Евразийского экономического союза, а также многих других государств уделяется большое внимание традиционным семейным ценностям. И на международном универсальном уровне мы видим, что институт семьи служит тем проводником традиционной ценности, поскольку именно через институт семьи из поколения в поколение ценности передаются и, соответственно, сдержанное отношение к окружающей среде, к привычкам потребительским, к, соответственно, образованию, обучению детей рассматривается как традиционная ценность уважения окружающей среды и особое внимание к климату. Что касается широкого подхода к концепции или рождению концепции климатических прав ребенка, то я хотела бы обратить внимание на то, что замечания общего порядка номер 26, которые посвящены правам ребенка, окружающей среде в аспекте изменения климата, на самом деле носят расширительный характер. Давайте посмотрим. Я некоторые аспекты выделила, где у нас достаточно широкие возможности предлагается государством предоставить несовершеннолетним детям, как участникам гражданских и политических климатических акций, как право на предъявление коллективных исков, даже дети как правозащитники, которые могут выступать в интересах неопределенного круга лиц, доступ к юридической помощи и даже право на юридического представителя, сокращение сроков, точнее сказать, увеличение сроков исковой давности, а в свою очередь сокращение или, например, освобождение детей от бремени доказывания, связанного с экологическими аспектами и воздействием климата. И, конечно же, экстерриториальный аспект, не только доступ к национальным, но и широко к международным инструментам защиты прав детей, в том числе через инструмент факультативного протокола Конвенции о правах ребенка. Если мы обратимся с вами к тексту Конвенции о правах ребенка, то увидим, что понятия климата и вообще упоминания климата в Конвенции нет. Лишь два права, которые непосредственно содержат или адресуют нас к окружающей среде. Это право на наилучшие услуги в области здравоохранения, 24-й артикл Конвенции о правах ребенка, и через право на образование включение аспекта уважения окружающей среды,
природной среды и, соответственно, сберегающего подхода. Таким образом, мы видим, что изменение климата вносит сегодня серьезный такой вызов с точки зрения появления новой концепции или нового взгляда на права ребенка и права человека в целом, потому что упоминание климата, если мы проанализируем с вами правовые конвенции, договоры в сфере прав человека, общие 2 пакта и, соответственно, дальше по специальным уязвимым категориям, то тоже можем прийти к такому же выводу. И на международном уровне отмечается необходимость исследования вот этой мегатенденции климатические изменения и разработки новых исследований научных для того, чтобы на национальном уровне, на межгосударственном и международном уровне были сформированы адекватные стратегии и концепции, в том числе с акцентом на семью и права уязвимых категорий. И такими реперными точками, такими акцентами для научных исследований могут быть несколько аспектов, которые я выделила с точки зрения негативного влияния климата на семью. В частности, детские браки.
Из-за того, что у нас очень мало времени, вы можете уложиться в 1 минуту?
Конечно же, да, я завершаю. Детские браки и акцент сделан на замужество девочек, как негативный аспект с точки зрения желания родителей дать им наилучшую жизнь, репродуктивные и аспекты и планирование семьи, то есть изменение климата вносит коррективы в этот аспект, вынужденное переселение и, соответственно, затрагивание с мегатрендом миграции. Здесь я затронула с демографией взаимодействие, здесь с миграцией. И, наконец, появление новых стандартов права на достаточное жилище, поскольку все, что касается устойчивых строительных материалов, сейчас предварительно коллега рассказывал, да, какие технологии в строительстве должны, так это точно так же определяется у нас и в строительном секторе с точки зрения права на достаточное жилище, то есть изменения и взаимодействия с урбанизацией. И в завершение хотела бы обратить внимание, что помимо вот этих международных актов мягкого права, которые родились, нам нужно проводить вот эти дополнительные исследования с точки зрения влияния климата, и поделилась с вами определенными взаимосвязанными с другими мегатенденциями, аспектами взаимодействия климата с точки зрения прав ребенка и важности института семьи. И надо сказать, что сегодня в рамках глобальной тенденции подготовки к 30-летию Международного года семьи было сделано очень много региональных исследований по странам Азии, Африки, Северной Америки, Европе. И вот можно было бы этот аспект использовать и в рамках евразийского, скажем так, тренда, и посмотреть, как затем это влияет на глобальные тенденции и вот этот новый ракурс влияние климата на семью, на членов семьи в разрезе прав человека, мне кажется, является очень перспективным. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое, госпожа Тарасова. Спасибо большое за ваше выступление. Слово передается господину Дмитрию Липкану, заместителю представителя управления Верховного комиссара Организации Объединенных Наций по делам беженцев в Центральной Азии. Тема выступления – глобальная стратегия и сотрудничество в области защиты прав человека в условиях изменения климата. Пожалуйста.
Thank you very much, Mr. Urunov. I hope you hear me well there in Samarkand, from here, from Almaty. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, friends, distinguished participants, on behalf of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in Central Asia, I would like to express my gratitude to National Center for Human Rights and personally to Professor AKMAL SAIDOV for convening such an important forum. Also, sincere congratulations to Mr. SAIDOV for the election to UN Human Rights Committee, a historic landmark for the Republic of Uzbekistan. As already mentioned by colleagues today, climate change is the major challenge of our times, a challenge which interacts with and reinforces the other global megatrends such as population growth, urbanization, and growing food, water, and energy insecurity. It is a challenge which is adding to the scale and complexity of human displacement, and a challenge that has important implications for the maintenance of international peace and security. Climate change has a disproportionate impact on people in vulnerable situations, as mentioned by colleagues already. Refugees and stateless persons, including women, children, older persons, people with disabilities, and other marginalized populations are among those in greatest need of protection. As UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said, the time for small steps has passed. What is needed now is transformational change. In this spirit, UNHCR is stepping up its commitment and ambition to meet the humanitarian and protection challenges already being amplified by the climate emergency and to mitigate and prepare for those to come. But climate change, particularly in how it affects refugees, displaced people and communities, is also an issue of safeguard of human rights. At UNHCR Annual Executive Committee in October last year, High Commissioner for Refugees Filippo Grandi reminded us that climate action must also be seen through a human rights and legal perspective. In this context, UNHCR expertise and its mandate for refugee protection are useful. We are providing technical and legal advice and guidance to the states to ensure that international protection norms are upheld in situations of climate-related displacement. Thus, I'm very happy to note that many speakers have mentioned today issues related to refugee rights in a climate displacement context. The nexus between climate change and refugee crisis presents us with a challenge that is as complex as it is urgent. A significant percentage of forcibly displaced and stateless people are living in the most climate vulnerable situations in the world, where they lack access to environmentally sustainable resources and resilience to the impacts of climate change. In our commitment to addressing the global climate emergency, UNHCR has outlined a strategic framework for climate action that encompasses several key efforts. These efforts include integrating climate considerations into our operations and policies, prioritizing environmental sustainability across various sectors, and promote renewable energy usage. Moreover, we aim to strengthen the resilience of displaced people and host communities by advocating for sustainable practices, promoting afforestation and sustainable agriculture, and collaborate with governments on sustainable energy infrastructure. Although UNHCR has many examples globally, I'm proud to speak about Uzbekistan, where we funded $500,000 afforestation project in 2022, aimed to replant trees in Surkhandarya region on 100 hectares of land in and around Termez city. The project, implemented in partnership with UNDP Uzbekistan in the framework of Yashil Makoni National Initiative, has engaged in planting activities both local and Afghan people currently residing in Termez. This has proved that displaced people can contribute to local communities to solve environmental problems and can successfully integrate in the society. A new afforestation project is about to start this year for a slightly similar amount and will aim to replant trees in the same region around Termez, in partnership with UNDP, local authorities, and Ministry of Ecology. UNHCR is dedicated to improving our environmental sustainability by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, minimizing negative environmental impacts, and protecting natural resources to contribute to global climate action and safeguard the well-being of displaced populations and host communities. With the support of Uzbekistan government, UNHCR has established a sub-regional humanitarian logistics hub in Termez in 2021 to respond to various emergencies. Since then, UNHCR delivered humanitarian cargo across the region and beyond, including to Afghanistan, Iran, Myanmar, Pakistan, and Ukraine. Deliveries to Pakistan and Afghanistan particularly targeted those affected by natural disasters back in 2023. You remember the floods in Pakistan and earthquake in Afghanistan. Additionally, UNHCR is actively advocating for climate-resilient infrastructure and services in collaboration with governments and the private sector to reduce risk for displaced population and vulnerable host communities. Thus, to reduce carbon emissions.
Excuse me, my unfortunate duty is to ask you to conclude. Your time is coming up.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ambassador Katunu. To reduce carbon emissions, UNHCR and its partners will invest $500,000 into solarization project in Termez Cargo Center, by installing 700 kilowatt photovoltaic panels, allowing to supply power to humanitarian hub, but also to local community. We also value countries' participation in Global Compact on Refugees and pledges these have made during Global Refugee Forum to protect refugees and stateless, including from effects of climate change. Finally, we must empower refugees and displaced persons to play an active role in shaping the decisions that affect their lives, ensuring that their voices are not merely heard, but followed. In conclusion, the plight of refugees amidst the turbulence of climate change is a moral imperative that demands our immediate and unwavering attention. Let us join up to respond to this challenge with the full force of our collective humanity, guided by the principles of solidarity, compassion, and the steadfast commitment to uphold the rights for all. Thank you very much for your attention. Kata Rahman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lipcanu. On your presentation, refugees are definitely one of the very most vulnerable group related to impact of climate change as well. Let's go on our agenda. Next speaker, Mr. Said Kamalholkon Burhanov, Civita Central Asia CEO and Associate Partner. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to meet you today at the Samarkand Human Rights Forum. Let me first of all express gratitude to organizers for having such an important discussion platform today, where we can share and coordinate our efforts towards protecting human rights through resilience to climate change. Today, I would like to highlight our key projects focusing on our commitment to climate action and sustainable development. These are the selection of projects from our extensive portfolio of over 10,000 successful initiatives around the globe. So our agenda includes introduction to the company and overview of the diverse project categories we have. And we will try to highlight our expertise and expansive reach of the projects that we are also doing in the region. Mainly, they will cover four main categories, which are climate action and environmental assessment, climate change adaptation and resilience planning, social dimension of the green transition and sustainability, and sustainable finance and innovation. Each of these categories represents a significant area of our work, demonstrating our commitment to driving sustainable and inclusive development globally that will eventually help to protect human rights. Now, shortly speaking of ourselves, we cover around 20 markets with over 750 employees, and our mission is to drive positive change through comprehensive range of services tailored to both private and public sector. So we cover mainly four directions: private sector advisory, public sector, innovation funding, and sustainable advisory. As well as with this direction, we have also a digital arm, which can also usually help to create some kind of web and app applications and platforms that could be also aligned with the projects that we're doing. So in that manner, I would like to also mention one of the flagship initiatives we have with Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. This is the project called Conducting a Mapping Exercise on the Open Data Sets on Climate Action in Uzbekistan. The project aims to map existing open data sets on climate action in Uzbekistan, identify the gaps, and provide actionable recommendations to enhance data accessibility and usability. Through comprehensive data evaluation and analysis and developing of the recommendation, we are laying a strong foundation for integrated climate data management system. We are also trying to link our findings in the frame of the project scope with nationally determined contributions of Uzbekistan, which could assist the government to fulfill its commitments in the new updated NDC and to reduce specific greenhouse gas emissions per unit of GDP by 35% by 2030. Additionally, in Uzbekistan, we are also leading a project developing pilot strategic environmental assessment for free tourism zone of Charvak, which aims to establish a policy framework to screen proposed policies, plans, and programs for environmental impacts. By addressing environmental climate change and socio-economic issues, this initiative not only supports the sustainable development of Sarawak, but also sets a benchmark for future strategic environment assessments in the country. Our activities in the region are also seen in other countries. Specifically in Tajikistan, our focus is on conducting vulnerability assessments for 4 priority sectors and developing sectoral adaptation plans. By collecting and compiling sectoral data, we support informed decision-making and promote sustainable development within the framework of national adaptation planning. The project will strengthen climate change adaptation capabilities in Tajikistan by providing detailed assessment of vulnerabilities and adaptive strategies. In the Kyrgyz Republic, we were working on establishing a mechanism for stakeholder coordination in adaptation planning for subnational authorities, which aims to establish a mechanism for coordination and involvement of all stakeholders in the process of adaptation planning for subnational authorities in the Kyrgyz Republic. This project enhances the country's adaptive capacity to climate change, fostering resilient governance and enabling informed strategic planning across various sectors and regions. Additionally, yes. So, shortly speaking, I want also to highlight that sometimes through the social dimension of the green transition, we're also looking at the other direction of the equality, as well as the sustainability strategy, which could also help countries to plan their adaptation plans, such as seen in the screen. And there is also another project that we wanted to highlight is the organizing the Climaton Startup Hackathon in Tirana, Albania, which focuses on improving the innovation ecosystem by supporting the creation and acceleration of young innovative companies, which could cope with the real world climate challenges. And it's Civita, we believe that addressing climate change requires collaborative efforts and innovative solutions, and our projects are designed to create sustainable future by enhancing resilience, improving data accessibility, and promoting inclusive development. So in general, I think together we can basically drive meaningful change and build a better future for all, while we also bring the positive impact in the region. Thanks again for the attention. Thank you.
Спасибо большое за ваше выступление. Уважаемые участники форума, у нас остался финальный спикер, директор некоммерческой неправительственной организации «Социально-экологический фонд», господин Вадим Ни. Он будет выступать онлайн из Казахстана. Господин Ни, вам слово.
Спасибо большое, господин председатель. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, cooperation in Central Asia on the protection of human rights in the condition of climate change is a key focus for the activities by our organization. We appreciate very much that Uzbekistan has a very important platform for this cooperation, including the Samarkand Forum on Human Rights. As it was already mentioned not once, in 2002, the UN General Assembly recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a universal human right at the global level. The UN General Assembly resolution also recognizes the importance of this human right to address climate change, environmental degradation, and loss of biodiversity. Both the government and NGOs in Kazakhstan are promoting this human right to meet environmental challenges at the national and local levels. We are doing it on the basis of the international standards laid down in the UNEC Convention on Access to Information, Public Participation in Decision-Making, and Access to Justice in Environmental Matters, Aarhus Convention. It's worthwhile to mention that the Aarhus Convention promotes innovative approaches to the implementation of these human rights by the set standards on the environmental information in electronic, audio, and visual forms, active use of electronic tools already from late 1990s, early 2000s. The Socio-Ecological Fund contributes to this area by supporting the Living Asia online environmental magazine and YouTube channel. We disseminate environmental information in various formats, from traditional articles and reports to innovative cartoons, comics, and murals. One of the main priorities for us is to make comprehensive and often even complicated climate information plain, understandable, and user-friendly for the public. I can provide some examples of our work in this direction: publication on the national determined contributions of all 5 Central Asian countries, climate adaptation, including online training courses. We are aiming to make our countries and communities more environmentally friendly and sustainable by sharing information, promoting more sustainable decision-making processes, products, services, and lifestyles, as well as defending the persons who stand for it. Our organization supported a number of initiatives to engage with youth and children in environmental and climate action. They include the Tereshkevich Environmental Youth Award, a Central Asian Youth Travel Grant Program, and more recently, in partnership with UNICEF Kazakhstan, 11 environmental startups by youth and children in 3 cities of Kazakhstan: Almaty, Karaganda, and Temirtau. Thus, for us, the key recommendation is to engage actively with youth and children, because our ultimate goal is to make the future better, safer, and more sustainable. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this short intervention.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all speakers of this panel or marathon. It has been really unfortunate to always speed up the speakers, but on the other hand, we have heard so many interesting snapshots of different angles, different point of views to look at the same issue. I believe that it has been inspiring also to in the future to maintain connection and establish the network. So there's so much knowledge in this room that I'm sure that there will be generated new cooperation and new tangible ideas how to tackle climate change and its impact to human rights in the future. So thank you so much for your contributions, and I believe that equally important is to continue more informal discussion in the evening. But anyway, not to be any more late from the program, I would like to hand over to Professor SAIDOV for final conclusions, final remarks. So please, Mr. SAIDOV.
Kattakon rahmat elchi janob oliylari. Man mana shu so'nggi yakuniy xulosalarni yetishdan oldin man avvalambor mana shu 3 ta yalpi majlisga moderatorlik qilgan barcha do'stlarimga samimiy minnatdorchilik etaman. Kattadan katta rahmat. Man boshida aytmoqchimanki, mana biz siz bilan bir kunning ichida 60 ga yaqin chiqishlarni eshitdik. 60 ga yaqin. Bu meni hayotimda bugun rekord qo'ydik. Bunaqa qisqa bir kun ichida shu 60 ga yaqin o'tkazdi. Lekin men o'ylaymanki, nima uchun bunga mana shuncha odam eshitib o'tiribdi? Demak, mavzu to'g'ri tanlangan. Mavzu ko'pchilikni qiziqtiradi va bugungi mavzuga aytamanki, bitta tor doiradamiz bu global darajadagi muammo ekan. Buning uchun hamma ishtirokchilarga, ma'ruzachilarga rahmat deyman. Bu birinchisi. Endi aytish kerakki, mana shu yerda eng muhimi bu yerda nafaqat davlat organlarining vakillari, parlament a'zolari, ilmiy akademik muassasalarning vakillari, eng muhimi fuqarolik jamiyatining ko'pdan ko'p faollari va vakillari ham ishtirok etishdi. Bu ham juda ham muhim masala, juda ham muhim. Endi men boshidan juda ham qayd qilgan edik, bizni forumni yakuniy hujjati bir deklaratsiya bo'ladi. Deklaratsiyaning nomini xuddi shu bugungi nima deydi, forumimizni nomi bo'yicha atashni taklif etilyapti va mana shu hozir ertalab e'lon qilingandan boshlab to yarim soat oldingiga qadar shu deklaratsiyaning matni bo'yicha 150 dan ortiq aniq takliflar tushibdi. 150 dan ortiq. Bu mana shu bugungi so'zga chiqqanlardan eshitilgan va endi bizni masalan haqiqatan ham YouTube kanali bo'yicha ko'rib borayotganlar va mana shu forumni veb saytiga ham ko'pdan ko'p takliflar tushibdi. Shuni men masalan umumiy protokolli narsalarni aytmaganda mana shu deklaratsiyaga tushgan takliflar bo'yicha masalani sizlarga axborot bermoqchi edim. Mana o'sha biz taklif etdik. Bu deklaratsiyani bilasizlar, prezidentimiz o'zlarini bugungi anjuman ishtirokchilariga yozgan tabrigida aytgan edilar. Bizani deklaratsiyada yo'q edi. Birinchidan mana shu aksariyat mana shu deklaratsiya loyihaga bergan ishtirokchilar mana shu deklaratsiyani prezidenti taklifini Samarkand deklaratsiyasini matniga kiritish taklif etilgan. Endi aytyapmiz, mana shu takliflar mana 150 dan bo'lsa, shundan 40 dan ortiq takliflar nodavlat, notijorat tashkilotlaridan tushgan va ilmiy tahliliy markazlardan esa 50 dan ortiq tushgan. Qolganlari turli xil darajadagidir. Bu takliflarni kimlar bergan? Bu mana men birinchi o'rinda mana shu yerda nodavlat, notijorat tashkilotlarini nomlarini aytib o'tmoqchiman va ularni faollariga, rahbarlariga rahmat demoqchiman. Mana bu Barqaror rivojlanish markazi, nodavlat markazi. O'zbekiston nodavlat, notijorat tashkilotlar milliy assotsiatsiyasi. Taraqqiyot strategiyasi nodavlat markazi. Tadbirkorlar va fermerlarni qo'llab-quvvatlash markazi. Madad nodavlat notijorat tashkiloti, bu pro bono tashkiloti, aholiga bepul yuridik xizmat ko'rsatadigan tashkilot. Nogironlar jamiyatlari kabi mana shu bir qator. Undan tashqari ilmiy muassasalardan O'zbekiston Fanlar akademiyasining Davlat va huquq instituti xodimlari tomonidan tushdi. Mana shu 100 dan ortiq mana kimlar? Qolgani mana shu ishtirokchilar va davlat organlaridan. Endi qarang, bizani mana shu tushgan takliflarda aytilyaptiki, 26 fevralda bu yil Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining Bosh Assambleyasi O'zbekiston Respublikasi tomonidan surilgan 2027-yil Xalqaro barqaror va yashovchan turizm rezolyutsiyasini bir ovozdan ma'qulladi va bu rezolyutsiya mualliflari 80 dan ortiq a'zo davlatlar edi. Endi mana shu ikkinchisi, mana shu muhtaram prezidentimiz Shavkat Mirziyoyevning mana shu bugungi anjuman forum ishtirokchilari bergan tabrigida aytilyaptiki, global ekologik muammolarga chuqur tahlil berilgan, xususan ekologik inqiroz, barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlariga erishish yo'lidagi eng asosiy to'siq va tahdidga aylandi. Global miqyosda qashshoqlik bilan bog'liq muammolar ko'paymoqda. Insonning sog'liq, toza suv, oziq-ovqat va uy-joyga bo'lgan huquqlarini ta'minlash xavf ostida qolmoqda. Bundan avvalo ijtimoiy himoyaga muhtoj qatlam, xususan nogironligi bo'lgan shaxslar, keksalar, ayollar va bolalar jiddiy aziyat chekmoqda degan gaplari bu juda ham to'g'ri etilgan va bu muammo nafaqat Markaziy Osiyo davlatlar uchun, balki global miqyosdagi tahlil deb baholangan. Yana bitta narsa, prezidentni jo'natgan tabrigida aytilayotgan iqlim o'zgarishi sharoitida inson qadri va uning huquqlarini himoya qilish yechimlari ham ko'rsatib berilgan. Jumladan iqlim o'zgarishi oqibatida inson huquqlariga yetkaziladigan zararni keskin kamaytirish uchun jahon mamlakatlari bilan birgalikda samarali yechimlar izlash kerak. Kelajak avlodlar taqdiri uchun barchamiz ulkan mas'uliyatni o'z zimmamizga olishimizga to'g'ri keladigan tashabbus ham ma'qullangan. Man bu aytilyaptiki, mana shu prezidentning shu takliflari deklaratsiyada ham o'z aksini topishi kerak degan taklifni ko'pchilik mana shu deklaratsiya loyihasiga bergan odamlar aytishyapti. Va oxirgisi shuni aytmoqchi edimki, prezident Mirziyoyevning inson jo'natganda aytadiki, mana shu bo'yicha shu tabrik so'zida aytilgan amaliy takliflari, ya'ni Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining tashkiloti bosh assambleyasining Markaziy Osiyoda iqlim o'zgarishining salbiy oqibatlariga qarshi kurashish sharoitida inson huquqlarini himoya qilish to'g'risida rezolyutsiya qabul qilish taklifini aksariyat tushgan bergan takliflar shu mana shu rezolyutsiya qabul qilish g'oyasini deklaratsiyaga kiritish kerak degan taklifni bildirishyapti. Chunki aytiladiki, Markaziy Osiyo mintaqasi dunyoning iqlim o'zgarishi oqibatida turli ekologik tahdidlar kuchaygan hududlardan biriga aylanmoqda. Shuning uchun shu rezolyutsiyani kiritilishini ma'qullashyapti. Endi aytish kerak, mana men muhokamalarning davrida men hozir qaysi manimcha qozog'istonlik ekspertimiz aytdiki, Markaziy Osiyo mintaqasida quyidagi xatar va tahdidlar kuchayib bormoqda. Birinchidan, suv resurslarini kamayishi, muzliklarni erishi, havo haroratining anomal darajasida ko'tarilishi, qurg'oqchilik oqibatida yerlarning yemirilishi va cho'llanishining kuchayishi kabi obyektiv, ayniqsa bu bizning mintaqaga xos bo'lgan g'oyalar ham mana shu deklaratsiyada o'zini aksini topish kerak degan menimcha takliflar bo'lgan. Men bularga qo'shilishni ma'qul deb bilaman. Aytiladiki, mana shunday, agar shunday rezolyutsiya ishlab chiqish mintaqamizning barqaror rivojlanishi va inson huquqlari manfaatlariga xizmat qiladi hamda ekologik muammolar oqibatini yumshatish, mintaqaviy barqaror taraqqiyot va birdamlikning mustahkamlanishiga asos bo'ladi degan fikrlar aytilgan. Mana shunga o'xshagan mana 150 ta bo'ldi. Endi biz mana shuning uchun agar anjuman ishtirokchilari ruxsat bersa, biz tashkilotchilar ham milliy ham xalqaro tashkilotchilar yana bir marta har bitta taklifni bittadan ko'rib, umumlashtirib, barcha takliflarni e'tirofga olib, sizlar ko'rib chiqqan o'sha deklaratsiyani loyihasini yana bir karra hammanglarga elektron pochta orqali jo'natsak, ko'rganinglardan keyin biz agar takliflar bo'lsa biz hammasini olishga harakat qilamiz. Bo'lmasa, masalan, ma'qul desa biz mana shu hozirgi nima deydi, mana shu deklaratsiya matnini asos uchun qabul qilsak, asos uchun va mana shu tushgan barcha takliflarni qo'shilish sharti bilan desaydi, ana undan keyin sizlar bilan bir marta fikr qilib, keyin qabul qilgandan keyin oxirdagi nima deydi, окончательный итоговый dokument bo'lgandan keyin, yakuniy hujjat bo'lgandan keyin hamma ishtirokchilarga biz elektron pochtalarda jo'natamiz. Shunga e'tirozlar bo'lmaydimi? Agar mana shu taklifga. Bo'lmasa bitta qo'l ko'taringlar. Ochiq ovoz berish bilan mana shu hozirgi tayyorlangan loyiha asos uchun qabul qilindi. Bu endi takliflarni hisobga olib yana biz ishlashni davom ettiramiz. Kattakon rahmat. Mana bu men o'ylaymanki, mana shu qismda yakunla endi nima qilishimiz kerak? Mana birinchi bosqich shu deklaratsiyadagi qoidalarni amalga oshirishimiz kerak. Lekin endi men oldinga qarab turib, navbatdagi 5-Samarkand forumini 2026-yilda o'tkazish rejalashtirilyapti. Bu oldindan kelishgan har 2 yilda bir marta, ro'parasi yana 2 yildan keyin shunday navbatdagi endi yubileyni bo'ladi 5-si. 5-Samarkand forumini o'tkazsak. Biz o'tgan safardagi forumda ham oxirida hamma ishtirokchilardan bitta narsani so'raganmiz. Qaysi mavzuda o'tkazamiz? Mana iqlimni juda ham to'g'ri topgan ekanmiz. Mana shu qiziqishning o'zi ko'p. Qaysi mavzuda? Marhamat, mana buni bitta o'zimiz hal qilmaymiz. Bizni saytimiz bor. Kim o'zini takliflarini bersa o'rganib chiqamiz. Lekin endi men bitta taklifni aytmoqchi edim. Chunki bugun meni ko'pchilik tabrikladi-da, shuning uchun o'tdimki, meni biroz ma'naviy huquqim bo'lsa kerak, shu o'zimga yaqinroq mavzuni tanladim. Ya'ni agar mana shu Samarqand inson huquqlovchi Samarqand 5-forumini fuqarolik va siyosiy huquqlar to'g'risidagi paktni qabul qilinganligining 60 yilligiga va inson huquqlari qo'mitasi faoliyatining 50 yilligiga bag'ishlasa. Nomini o'ylab ko'ramiz, lekin asosiy mavzu mana shu, mana o'sha vaqt o'sha yili 20, chunki pakt 1966-yilda qabul qilingan, demak 60 yil bo'ladi. Pakt kuchga kirgandan keyin qo'mita 1976-yilda tuzilgan. 50 yil bo'ladi. Mana shu ikkita sanani nishonlashni asos qilib turib, mana shu demak asosiy urg'u siyosiy va fuqarolik huquqlarini muhokamasiga bag'ishlasak. Bu meni taklifim. Men hozir sizlardan ha yo'q ham demayman, lekin agar sizlarda bundan-da ma'qul o'sha davrdagi agar 2 yil, 1 yilga ichida men temani muhokama qilaman. 1 yil. Chunki 1 yil tayyorgarlikka ketadi. Bu bir kunda bo'lmaydi. Butun tashkilotchilar, boshqalar bilan kimlar birgalikda o'tkazishga harakat qilamiz. Shuning uchun mana shu iltimos bilan sizlarni, ya'ni yana bu hamkorligimiz davomi bo'ladi. Shu yana 1 yil mana shu temani, agar temani qanchalik oldin agar aniqlab olsak, biz ishni boshlaymiz. Men sizlardan so'rayman, kim moderator bo'lsin, kim ma'ruza qilsin. Endi mana men bugun juda ham xursand bo'ldim, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining maxsus ma'ruzachilari. Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining shartnomaviy organlarining raislari, a'zolari ishtirok etishdi. Oldin hech qachon bunaqa qilmagan edik. Unda pakt bo'lsa, yana bir boshqa formatni topishimiz mumkin bo'ladimi, mashhur. Va meni yana bitta boshida aytgan iltimosimni qaytarmoqchiman. Biz an'anaviy ravishda har bir Samarqand forumidan keyin mana shu yerdagi barcha ishtirokchilarni ma'ruzalarini to'plam shaklida chop etamiz. Kitob shaklida chop etamiz. Bizda 1-forum to'g'risida ham to'plamimiz bor, 2 va 3. Biz juda ham xohlaymiz va iltimos qilamiz. O'sha ochilish marosimidagi ma'ruzalar bo'ladimi? Yoki 3 ta yalpi majlis doirasidagi ma'ruzalar bo'ladimi? Mashlar bo'yicha men hamma ma'ruzachilardan iltimos qilardim, bersanglar matnlarni. Undan tashqari imkoniyat bo'lmay, vaqt bo'lmasdan so'zga chiqa olmagan ishtirokchilar ham o'zlarining matnlarini, o'zlarini maqolalarini berishi mumkin. Biz ularni ham albatta to'plamga kiritamiz. Men xohlayman shu, agar moderatorlarimiz ham kichkina o'zining kirish so'zini yozib bersa, biz o'shani boshida mana shu plenar majlisdan oldidan, yalpi majlis oldidan kiritib ketgan bo'lardik. Bu eng oxirgi iltimosim edi. Yana bitta iltimosim bor. Bu ham bo'lsa, men barcha mana shu bugungi tashkilotchilarga, avvalambor ham milliy, ham xalqaro, hamda moderatorlarga, ma'ruzachilarga, barcha ishtirokchilarga sihat, salomatlik, oilaviy baxt, katta o'zlarining faoliyatlarida zafar va omadlar tilab qolaman. Shuning uchun bu va eng oxirgisi mana bu yerda qatnashyapti. 3 kundan keyin musulmon dunyosida islom uchun muqaddas bayramlardan biri bo'lgan Qurbon hayiti bayram qilinadi. Shuning uchun men barchanglarni mana shu Qurbon hayiti, bu tinchlik, xotirjamlik, bag'ri kenglik bayrami. Mana shu bayramda sizlarga sog'lik, sihat va omad tilayman. Bir O'zbekistonda odat bor, shu tilaklardan biri, keyingi shunday hayitlarga oramizdan xato bo'lmasdan yetib kelishlik hammamizga nasib etsin. Eng oxirgi minnatdorchilik bu tarjimonlar. Agar tarjimonlarimiz bo'lmaganda biz o'sha Vavilonni bashnasini buzib yuborardik. Ular buzib tashlashganki, o'zaro bir-birini tushunmaganligi uchun bizni bugungi muloqotni o'zaro tushunish ruhida hammasini yetkazgan. Nihoyatda bu tarjimonning noni juda ham qattiq. Bu uncha. Shuning uchun, mana shuning uchun tarjimonlarimizga bitta qarsak chalsak. Shuning uchun kattakon rahmat. Endi yana bitta dasturdan tashqari e'lon. Bu SAIDOV e'loni tugamaydi, bu bitta e'lon qilaman. U ham bo'lsa, soat 19:20 da 7:20 da hammani mana shu yerda avtobuslar kutib turadi. O'zbekiston hukumati nomidan sizlarni qabul marosimiga taklif etamiz. Shunda yana bir marta to'yisdim. O'zbekistonni milliy taomlarini, O'zbekistonni milliy musiqalarini yana bir marta sizlar bilan o'rtoqlashishga taklif etamiz. Shuning uchun 7:20 gacha, undan keyin hammamiz birgalashib, bu endi Boqiy shahar ichida bo'ladi bu. Boqiy shahar, Вечный город. Mana bu yerda biz Samarqandni miniatyurada aks ettirilgan. Uni ko'rasizlar. Eng muhimi, u yerda Mirzo Ulug'bek observatoriyasi, biz hozir yerda chuqurligida ko'rgansiz. Observatoriya qanday katta bo'lganligini bizni arxeologlarimiz tiklashgan. Mana shu observatoriyani ham ko'rasizlar. Bu hozir sahna maydoni. Shuning uchun men o'ylaymanki, bu juda qiziq madaniy dastur bilan bo'ladi. Shuning uchun men hammanglarga xos taklif etaman va so'zimni oxirida men xayr demoqchi emasman. Hamma oxirida "до свидания" deydi. Men goodbye demayman. Men aytmoqchimanki, kelinglar keyingi uchrashuvga qadar sog' salomat bo'linglar.